I wanted to test with, good. Counselor Jones, can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much.
Yes, you hear me okay?
We can hear you, thank you very much.
Okay, folks, we'll give you your 30-second warning here while we get set up. And Garrett and Michelle, y'all checked with the two counselors online. They can hear us, and we're okay. Great, thanks. All right, ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to the 42nd meeting of the 25th City Council. We'll call this meeting to order. All of our councilors are present today in some form or fashion. Councilors Jones and Benton are joining us by Zoom. As a reminder for those of you who don't spend your life in the basement of City Hall every other Monday, when councilors join us remotely, we have to do roll call votes this evening, and so we'll ask the clerk to call the roll on our votes when we get to those. But first, I want to turn our meeting over to our Vice President for your last meeting in such a role.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. President. Would you all join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? We're going to stand, have a moment of silence. Counselor Davis is going to, no, Counselor Lewis is going to lead us in English and Counselor Sanchez in Spanish. Thank you. Okay, Civic Plaza parking passes are provided for members of the public. You can obtain a parking pass from City Council staff at the table near the chamber entrance. Members of the public, city staff, and the media have the ability to view this meeting in person and online on live streams through 4 different platforms: GovTV on Comcast Channel 16, the GovTV website, YouTube, and Zoom webinar. The live streams can be accessed from most smartphones, tablets, or computers. Also, this meeting is closed captioned, and you may enable the closed captioning services on your television at this time. The video recording of this and all past council meetings will remain available for viewing at any time on the City Council's website. Council staff is available via telephone if members of the public need assistance finding the videos online. Please call 505-768-3100 for assistance during business hours, Monday through Friday from 8 to 5:30. The council will take a break at approximately 7 p.m. tonight, if needed. I think we're going to need it again. With regard to decorum in the chambers, we want tonight's proceedings to be civil and respectful as possible. Please do not make any personal attacks, and please no applause or outbursts during the meeting. The meeting will go a lot smoother if we are respectful of one another. At this time, we're going to move on to proclamations and presentations. And we have, we want to move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of allowing more than 4 proclamations per counselor per calendar year. So I need a vote to, thank you, to suspend the rules. Will you please call the roll?
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Counselor Benton? Counselor Benton?
No.
I'm sorry, did you say no?
Counselor Benton?
I said no.
Counselor Beebecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Jones?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Pena? Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
Counselor Davis?
Yes.
And that passes on an 8-1 vote.
Thank you. At this time, we would like to recognize the Fraternal Order of Police Lodge Number 1. Mr. Bob Martinez is here to accept, and he has brought with him Matt Candelaria, a lodge trustee. Counselor Bassan and Counselor Sanchez are going to join me in this proclamation this evening. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Whereas Albuquerque Lodge Number 1 was chartered on September 10th, 1948, and whereas Frank J. Stevenson, Deputy Chief of the Albuquerque Police Department, was elected as the first president of Albuquerque Lodge Number 1, and whereas Albuquerque Lodge Number 1 was first located on Campbell Road near the Rio Grande, where in 1953, the lodge began summer youth camps for the children in the Bernalillo County area, and
Whereas Albuquerque Lodge 1 chartered their auxiliary on April 4th, 1974, and whereas Albuquerque Lodge Number 1 completed a new building on Jefferson Street in 1977, and whereas Albuquerque Lodge Number 1 has produced a Fraternal Order of Police past National President Gilbert G. Gallegos, a FOP past National Auxiliary Vice President Sharon Valtierra, and a current FOP National Secretary Linda Martinez, along with several members appointed to Fraternal Order of Police national committees, and whereas Albuquerque Lodge 1 members have been instrumental in modernizing, improving, and volunteering at the National Police Officers Memorial Service in Washington, D.C., and
Whereas Albuquerque Lodge Number 1 has grown over the years, becoming the largest lodge in New Mexico and consisting of members from local, county, state, and federal law enforcement agencies, including auxiliary and associate members. And whereas Albuquerque Lodge Number 1 is recognized for its 75 years of service to the Fraternal Order of Police in the state of New Mexico and the city of Albuquerque. And whereas Albuquerque Lodge Number 1 is a strong participant in the National Fraternal Order of Police, therefore be it proclaimed that the council, the governing body of the city of Albuquerque, hereby commends and recognizes the members of Albuquerque Lodge Number 1 and their families for 75 years of service to the law enforcement community and to the people of the greater Albuquerque community.
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Martinez. How are you, tell us about what you guys are up to and how you serve our community.
Well, thank you, Mr. President and Madam Vice President, members of the council, for recognizing and honoring the more than 1,000 members, active members of the Fraternal Order of Police Albuquerque Lodge 1 and its several hundred auxiliary and associate members. We really appreciate the recognition that you're giving the members. We have been around for 75 years, as the proclamation points out. We started out in 1948, and we continue to work closely with the community. As you know, the Fraternal Order of Police is the voice of law enforcement. We have more than 373,000 members across the country. We are here to protect and serve, and we thank you for this recognition.
Thank you for being here this evening. Counselors, any questions, comments? Counselor Sanchez.
yeah, I'd just like to say that I'm currently a member of the Lodge 1. When I started the police department in 1988, I actually attended the 40th anniversary of Albuquerque Lodge 1, and now I'm happy to report that I have been a fraternal order of police brother for 35 years now. So thank you very much for what you do. I'm very, very proud to be part of the FOP.
Thank you, sir.
Anybody else? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Give this to the commissioners and to the staff.
Thank you for being here.
We have a challenge coins for all of you, as well as for the staff, and we appreciate again your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. At this time, we're going to move on. Counselor Davis?
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I want to invite up our esteemed colleagues from the APS board. I see our President Yolanda Montoya Cordova, and then I see a couple of other members, one other member there. Thank you. And so we'd ask you to come up and talk to us a little bit. They asked for a few minutes to come talk to us about the Community Outreach Initiative. And Madam President.
Thank you.
Thank
so much,
you.
and welcome.
Thank you, esteemed counselors. Thank you for having us tonight. The purpose of our visit, and this is Board Member Crystal Tapia Romero. So she's joining me tonight here to talk to you all. We have been conducting some outreach sessions across the city because we're in the process of searching for a new superintendent. And under a new governance model that we have, student outcomes focused governance, community outreach is one of the cornerstones of this. So we've gone out to the community last year, and we've gone out to the community this year as well, and we're seeking input from all of our colleagues, including you, as our esteemed city councilors for the city. Your participation and your voice is really critical to us because the partnership between APS and the city is critical. We cannot improve our student outcomes without the city. And our 142 schools and 66,000 students enrolled in APS, along with the 15,000 enrolled in the APS charter schools, is critical. And we know that together, our voices can make a difference. And so we're here tonight basically to engage with you a little bit, and if you want to share with us what you believe are some of the key characteristics that you would like to see in a superintendent as we start this process. Ms. Tapia Romero can share a little bit about the process that we're going to have. You want to talk a little bit about the application, it's open, and
Yes, thank you. So we are currently right now in the midst of searching for the superintendent. Our timeline is super strict, and our goal is to be able to have a superintendent in place by early 2024. So we will be closing out all applicants by the end of this month, and then we will start the interview process in January. So we're on a really tight schedule, but again, your feedback is going to be critical tonight because we want to find out specifically what it is you want in a superintendent and also what it is you do not want in a superintendent. We will be gathering your thoughts tonight and taking it back and just really compiling all of the feedback that we received from the community as a whole. So again, like Board Member President Montoya Cordova said, this will be a two-way conversation tonight, and we invite you to engage with us and give us really specific desires of what you have for our next superintendent.
Thank you. Counselors, any questions?
any comments?
Mr. President.
Madam Vice President, thank you both for being here, and thanks so much. I know you've got some new board members coming on board as well, and so I know that Board Member Peterson just had a couple of public meetings in our neighborhoods in the southeast. And do you know, board members, what's the timeline do you expect until you'll have a new superintendent? And do you know how many more of those other meetings will happen as we have some new board members coming on board? And how can we at the City Council be helpful?
That's a great question. So the application for the superintendent is open through the mid-month of December. There's going to be a selection committee. So the next board meeting this Wednesday, we're actually going to finalize those characteristics, looking at that. And then the new board members are actually getting onboarded with APS this week as we speak. So I will actually be with the new board members tomorrow, and we've got a series of meetings for them. There's also going to be some town hall meetings that are going to take place after the finalists are selected. So that will also be another opportunity for the community to come and meet the finalists, however many are selected. It could be 2, it could be 3. But once the finalists are selected, then the community will be invited back into a town hall to visit with those particular finalists, give some additional feedback. But tonight really is to listen to you from your perspective as a leader of our city, and in your role as city councilor, giving us advice in terms of what you would expect for us to consider as those key characteristics for a superintendent, because we both need a good superintendent in order for our city to thrive. And so this is why we're visiting with you all tonight.
Thank you, councilors. President Davis.
Madam Vice President, if I could just follow that really quickly, Madam President, and my request, I'd have to say, the most impactful thing that I think I've seen the city and the county and APS do together have been our community schools initiatives.
Yes.
It's something that started from clawbacks here at the City Council, and has been a real partnership that helped us grow APS GC plus ABC GC plus APS, too many letters, and all of those things. And so my request or hope that would be, as you're talking to your finalists, to be sure that they have some experience there or knowledge there, because I think that is so critical to the future of APS and improving outcomes, particularly in those Title I schools and Title I communities that we all sort of share. And so I hope that's part of those conversations. It's a really specialized program, but one that APS has led the nation in terms of establishing policy and getting outcomes. And I hope you'll continue to make that a priority. That's if I get one request, that's mine. So thank you.
I hear you on that. Community schools are definitely important. And what makes New Mexico, or what makes Albuquerque shine, is that partnership with the city and the county and the school district. So we are unique in that, and it's a testament to the commitment from the city on that for sure.
Councilor Bassan.
Madam Vice President, and thank you for coming and speaking to us, and I don't really have more to add per se, because I sit on the community schools board with everybody, so it was really great, because I think that you all are doing a really great job of trying to get to the different meetings to be able to make sure and notify people that you can speak up. People, parents, teachers, community members. I think it's really awesome to see the proactivity in your search. And I hope that you are getting a lot of feedback, both pros and cons and everything in between, because it's pretty impressive now that I've been in 2 meetings that, different board members have presented and asked for that feedback. So please keep it up, and I'll make sure to email you my big long list of requirements and wishes and desires as a mom of 4.
For sure. And you can send all your comments to boarded@aps.edu. So I've got that memorized. I wonder why.
Will you say that again, that email?
boarded@aps.edu.
Thank you. My daughter has been a teacher in the APS district for 16 years. She recently moved to Texas, and she's teaching there now. But I'm going to reach out to her, and I have another half dozen friends that are teachers, and I'm going to ask them things and just learn what's important to them. And then I'll get back with you as far as that goes. But I really appreciate you coming to council and to the other outreach areas that you've gone. I think it's really impressive as well. And we need that. And I've enjoyed being on the ABC, GC, APS board committee this year. And I think working together, we can accomplish so much. So this is one avenue, and that's really important. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. And again, I just want to say, with the board's goals and guardrails, we've definitely have announced those out citywide. But this is exactly what our vision was as a board, that there would be that engagement in the city, understanding what our goals are around improving literacy, numeracy, post-secondary readiness, along with social emotional learning, but also that we would have this strategic plan that ties to that, and that everybody in the city is aware of what we need to do to make that a reality. And so I would just, I'm an outgoing board member. This is my last month. And I just want to say again, my appreciation to the city and to you as counselors. I've had some relationships with many of you on here, and I just appreciate your commitment to APS and the work that you've done to also lift us up as we're moving through this. It takes all of us, and I believe together we're going to emerge stronger, as our strategic plan states. And so thank you so much for your commitment to the city and to education.
Thank you for serving our children, too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very good. All right, let's move on to Counselor Davis.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. This is our last meeting of the 2023 year, and some of us will not be back next year and have some new counselors to step in our place. But the work of this council this year has been tremendous. We were looking back at the number of pieces of legislation that were passed and anecdotally counting up the number of midnight meetings, and this has certainly been one for the record books in both accounts. But all the work that got done at the city council level really starts with our committees, which are chaired by 3 of our counselors. And I want to say thank you and give a special acknowledgement to each of those counselors for their service. Each of them has, can I borrow yours? Mine's covered up with stuff. We presented each of our committee chairs with a gavel to honor their service and to say thank you, that they can hang in their office or take home with them and stare at forever on their wall during Zoom meetings. But we want to say thank you to Councilor Bassan, who served as committee of chair for the committee of the whole, our budget committee. Thank you, ma'am. Councilor Sanchez, his first chairmanship, did a great job this year, Finance and Government Operations Committee. Mr. Chair, thank you. And Councilor Feeblecorn as our Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee Chair. Thank you, ma'am. Congratulations. I also want to thank Councilor Grout. She stepped in and served as Vice President and then took on more roles and responsibilities this year when I asked everybody to help change the rules to share some of how to run everything. You've just done a fabulous job and really done a great job for running the meetings, serving as our vice chair, and we could not be more proud and in better hands. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Other counselors, if you have any other comments, we want to leave those open and available. I also want to say thank you. I think he's online. I'm going to see if Councilor Benton can see us from afar before we talk about him. Councilor, are you with us still? And we have Councilor Jones as well. Great. We want to acknowledge and say thank you. We have 2 counselors who served almost longer than anybody has served in the city council. Councilor Benton has served districts 2 and 3 for 18 years and is retiring here in a few weeks. Councilor, congratulations. We are grateful for your service and so glad you still joined us tonight. So thank you, Councilor Benton, joining us on Zoom tonight. Councilor, the floor is yours if you have any comments. And actually, Councilor Lewis wants to say something to you first, which we better get out of the way before.
Oh, Mr. President, I'd be glad to have them. I mean, if Councilor Benton or Councilor Jones want to say something first, that'd be fine.
Councilor Benton, go ahead. Do you have any comments? Sorry.
Don't get me started. No, you know what? My comment is very brief, and that's just that it's been an honor to serve on the council and many councils, and the whole idea of the council has been an important thing for me to serve, and in fact, as a equal branch of our government in the city, and so I've enjoyed, I think, the support of every counselor in that regard, that we hold this body in pretty high esteem, and I think we do some pretty good work as a body. And I think it's a good balance. I think it was a good idea to have that balance of government. I know we had some discussions about what we could do differently, and there's plenty of room for improvement, of course, as we all know. But no, it's been an honor to serve, and honor to serve the city. I always used to say, when I was an architect, you know, the city's the most organized group in the state. They're the best organized. I'd rather work for the city than the state or some county or anything like that. And that's played out to be pretty true. We've got, as a city, I think we have such wonderful people working. and for the common good, and I know everybody here is, that's their big concern, mine, and so I'm very lucky to be a part of it, and I thank you for the recognition. I thank you for your, all of you for your years of work and working together, and I think of being nonpartisan in the best sense of that word, and I think that's what our work is. I think it is nonpartisan work, running a city government, and so I appreciate all the support people have given me over the years, and all of your sacrifices and gifts that you have given the city as well. So wish you all the very best and a great holiday season.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Lewis, you have a comment?
Thank you, Mr. President. I was going to turn this into a roast and thank Councilor Benton for being the first city councilor in the city of Albuquerque. And anyways, I was going to go on and on like that, but let me first say thank you to the all those that chaired committees this year. Thank you to Councilor Feeblecorn. First time I've served on the LUPS committee this year, and so got some good things. If people don't realize, I think all the good work that goes on in these committees throughout the year, and certainly the Land Use and Planning Committee, Councilor Sanchez leading our FGO, and then Councilor Bassan leading our budget this year. Probably one of the our committee of the whole really, and there's a lot of meetings that go on throughout the year that she led us through during that time, and those budget times are very difficult, and she did a great job through that. We always get the budget first from the mayor, and then a lot of changes that go through that. We have a lot of money right now in the city of Albuquerque. I learned my lesson by offering to lower the GRT my first year back on the council, and lost out on an 8-1 and realized that we have a lot of money and just need to spend it, I guess. But I'm kidding. Councilor Bassan has done a phenomenal job really leading us through that. So, and Councilor Davis, thanks for chairing the committee this year and being the president. Thank you for being fair. For the most part, when you weren't fair, we just overrode you, and so we were able to, that was nice. I'm just kidding. Thank you for serving, and also to Madam Vice Chair, thank you as well. And then also to Councilor Benton and Councilor Trudy Jones. I've served with them for a long time, and I think people don't realize that that we're all pretty close. We're close as friends. Our families are close. We come from different ideologies, different parts of the city. We represent different different groups of people, and we have things that we fight for, and oftentimes different bills, and we come at it in different ways, and we do that with everything we got because we're passionate about what we do, and yet I think people don't realize how close we are and how close we are as friends and families, and how much we enjoy really serving the city together, and we're kind of like a family. When someone gets picked on, we all stick up for each other, which is the reason why, hey, if the mayor's got a problem with one of us, he's got a problem with all of us, and we all, we stick up for each other in that way. So, do want to thank everybody for serving, and this really is. I mean, when people serve as long as Councilor Benton and Councilor Davis and Councilor Jones have, they deserve to be honored, for their service and for so much that they've done. I know that they do it because they truly have cared for their districts and work extremely hard for their districts, and knowing there and been a part of it, some of it myself, I know what it takes to what you all have been through, and just want to thank you so much for all that you've done.
Sorry, forget about our mics. Thank you, Counselor. I also want to thank Counselor Jones, who served in District 8 for 16 years and is joining us for her last meeting tonight by Zoom. Counselor Jones, are you with us? There she is. Counselor, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Counselor Benton, I just want to remind you that you may have served 2 years longer than I have but I'm still older than you are. So, so thank you all. This has been a great honor and a pleasure to serve all of these years. I first got into it because I was watching a city council meeting on TV one late evening, and that kind of tells you how boring my life used to be. It is no longer boring. And I decided I didn't like the way they were teaching or treating the people who came up to testify or talk before the council. And I thought perhaps I could bring a little civility and the right feel to the city council meetings. And I think with the help of everyone who's served on this council, that has happened. And we've all worked together to do great things for our city because one common denominator, we all love this city and we hope to make it better and keep it being better. So 16 years later, and no, I now have white and gray hair. There's no longer any red in it, just to let you know. And thank you all. I've enjoyed it. Thank you for everyone who's helped. I want to give a really important thank you to Aziza Chavez, who has been my policy analyst for most of that time. And if people don't understand what policy analysts do, they are not secretaries. They do everything. They are unbelievable and such a great assistance and a necessity for city councilors. So thanks to everyone. I've enjoyed it. It's been great. And now my husband thinks he would like for me to spend a few last years with him. I think he'll be sorry, but I will. So thank you all. Good night.
Thank you,
I'm still going to watch. I'm still here, but thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Jones. Councilors, any other comments?
Mr. President, I mean, just I guess as a final word, I want to say just the very best to you all. You know, to Councilor Davis, Councilor Jones, and Councilor Benton. Just the very best to you and to your families, and I hope you look back on these times as being a city councilor and just have nothing but just great memories and a lot of gratitude from this city, a grateful city for your service. And so we wish the very best for you and want the very best for you, and know how grateful we are for you. Thank you very much.
Madam Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to thank you, Councilor Davis, for serving as president of the council in 2023 and for serving District 6 for 8 years. You have been a very good leader for me, and I appreciate you. I'd also like to thank Councilor Davis, or Benton, and Councilor Jones for being examples. I've really enjoyed working with all three of you. I've learned so much from you. I've appreciated every time I've called you for advice or for questions, and you've been there and you've been giving it willingly. And as Councilor Lewis said, we are a work family. We do get close and we have differences sometimes, but we all admire each other, respect each other, and I do appreciate you. And I wish you the best in your future. I know you're going to do great things.
I might take a nap.
Yeah. But what would you like to say?
First, let me go to Dr. Singo really quickly from the administration. While all the nice things are being said, let's be sure we include that. Might be our last time tonight that we agree on something.
Mr. President, Councilor Benton and Councilor Jones, on behalf of the administration and all of the thousands of employees of the city of Albuquerque, I think it's really important for us to acknowledge and show our appreciation, because all of you commit your time and you serve this city, and you do so, as you have said, for decades, are darn near close to decades. And it is, I know that we are incredibly honored to have people that serve our city and do so as volunteers, and that's incredible. So thank you for your service. Thank you for the many years that you have served the districts that you represent, but also coming together as a collective member of this body. It absolutely is a testament to who you are and what you believe in terms of our city and the communities that we all represent. So thank you for your service, and thank you for long-standing service.
Thank you, Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Dr. Singo. Yeah, and let me echo what I heard. I know Councilor Jones and Councilor Benton said, as we look out here, this has been, I know Councilor Jones said in an interview in the Journal over the spring when we talked about not running, she said, this is the best job I'll ever have. And I absolutely 100% agree. And I've had lots of weird jobs and lots of great jobs. And no, we probably won't look back Councilor Lewis, we probably want to look back on all the memories as good memories, not the 1:30 a.m. meetings and a few of those. But there is no other place anybody gets to have an impact on each other, our families, our neighbors, our city, and get something done. This is kind of the last place we get to do that. I see Commissioner Baca back there from the county, and we'll hear from her in a minute. Like getting down and dirty and getting involved in all the little things. I think there's 36 things on our agenda tonight. And I think we're going to agree on about 34 or 35 of them by the time we're done tonight. I think people don't realize how much we do all sort of really get down in the details and care, but that doesn't happen without all of our staff. It is impossible to understand all those pieces of legislation without the amazing folks that sit over here and sit at our front table and watch online on Zoom. They have done a fabulous job, and it's not often a policy analyst will stick with a counselor very long, but Sean Ferran has been with me since the very beginning. I can't imagine what it's like to take all the emails and phone calls that he and all of our analysts and all of our staff and the mayor's staff and others get to take every day. Lots of it is people being happy that something worked right in the city, but people usually don't call their city councilor when something works well. And so they get to hear all the things that don't work in the city and then get to argue with the administration staff over why they didn't do it in time, and they get to argue back at us about why we didn't give them enough money to do it in the first place. It's an impossible job, but this is the worst way I think you could possibly make a decision, by asking 9 people what they think about it. But it's the best way we have, and it kind of works okay. All the challenges we have in our city, I've come to realize that in traveling the country and talking to other councilors and commissioners and mayors, we have a lot to argue about and a lot to work on, but man, we've got it pretty good because we all do care for each other. We have dinner together. We talk, see our families. And I can't say enough for our staff, for the mayor's staff in particular. And this year has been a lot. We've gone through a lot. We've changed a lot. We've got a lot of new staff, and we've managed to keep things going. And that is entirely about our colleagues who have put our emotions and our personal agendas aside sometime for the better good, who really were willing to sit down and listen to each other on all kinds of things. And you know, I probably should have admitted more times than not things that I could have done better or wrong or when I was wrong. But I think we try to do better and make good decisions. So I encourage anybody whoever thinks about running for public office, and particularly for this office, to really think hard about doing it and to jump all in. Which reminds me that there is only one more district that has an election, and y'all need to go vote because my family expects me to be home on Monday nights in a few weeks. So please go out and vote on our runoff in District 6 if you live in our neighborhoods. Those 2 candidates are really counting on you, and so is our city. So thank you all for all of your service, and thanks for your comments.
Thank you. Any other questions? Any comments? Okay. All right, let's move on to administration question and answer period. Counselors, are there any questions for admin? Oh, I have just a few. I'll do it quickly.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Counselor Lewis.
Madam Vice President, and maybe, Mr. President, if you could clarify this. I could ask one question to the administration right now. I think it probably applies a little bit more toward the veto overrides that we're going to discuss here in just a little bit. But would you just clarify just briefly? I know that most folks probably see that the veto overrides are on the end of the agenda right now. But I believe our plan is to see both veto overrides. Is it before the general public comment or right after the general public comment? But we're gonna encourage that if you're speaking in general public comment, and you're speaking regarding the 2 veto overrides, to just speak for just one time if you can.
Yep.
Am I understanding that correctly, Mr. President?
That's correct, Councilor Lewis. Sort of privilege of the chair, we're going to rearrange things to let folks get out of here that are here for that issue. So we're going to go through a few procedural things that we have to take care of, which is what we're doing now. We've got some communications and introductions. We will do our consent agenda because that comes first, and then we will move into general public comment, which will include that comment, and then we will move into the vetoes that we'll try to do along with other resolutions that go along with the Air Quality Board, and then we'll take a break. So we'll take everything early and disorder the agenda a little bit, then we'll come back and take everything else. And so hopefully for the administration, if you're here for something else, we're not probably going to get to those other items, those other final action until after our dinner break, whatever time that is. But hopefully we'll let some of these folks get out of here tonight who still have school night tomorrow, or school day tomorrow.
Mr. President, Madam Vice President, since we're going on that kind of schedule on those lines, I just had one comment on the Q&A time. And that is that it is my understanding, of course, we know that there's an Air Quality Board meeting that's going on, there has been going on right now. And it is my understanding that this morning that opponents to the proposed rule, attempted to pass a motion to stop the Air Board from passing the proposed rule because the board does not have jurisdiction or authority. And so I guess just a quick question of did the Environmental Health Department support the motion that was made to stop the board from passing that regulation?
Dr. Single, I think that's an admin question. Or Ms. Keefe, either one.
Councilor President Davis, Councilor Lewis, the Environmental Health Department took a position in favor of the motion to vacate the hearing, which was the first motion heard this morning and which was based on a question about the sufficiency of the notice that was provided for the meeting. I do not believe that we formally took a position on the motion on jurisdiction, the jurisdictional motion, which I think is the one you're asking about. But we have generally said, as you remember the pleading that you've read previously, that we agree with the legal analysis.
Hey, you've already stated that you don't agree that the board has jurisdiction to hear that rule. And we just don't have a way, at least right now, to be able to dismiss a proposed rule in that kind of way. Okay, that's all, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, and I think we'll get to more of that here in a few minutes. Councilor Kraut, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Okay, my first question is for Director Pierce. Thank you for being here this evening, and I see you have a guest. Who did you bring with you?
Council President Davis and Councilor Grout. At our last City Council meeting, there was an item on the agenda related to the Remco lease with the Plumbers Union, and the councilor had asked if I had spoken to HopeWorks, and he had just arrived, the new CEO, and so I brought Leon Dixon Jr., who's the new CEO for HopeWorks, with me today. We did have a great meeting last week to talk about that lease that's, again, on City Council agenda tonight. And the upshot was, agreed this is a good thing to have that, the Plumbers Union there, because we can work out the processes to actually have HopeWorks guests be able to take advantage of the Journeyman's program, as well as other avenues to get people into jobs. And so I wanted him to take this opportunity so he could meet the city councilors as a new leader in our community.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to be here tonight. I'll be brief. We had a conversation last week, and I'm not naive enough to say every one of our clients, people we serve, would benefit from it. But if we can just get one to benefit from it, I think we've done a service to the community. However, I do think there's more opportunity than we realize. I used to do a reentry program with a similar demographic, and rates of recidivism went down tremendously. The couch surfing that a lot of people don't want to talk about when we talk about this issue of houselessness was eradicated because people were able to pay bills, and that was through a trade union program. So I'm in favor. I'm sure we can find ways to work things out, and I'm sure there'll be obstacles along the way, but I don't think there's anything insurmountable. So, thank you.
Thank you. I'm pleased to hear that. I wanted to welcome you to Albuquerque, and we're pleased that you're here as well. I think partnerships are very important, and it's really nice to see that the neighbors, they'll all be working well together, and I think it's a win-win. So I appreciate you being here. Welcome to Albuquerque.
Thank you.
Councilors, any questions for these two? Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you. All right. My next question is for Director Whalen, and it's about the lights at Juan Tabo, the bridge over I-40 all the way down south to Central. They've been out for over 30 days, closer to 2 months. It's very dark. I know that there was an accident there. My questions are these city-owned lights? What's the holdup in getting them fixed? It's really dark there. It's very, very dark there. And public safety is important, and I think lighting is important. And I would like it to be a priority, but if you would tell me what the update is, I'd appreciate it.
Council President Davis and Councilor Grout, we have Pat Montoya, the Director of DMD, who oversees all of our street maintenance, here to speak on that.
Thank you.
Mr. President and Councilor Grout, if I could just very briefly just sort of recap the agreement that we have with PNM as well as with Dalkia. If you remember, in 2017, a contract was negotiated with at that time was called CityLoom. That was during the Berry administration, to convert all of the sodium lights that we have throughout the city into LED lights. Shortly after that, when this administration came in, we finalized the contract that we had. So we converted roughly 20,720 street lights that were owned by the city of Albuquerque, and another 10,720 or so that were owned by PNM. Our contract with Dalkia right now is to replace and repair any of those lights that are out. And then we have another contract, or an agreement, I should say, with PNM that basically says, we converted all those lights at our expense. In exchange, we have an agreement with you that allows you to replace or repair those lights. The agreement was drafted about 3 years ago, and we're in the process now of visiting with PNM. As you know, that leadership has changed a little bit, and we're trying to get to a point now where we can actually encourage them to hold true to what is in that agreement. One of the things that stands out is that if it's a PNM-owned light, they have 72 hours to replace it, unless there's vandalism, which normally is copper theft, or if it's a knockdown and they are not able to get the poles that are necessary. In those cases, we give them exceptions. But let me just address the lights that you're talking about, because I know they've been out for some time now. Technically, the lights that are on the Juan Tabo Bridge and south to Central are city lights. Those are owned by the city, not PNM. However, the infrastructure that's underneath those lights is owned by PNM. And if you remember back the latter part of October, the truck that hit the bridge and knocked everything out actually had a major impact on that utility. Just today, I sent you the email that showed the work that was performed. So we were actually dependent on PNM to replace the infrastructure that was in there before we could actually go back and repair those lights. So to sort of just recap, those now have been repaired. Again, Dalkia is not permitted to replace or restore any of the lights that are owned by PNM. It's PNM and their crew. Now, we do know that they've had issues with personnel as well, filling a lot of their positions. Dalkia, on the other hand, has a 4-crew, it's a 3-man crew that, 4 crews altogether. And when we call them, when there's a report, and the report can be on the website, the PNM website, it can be a 311 call. But when those calls are reported, our crews go out. We have an individual that we selected. His primary responsibility is to take note of where the lights are out, report that to Dalkia, and Dalkia's response is 24 hours, 48 unless it's a knockdown. But in this case, it was an exception. I know it took a lot longer than any of us had wanted, but it was a PNM issue, underground wiring.
All right. So when are they going to be fixed?
So they should be, the power was restored today. My understanding is that Dalkia will be out there tomorrow and possibly on Wednesday to finalize. The lights are, actually the lights just really need to be repowered. There's nothing wrong with any of the fixtures above ground or the poles themselves.
That's good news.
Hopefully.
It's been so dark for so long.
It has been.
We need
and
to
I have heard from you many times.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I
Anything else?
appreciate that. Nope, I appreciate that very much. Okay, and then I have one final set of questions, and this is for our CAO. The Commission on American Indian and Alaskan Native Affairs Ordinance says the Commission has to submit a report every year. And so my question for that one is, when is it due?
President Davis, Vice President Grout, thank you for the question. Through the process of exploring your question, I continue to learn each time I get questions submitted. And our team that works on commissions and boards looked into this. The first question is about the Commission on American Indian and Alaskan Native American Affairs. They presented and submitted its annual report. We received it in February of 2023 in the mayor's office. We found today by looking at this that it was not posted, and it did get posted today.
Okay.
We made sure it was up. And I'll let you ask the second question, and then I'll answer about both.
Okay, and then my next question is similar. It's about the Water Protection Advisory Board. They are also supposed to have annual reports, and when does that board meet, and when are we going to get a report?
So the Water Protection, President Davis and Councilor Grout, the Water Protection Advisory Board submitted their report in March of 2023 after their board approved it. It has been posted on their website since then. I think what's important is in this process, what we learned is that our assumption that they submit to both administration and the council was an assumption.
Okay.
And so today our staff worked with council staff to determine a path forward to ensure that boards and commissions will submit their reports in both to the council and to the administration. And we'll do that through I think a joint memo between the two staffs to make sure that everyone understands how to do so. Most often they do that by posting it in a public place and then directing to let us know that it has been completed. But this gave us an opportunity to understand that with the current staff on each side of this equation, understanding that that was not happening. So we have an improved process now.
Excellent. Excellent.
And
Thank
I
you.
should say both plan to submit on the same calendar cycle, so we should expect to see the new reports for the next year. So that would be the current calendar year. They would be providing their reports in February or March of 2024.
Very good. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. Okay, counselors, any other questions? All right.
Madam Vice President, I just need to clarify my answer to Councilor Lewis's
Yes.
question from before. The city did join the motion on the lack of authority, and I apologize, there were 8 motions heard today, and I couldn't recall which ones we did join and which ones we just allowed the parties to argue without us. So we did join that motion.
Oh, thank you. So, so the city joined in opposition to basically recognizing that the Air Quality Board did not have jurisdiction to hear that HEI ruling. But also, as you mentioned before, you mentioned that there's been this idea of vacating, and the reason why is because there's some questions about whether this particular hearing has had the proper, has gone through the proper rules of notifications and things like that. And again, I think the bills recognize that. The bills that we've been dealing with recognize that this board has a responsibility to go about things correctly. And then they're challenged on this today, and they end up ignoring it. It's pretty amazing to me. So, but thanks for clarifying that. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on to the journal. I move approval of the November 20th journal. Okay, clerk, would you please call the roll?
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Freebecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Passes on a 9-0 vote.
Thank you. Mr. President?
Thank you, ma'am. Councilors, unless someone objects, I'd like to take a little bit out of order here. We have 2 guests with us tonight. We have Commissioner Chair Baca and our District Attorney, Mr. Bregman, are here. They had both signed up for public comment on some items below on our agenda, but I know they've got somewhere else to be. And so unless there's an objection, I'd like to invite them to come on down and share their comments with us while we have them. And then we'll pick up discussion on their items when we get to them later in the meeting, unless they just want to stay with us all night long. But Madam Chair, Mr. District Attorney, come on down if you so inclined. I should say, Councilor Emerita, we should make you stay till midnight just for old time's sake.
Mr. President, councilors, thank you for this opportunity. I'll be brief because I don't want to prolong anything, and I certainly don't want to be here till midnight. Mr. President, I'm here to ask for your favorable consideration on an appropriation that will be brought up later. I think it's item 14B G, and I personally want to thank the Vice President for spearheading of this issue, if you will. Obviously, at the District Attorney's Office, we have a buffet of different types of crimes that we prosecute, and it's a lot, but we are, I think, making a difference when it comes to crime in a big way right now. But I am asking specifically because I've thought about this long and hard and believe, and it goes all the way back to when I prosecuted 30 years ago in the District Attorney's Office. We had a domestic violence team, and I'd like a domestic violence team to be able to start up. And I'm asking the city to help us with a pilot program, which will allow for 2 prosecutors and 2 support staff to specifically prosecute domestic violence cases. I do want just to give you a kind of numbers because I want to set the expectations to be realistic. Misdemeanor domestic violence cases year to date have been 2,686, with 804 still pending as I speak tonight. Felony domestic violence, the worst of the worst, we've had a total year to date of 714 cases that we've launched, and there's still approximately 350 that need to be finished. But we have a domestic violence problem in this community. I don't think anybody can say that we don't. But we have a staff of attorneys in the District Attorney's Office that is committed to doing something about it. This specific appropriation will allow us to start this pilot program, and I think would make a very big difference to have highly specialized domestic violence prosecutors helping the survivors of domestic violence get justice and do good things in our community. Lastly, I just want to say something. It was approximately 27 years ago, and this is just a story I want to share with you all. 27 years ago that I sat where you sat as a city councilor here in Albuquerque. And a group came to me and they wanted to start a pilot program. And that group was the Sexual Assault Nursing Examiners Program. And I spearheaded and sponsored that, and the council supported, and the administration at that time supported a program that was new to this community. And in the years since 1996, there's been 400 survivors a year helped by that program. Over 5,000 survivors of sexual assault have been happening. So the reason I tell you that story is it starts with small steps, right? But what an impact you all can have. I want to thank each and every one of you for what you do every single day. I've been in your position. I know how hard your job is. To those that are leaving the City Council, thank you for your service. We really appreciate it. I'm happy to answer any questions. And again, thank you, Madam Vice President, for spearheading this. I would just ask for your consideration to do it. Eventually, that would fund through this fiscal year. My idea is together with the city to get the county to buy in and the legislature to get to buy in. And I think eventually we can have a model program where the whole state can follow. So that's my pitch. That's all I got. And I didn't even see a red light, although it doesn't look like it's.
Thank you, Mr. District Attorney.
Thank you very much for everything you all do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome to stick around till we get to that, if you'd like. Nope.
I'll watch it on TV.
Oh, okay, yeah. Madam Chair, welcome back.
Thank you, President Davis and members of the council. I really appreciate the opportunity to come and speak before you. Thank you for bumping me to the front. Thank you. I'd like to talk about 3 points concerning the ordinance O2388 and resolution R23176 about the Air Quality Control Board, which is, as you know, we've had much discussion, a joint city-county board. First, the city and county acted deliberately and cooperatively when we passed the mirror ordinance decades ago creating this joint board. These mirror ordinances created a compact between our 2 governments. I ask that the council sustain the veto of the ordinance 2388 and continue a commitment to this bilateral compact. Second, I attended the Air Quality Control Board for a few hours this morning, and what I experienced was a very professionally run, very open opportunity for all parties to discuss these issues. And R23176 imposes a moratorium halting this quasi-judicial hearing that's already in progress, which is a real concern to us at the county. The resolution places the City Council as a legislative body in the position of intervening in these proceedings. And so, again, we ask that the council sustain the veto of R-23-176 and allow that to continue. And then finally, I would like to express my support for Councilor Feeblecorn, Councilor Benton, Councilor Pena's resolution. We have a mirror resolution that we will be considering at the county next week, which creates a board, a working group. We really want to roll up our sleeves, work together with our colleagues to take a look at this air quality board and move forward in a positive way. But I will have to say that that working group will only be able to operate in good faith if these vetoes are sustained. There will be a real dark cloud over any kind of a working group when we go into it with this, if this is overridden. So with that, I implore you to take a look at this. And I would just like to end with my thank you to Councilor Jones, Councilor Davis, and in particular, Councilor Benton, who is my city councilor, old family friend. He worked with my dad long ago on many council issues when he served on the city council. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And Councilor Benton has a comment or a question from Zoom.
Yeah, Madam Chair, just really quickly, I want to, not to get into a bunch of thank yous because it's my last meeting, but rather that specifically with what you're speaking about, this is the way we've handled things with joint boards. We work together. If there's something that's broke, then we fix it together, and so forth. And I appreciate that we've done a couple of initiatives just since you've been on the commission, Madam Chair, and I really appreciate that. But just for instance, with the housing collaborative, we didn't just lay out one side, lay out something, and then the other respond. We really dug into the issue jointly because it's a joint community-wide issue, just as is our environmental quality. So we'll see how it goes, but I appreciate you coming down, especially seeing you in that sling. That's above and beyond call of duty to go down to the city council. So thanks for doing that.
Thank you, President.
Thanks, Councilor Benton. Councilor Lewis has a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Madam Chair, or Commissioner, thank you. And we're just saying nice things tonight. And I just want you to know that whatever.
I'm glad to hear that.
Regardless of what this council does tonight, that we're going to get together and we're going to talk about this air quality board. And there's some things that we're certainly going to want to address together and fix together. And I'm committed to working with you to do that. So thank you. Thanks for coming down here tonight.
Thank you, Councilor. I am also committed to working with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilors, also we have one other person that we're going to call out of order just a little bit. Ms. Maxine Paul is the chair of the Air Quality Board. They're actually in session right now, and so she came over and at Councilor Feeblecorn's request, we're going to allow her to come off the public comment list and do her public comment here for 2 minutes, and so that she can get back to her meeting. Councilor Lewis.
Mr. President, why don't we go ahead and just get started right on with this motion if we're going to do this? Is there others that are?
Well, no, these are the only ones. Let's go through the other stuff so we can get through the letter of introduction and get the actual vetoes and the resolutions on the agenda.
If we're going to just start in this conversation, we might as well go ahead and make the motions and get right on it. But if
we're going to have to get to the motions to put all that on the agenda. So let's let the chair speak really quickly. Then we'll get to those items and we'll get to the veto items. Madam Chair, welcome. Thanks for coming over. I think you had a long day.
President Davis, city councilors, I really appreciate you making an extra moment of time for me to do this so I can get back to our hearing. I am Maxine Paul. I am the chair of the Albuquerque-Bernalillo County Air Quality Control Board, nominated by the mayor and confirmed by this council, this body in 2020. I'm here to ask you to sustain the mayor's veto to preserve the forum for all stakeholders to debate the issues before the board. This was a 2-year process. There are 19 parties. They have produced 5 or 6 as of today, proposed drafts or variations. There are hundreds of public comments in the record. And a lot of people who have participated. There are 4 more days to hear the significant technical testimony and evidence from all sides. Many of today's motions also were deferred for deliberation because we wanted to consider the entire record. Please protect the rights of everyone who is engaged in this process and sustain the veto. Industry, institutions, the public, impacted communities are all a part of this. Sustaining the mayor's veto protects every party's ability to continue to engage. And there's clearly significant public input and interest. So I want to say thank you to all of you and to allow me to excuse myself in order to get back to the hearing that is currently going on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councilor Lewis has a quick question.
Madam Chair, thank you. Just one quick question. I think you heard tonight, if you were here for just a little while, that that it's officially that the administration, that the City of Albuquerque's administration officially believes that that the Air Quality Board, which we created, I mean, we created your Air Quality Board. This was created by this body, and this administration disagrees, does not believe that you have jurisdiction to have a hearing on this HEEI rule. So it is the official policy of the City of Albuquerque that you don't have jurisdiction to have this hearing right now. I just have one question for you. I know you got things to go to, but do you agree with that or disagree with that?
I disagree considering the veto.
Thank you. All right. Have a good evening.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Councilors, any other questions? Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for your indulgence. We'll get back to our agenda. So next up, we have our communications and introductions. Are there any changes to the letter of introduction? In fact, I know there are, and I'll start. I will move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing EC 405 on tonight's agenda for action. That item is approving the Somos Affordable Housing Development and Disposition Agreement for MRA land at 7200 Central Avenue Southeast. Is there a second?
Second.
That is several seconds. Councilor Sanchez, I heard first. Madam Clerk, Ms. Montoya.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton. Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Fabercorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Counselor Benton. That passes on an 8-0.
Thank you. Councilors, I also ask that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R191 on tonight's agenda for action. That relates to another redevelopment, leasing, and sale of a metropolitan redevelopment project in the Central Highland Upper Nob Hill MRA, consistent with those plans, and lots of other words in the title that we'll get to later. And we have a second from Councilor Fabercorn. Madam Clerk.
Yes.
Counselor Benton. Counselor Fabercorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis. Passes
Yes.
on an 8-0 vote.
Councilor Bassan.
Mr. President, R193, I would like to move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing it on tonight's agenda for action. R193 is adjusting fiscal year 2023 appropriations for certain funds and programs to provide for actual expenditures and adjusting fiscal year 2024 operating grant and capital appropriations.
Second.
We have a motion and a second from Councilor Fabercorn. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Fabercorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena. Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Passes on.
Ms. Counselor, I'm voting yes, and also in that previous motion,
Thank you, Counselor Benton.
Thanks. The clerk will modify the record. And Councilor Bassan, you have another?
Mr. President, I'd like to move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R195 on tonight's agenda for action. R195 is appropriating funds to the Capital Implementation Program for the 2023 General Obligation Program.
Second.
Several seconds. The clerk can pick her favorite and call the vote.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
yes.
Counselor Fabercorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Passes on a 9-0 vote.
Councilor Fabercorn.
Thank
Thank you, Mr. President. Move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R-198 on tonight's agenda for action. R-198 is creating a joint air quality control board working group between the city and the county to recommend improvements to the joint air quality control board.
Second.
Councilor Benton offers a second. Madam Clerk.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Passes on a 9-0 vote.
Councilors, I also move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R-197 on tonight's agenda for action. That is also creating a joint county working group to improve the operation of the Albuquerque-Bernalillo County Joint Air Quality Board. As noted in the agenda, I intend only to move this if the other motion fails. That's been sponsored by the other councilors. And I'll move it. We have a second from Councilor Grout.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
No.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
And that passes on an 8-1 vote.
Councilors, I also move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of introducing OC 47 and placing it on the January 8th council agenda for action. That is the appointment of Shama Newton to the Civilian Police Oversight Advisory Board. The second from Councilor Bassan. For the vote?
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Passes on a 9-0 vote.
Thank you. Councilor Pena.
Thank you, Mr. President. O96, I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of introducing O96 and referring it to Finance and Government Operations Committee. O96 is adopting a new article in Chapter 9 of the revised ordinances of the City of Albuquerque, 1994, to be known as the Environmental Protection Bernalillo County Air Quality Board, Environmental Justice and Air Quality Permitting Ordinance.
And there's a second from Councilor Bassan. And the vote, please.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Passes on a 9-0 vote.
Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of introducing EC 413 and referring it to the Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee. EC 413 is the mayor's appointment of Mr. Ren Halstead to the Environmental Planning Commission.
We have a motion and a second. Will the clerk please call the vote?
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Passes on a 9-0 vote.
Mr. President, I move.
Councilor Lewis has something.
I know this is after the fact. This may not be germane. But what council district was that for? That EPC?
I believe that's for Councilor Feeblecorn.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Mr. President, I move approval of the letter of introduction.
The second from Councilor Bassan. Seeing no other discussion, I'll ask the clerk to please call the vote.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Passes on a 9-0 vote.
Councilors, we have no reports of committees this evening, and so here's where we're going to take our left turn from our normal agenda. We're going to do as promised and go to, while our staff catches up with us, we're going to go to public comment. Then we'll go to the items on veto and the resolutions that go with those relating to the Air Quality Board. Then I expect by that time we'll need a break, and then come back and pick up with our consent agenda from there. And I do that only because I know there are a few things on consent, but we've got some councilors that are pulling some items off for further discussion. So we'll try to get through the Air Quality Board first. And so, having taken a few of our public commenters already, Mr. Cornelius, I think we're going to pick up with Mr. Heath, is that right? Would you call the first folks, and I'll remind people of the rules while they're coming down.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our first speaker is Jeff Heath, followed by Peggy Schmidt.
So folks, while they're coming down, I'll remind you, if Mr. Cornelius calls you, come on down, take one of those first seats so that we know you're here and are ready to go. As a reminder, you have up to 2 minutes. You need not use it. You can say what she said. That's okay too, or you're welcome to give us your comments. As we always remind you, there's no applause, no comments from the gallery, so that we can move forward and counselors can hear the comments. Counselors are able to ask questions of the speakers if they so choose. And if there's any disruptions, we will go back to our rules as announced earlier. All that said, Mr. Heath, show us how it's done.
All right, thank you. So, Mr. President, Madam Vice President, members of the council, as mentioned, I'm Jeff Heath, and I represent Sandia National Laboratories. Sandia is an employer of over 12,000 people here in New Mexico with a multi-billion-dollar impact. We stand in support of measures that address fair and open process of the Albuquerque-Bernalillo County Air Quality Board. Sandia strongly believes being a good steward of the environment, and we are championing clean energy, including the goal to work towards achieving net zero emissions at our site. We have deep concerns about the rule that's being proposed by the Air Board, as it would significantly impact our mission. Due to its vagueness and lack of scientific basis, it introduces a level of unpredictability that directly threatens our operations. Our ability to meet fixed deadlines for national security deliverables, which is critical to the Department of Energy and the nation's defense, will be compromised by the uncertainty in obtaining otherwise routine air permits. The process of the Air Board has been severely flawed. There was no stakeholder input when the rule was proposed. Not even the city's own air program was consulted about feasibility before the petition was filed. The rule, now in its 6th version, is dramatically different than originally published. In fact, versions 2, 3, 5, and 6 were never made public. When Sandia's concerns were conveyed, the board called them a distraction, allowing us only 2 minutes to make our argument. We believe the proposed rule is illegal, practically infeasible, lacks scientific and technical basis, and will likely be overturned in court. If passed as written, the rule would not control or abate air pollution in the city or the county. For these reasons, the laboratory asks for your support on measures that create a fair and open process, which are included in Ordinance 88 and Resolution 176. Thank you.
Mr. President, I have a question.
Now, several counselors are going to ask you some questions, Jeff, so don't go away. Councilor Grau.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Heath, for being here tonight. You mentioned the Air Quality Board's proposed rule is illegal, infeasible, and lacks scientific and technical basis. You also mentioned that the proposed rule will not control or abate air pollution in the city or the county. Given your technical expertise in national laboratory operations, can you briefly elaborate on that aspect?
Thank you for the question, Madam Vice President. So in regard to the rule's impact on air pollution, under the Clean Air Act, the primary pollutants of concern that negatively affect air quality in Albuquerque are ozone and particulate matter. None of these come primarily from stationary sources such as businesses, which are the kinds of air permits that this rule is designed to stop. If a large church wants to put in a large industrial comfort boiler, or if a small business wants to build a new dry cleaning location, that would not have a major impact on air quality. A lot of dust, in fact, comes from the wind. Ozone primarily derives from vehicles, which are mobile rather than stationary sources. And we also get a lot of ozone precursors from Mexico with the winds that follow there. Because the rule doesn't address mobile sources, air quality won't be significantly improved. The proposed rule lacks scientific and technical basis. No studies have been performed to identify the most vulnerable communities with respect to air qualities. Petitioners made up the definition for overburdened community and went on to apply that definition to nearly the entire city and county. The definition is so broad that it will stop new air permits in nearly the entire county. Even businesses that are in compliance with air standards won't be able to get otherwise routine permits.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Councilor Bassan, then Councilor Lewis.
Mr. President, Mr. Heath, thank you for that, your comments, but can you tell me if this were to not be overridden, if the veto were to not be overridden and it were sustained, how do you see it affecting Sandia Labs at the very least, just Sandia Labs? How would it affect your operations?
Sure. So as I mentioned at the beginning, we've got 12,000 employees, or over 12,000. We have a $4.6 billion economic impact to the state, and that the laboratory brings in. We see this to be up to a 3-year delay in our ability to get permits. We also look at things from the standpoint of our ability to execute at a predictable rate for the taxpayer, and we see that, that predictability decreasing significantly as a result of this rule. So,
Thank you, Mr. Heath. And I know that CAO is busy right now too, but I want to ask the administration though. And I'll say a little bit and recap, so correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Heath, but it said 12,000 employees, $4.6 billion, 3-year potential delay, and costing taxpayers time and money too from the receiving end of the benefits just for this one organization and business. Is your opinion, like, where's your opinion on that? That's massive for one business, when we're not saying we're getting rid of the Air Quality Board. That's not what that bill does. So is the administration still sticking by that when there's 12,000 employees, $4.6 billion of business, 3-year potential delay, and taxpayers that could suffer from it as well?
President Davis, Councilor Bassan, I think it's important that we're clear from the administration standpoint that we have concerns about the current petition as it's written, and we have stated that on the record. We have those concerns. And we have consistently said that we believe that the issue is not about whether or not this petition is as written should be passed. Our concern is based upon the actions taken, and that we believe that the process should move forward as it is, so that we have the opportunity to take action based upon, to move forward based on actions taken.
Councilor Lewis.
Mr. President, thank you. I mean, the administration is not going to take any action whatsoever regarding this, but we're going to take some action here tonight on it. And Mr. Heath, I just got to say thank you. You have our 100% attention. Thank you for coming. I think it's remarkable, what you said, and it's remarkable who you represent and the jobs that you represent in this city. And I just can't thank you enough. And the appreciation of this board and what we do tonight, I hope that what we do helps you tremendously and removes any barriers that you might have to accomplishing your mission. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Councilor Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Heath. Mr. Cornelius next. No. I'm sorry. Oh, Councilor Sanchez, my apologies.
Thank you. Mr. Heath, again, thank you for being here. I think this is probably the greatest threat that our city is actually involved in, and that's losing the base and or Kirtland base or also Sandia Labs. I think it's important. I just have a few facts that I would just want to bring up, and I want you to go ahead and answer this. You said that we have a total of $4.6 billion economic impact to the state. How much money does that break down into your basic contractors? If you had to break it down into individuals who contract with you as well.
Mr. Heath, if you know.
Sure. So thank you for the question. I appreciate that. New Mexico businesses, this is both big and small, received $592 million, and the employees received $1.6 billion.
Thank you. And how many of these employees that we have here in town have advanced degrees?
I'd have to get back with you on that.
Okay, so I'm looking at this here, and this was provided to me. It's called National Security Complex, and I'm going off of this. And what this is saying is that total small business is $838 million that is generated off just the base itself. Subcontractors are $1,369,000, and then the amount of taxes that I'm seeing, and this is 2021 booklet. We're looking at $112,688,000 worth of tax base to our economy. and to our citizens of Albuquerque. That's a lot. I'm also noticing that we have 7,441 advanced degrees. These are people who are paid individual who contribute to our city and the livelihood of our city. We also have 7,778 scientists, engineers, and technologists that are actually contributing to our economy as well. And for us to face this kind of threat, you are probably the largest employer, you and Kirtland Air Force Base, Sandia Labs and Kirtland Air Force Base, in probably the state of New Mexico. And for us to be dealing with that kind of threat is a no-brainer to me, that if this is going to affect you, then we need to make sure that we take action so that you can make sure that you're able to continue this type of economic impact to our city. So I just want to say thank you for that.
Thank you, Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, and Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Heath. Just to be clear, Sandia National Labs is a party in the case that's being heard this week at the Air Quality Control Board, right?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the
You are
question.
a party to the case that's being heard at the Air Quality Control Board this week?
Yes, we are.
And you have expert witnesses and testimony that you'll be putting on in that case?
Yes, we will.
And that case just opened at 2:30 this afternoon with the opening statements, right?
Fair enough.
So we don't know what the result of the hearing would be. So all of the concern that you have is about if the original proposal that was put in 6 months ago was adopted as is. That's the concern that you've been addressing today.
Thank you for the question. So the concern that we're really trying to get after is there was no public input. The information that we've been able to assess related to this Air Quality Board lacks the scientific and technical basis to be able to make these decisions. And so what we're asking for is for the board to step back, to veto this, re-look at this process, and to determine whether this is going to be really the best economic thing for the city and the county, and that we're going to be able to get the benefit from an air quality improvement standpoint that the economic costs include.
Thank you, Mr. President. I assume that your expert witnesses will be providing expert testimony. So I assume that you will have input that is based on scientific basis. So I just wanted to make sure that, there are experts being called upon to provide that testimony at the hearing that started today. And I think everyone that is a member of one of the businesses or entities that are parties in this case will have a full hearing. And is that not your understanding, that you will not be able to put on to expert testimony and have your experts speak to the Air Quality Board about the pros and cons of the proposed rule and what you'd like to see changed?
We believe that we will be heard.
Thank you.
Really quickly, we got to move on to other speakers, but Councilor Lewis.
And Mr. Heath, thank you for participating in that, and I apologize that you have to go through that. You've got to spend resources and time of your incredible, amazing work that you're doing and time out of your week to have to do that. So I personally want to apologize to you about that. Thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Peggy Schmidt, followed by Micah Wilson.
Good evening, President Davis and City Councilors. My name is Peggy Schmidt. I'm the President of Complete Advertising and Marketing. We've been in business 28 years. I've been in advertising for a very long time before and have placed media with my staff in 48 out of the 50 states, so we have a lot of experience. In Albuquerque, I buy an average of 23 bus panels on the back of the buses with no windows. These ads promote 46 local real estate agents. They are people that have either seen the ads and have bought a home through selecting one of these realtors, or they have listed their home with them to sell. So that's only from seeing them on the buses, even though they have other medium. Since 2016, I have paid over $214,000 plus the gross receipts tax to Lamar Transit, and they share this with the city, who benefits from the advertising income from all the buses. And I really am a small buyer for these 23 back panels, and as you know, the side panels cost more, and there's plenty of people advertising on the buses. I would like you to vote no on the bill amendment R-23-184, because if local advertising on buses goes away, there are many more ways to advertise. And if you decide to reinstate the program later, there may be more efficient ways of advertising when you redecide. So it really helps and impacts local advertisers. And thank you very much.
Micah Wilson, followed by Barbara Taylor.
Hello, thank you. I want to start by saying I'm a longtime resident, 43 years, of the Albuquerque metro area. I've either lived here, worked here, and done quite a bit here, so I really love being here. One of the problems, I jumped on this when I see that on Wednesday you have the study session for the Gateway Center. And the Gateway Center, in my opinion, is a problem in regards to who it's going to help exactly. There's a difference between homelessness and transients. Homeless people need help, want help, need it. They've been in a home before. Transients oftentimes do not look up to government officials with any sort of pride. They don't like being watched, monitored, or given up their IDs. So people like that are still going to be a problem, regardless of what the Gate Center does. The Gateway Center had its problems, and I really don't see it taking any sort of effect before maybe another board is brought out here by that time. So one of the things I think we need to do or would like to see is more input from APD, seeing what they think is going on out there with the shutdown of Coronado Park. And that's the heart of this. I believe Coronado Park needs to be reopened, and it needs to be treated as an SOS. When Mayor Keller shut it down last August, he did leave it open to further use of some kind. He hasn't said what, and it hasn't been really anything done aside from having police officers and whatnot cruising through to make sure no one's staying there. I believe we need to open it back up and at least have some sort of trial basis, because what we've done right now is we've gone right up to a campfire and we've kicked it, and we've thrown the embers throughout the city. So throughout the city now we're seeing problems, transient problems over and over again. Dumpsters being set on fire, people being harassed in our Nob Hill and our tourist districts. So I'd ask the council, please, on Wednesday to take a good look at the Gateway Center and really decide who's going to be served. Thank you.
Barbara Taylor, followed by Janelle Johnson.
Madam Director, welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm here for myself tonight. 25 years of working for the city of Albuquerque, and many of them working with retiring counselors. A combined experience, 42 years of institutional memory and experience leaving the building. And they deserve the retirement. They worked hard, God bless them. And it was my privilege and pleasure to work with Councilor Benton, Councilor Davis, and Councilor Jones. And so I'm here tonight to say thank you for your service. Thank you.
Janelle Johnson, followed by Xavier Barraza.
Thank you, President Davis, city councilors. My name is Janelle Miller Johnson. I am a fifth-generation New Mexican, 40 years in Los Ranchos, but Albuquerque is the root of our existence, and it will always matter to our family. Again, I want to thank 42 years. These three counselors have done a lot of listening and a lot of sitting. That's even more impressive to me. But I want to reach out to them and say thank you so much for your public service. And tonight, our family would like to extend a special recognition and thanks to Trudy Jones. Very few of us here tonight know Trudy's origin story, but let me tell you, fear is not in her vocabulary. Our family has known Trudy since the late 1980s, and New Mexico should count itself lucky that Trudy chose to invest her time and talents in the desert Southwest over the Midwest. I've worked for Trudy, collaborated beside Trudy, and often in my HOA client business with my neighborhood associations, I've sat on the other side of the fence from Trudy. In all of those times, however, not once in any instance did I doubt Trudy's integrity or her ability to make well-informed decisions for the benefit of the Albuquerque community. Trudy, thank you for bringing that integrity along with your insistence of strong decorum and an atmosphere of mutual respect to the City Council. Wishing you and John only happy trails. Well done.
How do I do that? There.
Xavier Barraza, followed by Richard Moore. Richard Moore, followed by Tad Yaminski. Oh, is this Xavier?
Good evening, councilors. You know, it's very, very difficult for many of us to sit here and then be told, one, that we're given 2 minutes, and then you have particular councilors that can interrupt any agenda and insert in the middle of that agenda anything that they want to talk about. This evening is the decision going to be made as we're on one side of Civic Plaza. There's a hearing that's taking place on the other side of Civic Plaza. We're all very aware of that. And the right for many of us to be able to petition for a hearing, it would be completely unjust on the part of this council to move to override the mayor's veto. Well, we've said over and over again, and some of you have stated this evening, that you've been listening to public comment and on this council for many years. But I will tell you, myself and many others have also testified in front of the city council before the mayoral system was put in place. We've testified in front of the council. We've testified in front of the county commission. We've testified in front of the air quality board. We've testified at the legislature. And one of the primary things that we've asked for was our right to have a hearing. And that's what's taking place today. And if you take that right from us to have a hearing under the name that you're not representing a particular self-interest, then why don't you allow some of those industries that are located in our community to locate in your backyard? That could be any one of you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore.
So we'll be back. The struggle's not over. It will definitely continue. And whatever decision is made, we hope that the 4 that voted against the 2 resolutions will maintain the integrity of, again, voting against a veto to override the mayor's veto. So thank you very much.
Tad Yaminski, followed by Milo Patterson.
Thank you. My name is Tad Yaminski. Now, let's begin this way. Thursday morning last week, Eubank and Central, going east on Central to Community Center, about 8 o'clock. Approaching Eubank, I noticed 2 cars and see criminal investigating unit, only 1 cop. On the other hand, yesterday morning, Sunday, at parking lot casino, car was pulled over, young lady. There was, later we found out, was stolen. So there was 7 cops yesterday. How? Because she didn't want to stop on the parking lot. What is training? That takes 2, 1 on the east side, another on the front, and that's it. Where is training? How train our cops? Where were the cops when we needed it? Now, Central and Wisconsin, about 5-year-old dental office. There was 2 stories, always the broken. Where is city cops? Isn't the criminal on the street? Yes, cities are liable. If that would be my property, I would sue. Thank you.
Mr. Dominski, while you're here, did that issue in your alley ever get resolved? I know that you asked us about some people that were living in your alley or in an RV in your alley at one point. Did they fix that for you?
Yes, it's
Good.
still a problem. It's still a problem, but, okay, let me point it.
Can I-
Circle case.
Let me
on
get somebody to
Central.
help you with that. Dr. Single, could I ask a favor? Mr. Dominski's come down a few times, asked about it. I know APD and Community Safety did respond to one time. But would you have somebody see if they can get that address from Mr. Dominski and see if we can help follow up? I know that's been an ongoing issue, and he's been asking for some help. Thanks so much. Tad, be sure you talk to Dr. Single and see if we can get somebody to come out and help you with that, okay?
I'm sorry?
Be sure you talk to Ms. Dolan, and they'll get somebody to come look at that for you. I know you've come down to ask us for help with that before. So we're going to work on that.
Milo Patterson, followed by Sherman McCorkle.
Good evening, Albuquerque City Councilors. I'm speaking to you today as a lifelong citizen of Albuquerque, and I'm standing in solidarity with the people of Gaza. Today, I call on you to choose a position of humanity and moral clarity. As we speak, over 16,000 civilians have been killed by the Israeli occupation in a span of 2 months. Thousands more lay presumed dead or missing under the rubble. This is supposedly done in the name of Jewish safety, but I can tell you as a Jewish person that this is a lie. There's no safety that can come from violence. And counselors, the Israeli violence in Gaza will only beget further violence. Until the occupation ends, there will be no safety for anybody. The brutal campaign in Gaza is only possible through the financial, military, and political support of our country, the United States. I'm asking this council to do what leaders in Washington, D.C. have failed to do, and to call publicly for a permanent ceasefire in the current conflict in Gaza. Cities such as Detroit, Oakland, and Wilmington have passed similar resolutions, and you have the opportunity to follow suit and stand on the right side of history. I'm also asking for the consideration of an immediate termination of the sister city partnership between Albuquerque and the Israeli city of Rehovot. Just as Albuquerque was built on the lands of displaced Tewa peoples, Rehovot sits on the site of the Palestinian villages of Al-Kabiba and Zarnuka, and these villages were ethnically cleansed and destroyed in 1948. Our city is continuing to reckon with its own legacy of settler colonialism, and we should make it clear that we oppose occupation, settler colonialism, displacement, apartheid, wherever it occurs. City Council, your constituents will remember your stance on this issue, and I implore you to choose moral clarity. Thank you.
Sherman McCorkle, followed by Rhiannon Samuel.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Sherman McCorkle. The Air Quality Board created by the City of Albuquerque and Bernalillo County has a structure and autonomous process for rulemaking very similar to the Base Realignment Commission autonomous process created by Congress in 1995. In 1995, the Base Realignment Commission autonomous process almost dismembered Kirtland Air Force Base. Only after several months and thousands of volunteer man-hours was that autonomous process deemed to be flawed. It was deemed to be flawed in terms of Kirtland Air Force Base. Because of that decision, many thousands of quality inside the fence jobs were saved. The 1995 effort required leadership of our New Mexico congressional delegation to stop that process. As one of the 6 volunteers who created the working document used by our congressional delegation, I fear greatly for the 24,000 jobs that currently exist inside the fence on Kirtland because of the structure and methodology of the current Air Quality Board. Kirtland, in reality, is a national security complex, much more than an Air Force base. Sandia National Laboratories, National Nuclear Security Administration, Department of Energy, the Space Rapid Capability Office, the Defense Threat Reduction Agency, and dozens of other federal security agencies and operations exist on Kirtland. over 24,000 jobs inside the fence, over 10,000 contractor jobs outside the fence, with a total economic impact of $7.4 billion. To be clear, the Air Quality Board has proposed a rule without prior stakeholder involvement.
Mr. McCorkle.
Without, if I may just finish.
Finish that thought, Mr. McCorkle.
All right. The structure and methodology of the current Air Quality Board clearly lacks discipline, lacks objectivity, lacks required stakeholder data prior to rule proposal, and is not supported by accepted professional standards.
Thanks.
I plead with you to please stop the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherman. The councilor wants to ask a question really briefly. Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. McCorkle. Thank you for coming out here. I know that I've been around the city for a long time, and I remember you years and years ago when we would go out and do groundbreakings and different things at the Sandia Science and Technology Park. Can you briefly explain the Sandia Science and Technology Park and how it benefits the actual base operation and Kirtland and also Sandia?
Mr. Chairman, Councilor Sanchez, the Sandia Science and Technology Park is east of the Kirtland Air Force Base Gate, which is a former city landfill. In the late 90s, myself and a couple of other people as volunteers worked, in fact, with the city of Albuquerque to create the Sandia Science and Technology Park, because there needed to be contractors who could be closer to their mission partners inside the fence. The city of Albuquerque was a willing partner, improved South Eubank to 6 lanes, put in a 108-inch drainage ditch that flows to Harris Arroyo. As a result of all the partners, and including the leadership of our, once again, our congressional delegation, there's now 2,500 jobs in the park with an average salary of $98,500. So it's a true economic, strong economic base for the city of Albuquerque.
Thank you, Mr. McCorkle. Councilor Sanchez.
Yes, I just have one more quick question. Based on your history and being involved in this kind of scenario, how many issues have you ever run into where the city leadership and the mayor would be in a situation where he would actually cause a threat to happen to this organization, the group, all of these folks? Has it ever happened before, or have all of the mayors in the past been supportive of the base and Sandia Labs mission?
So I believe when the Air Quality Board was created, everybody operated in good faith. Just as when Congress created the BRAC, Congress operated in good faith. You can operate in good faith, and the result may turn out to be a flawed process. And from my point of view, looking back 28 years to that process and seeing this structure and process, I think that all of those good intentions ended up with a flawed process. And so I think it's incumbent upon everybody to come together and say, even though we acted in good faith, we need to take a step back and look at it again from a fresh start. And so the process, as I understood from the city, was saying we recognize and respect the prior process, and so we're going to veto this. The process, some people say that the process is yet unfulfilled because the hearing is this week. Nevertheless, the process lacked professional standards to get to where we are this week. That is a problem that must be recognized.
Thank you, Mr. McCorkle.
Thank you, sir.
Rhiannon Samuel, followed by Bex Hampton.
Hello, members of the council. Rhiannon Samuel, representing NAOP, New Mexico. Later tonight, I'll be urging you to override the mayor's 2 vetoes, but I'll save that commentary for later. What I really want to take this time for is to extend my gratitude for Councilor Davis, for Councilor Jones, and for Councilor Benton for their invaluable service to the city of Albuquerque. There is no doubt that your tireless commitment and dedication has greatly enriched our city. While we may not have agreed on everything, I appreciated that we spent most of our time finding the areas where we did agree, because at the end of the day, we all held the same goal: making our community a better place for all. Each of you will be missed, and I am sincerely grateful for each of you and your public service. Thanks.
Bex Hampton, followed by Barbara Grothus. Barbara Grothus, followed by Thomas Lewis.
Councilor President Davis and Vice President Grout and councilors. As much as I appreciate the service of the people who are leaving, including my longtime representative, Ike Benton, I have to say that sitting and watching the behavior of these expert so-called people who are standing up here, receiving pre-prepared questions and answers by certain of our esteemed colleagues here is quite shocking to me. I really would like to see citizens who care about our air quality and our neighbors who've been breathing bad air in particular places like the Mountain View neighborhood be given the same respect, courtesy, and questions and answers from you all who don't have anything to ask of us, and allow these people to be giving prepared answers to your prepared questions. It's really sad and shocking. I have no idea why this is happening, but people should come at some point before the profits of these large corporations, including Sandia and other places that are building the weapons that we've just been hearing about from this other gentleman. I really am so disappointed, and I hope you will vote to override not to override the veto of the mayor, who I believe was acting on our behalf, not the behalf of these people you're coordinating with up here. Thank you. I'm sure there's no questions.
Councilor Bassan had a comment.
Well, Mr. President, I just want to say I never had any prepared questions for anybody. Just for the record, I know you kept looking at me, but I didn't. I was listening and I asked a question based off of that. So I would like to just take that opportunity to do that.
Thank you, Barbara. Mr. Cornelius, we call our next speaker, please.
Thomas Lewis, followed by Bernadette Hardy.
Thank you, Chairman Davis and councilors. I first should clarify I'm not related to the Councilor Lewis. That's a favor to him. He may not want to be associated with me. But I'm here to express my concern primarily about moves to complicate air quality permitting in Albuquerque. I'm not at all opposed. In fact, I strongly favor clean air. The question is, how do we get there from here? And I think the process needs to be as simple and predictable as possible and as fair, taking into account the interests of all stakeholders. My impression is that a lot of the move to change the policies has been as a result of pressure from the Mountain View Coalition. I have some familiarity with that area. I lived when I was young right across the river from it on Tobacco Road. And later I lived for 20 years within a quarter mile of the Big I, which has to be one of the worst air quality areas in the whole city. When I was young, I drove trucks. I financed my 2 degrees that way, and I delivered logs, for example, to the Bates Lumber sawmill off South 2nd, and I also hauled fuel out of the fuel terminals off South Broadway. Bates Lumber is no longer there, and neither is their sawdust burner. In those days, we loaded fuel directly into tanks without tight fill connections. The emissions were substantial. That's no longer the case. They use tight fills.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis.
I have, my 2 minutes are up.
Yes, sir, but you can, if you have written remarks, you can share them with our staff and they can share them with us.
Okay, I'm on the agenda for later. Maybe I can continue
You can, yes, sir.
then. Okay. Thank you.
Bernadette Hardy, followed by Jane Yee.
Hello, councilors. Thank you, Councilor Davis, Jones, and Benton for your years of service. We appreciate you and hearing us, and thank you for having us here. My name is Bernadette Hardy. I'm with the International District Healthy Communities Coalition. I also live in Trumbull Village. I'm also a member of the Navajo Nation in Jemez Pueblo. We're here to ask if you could uphold the mayor's veto. We are so tired of having to not be able to play outside, so we can't breathe. We have to bring our babies inside because of a plastic fire. 3 years for people to get a permit. But you know what we want? We want a longer life expectancy. We want to live longer, healthier lives. We're tired of being a sacrifice zone and being sacrificed to people of industry and them not being held accountable for it. Please do the right thing. Do what's good. It's not good government to get rid of this veto. We need to uphold the veto. Thank you.
Jane Yee, followed by Deval Westfall on Zoom.
Good evening, President Davis, and good evening, councilors. My name is Jane Yee, and I am here today to support Mayor Keller's veto of Ordinance 2388 and Resolution 23-176. I attended the opening of the Health, Environment, and Equity Impact rulemaking this morning at the Air Board, and I felt a tremendous pride that Albuquerque and Bernalillo County are taking leadership on this important environmental justice issue that will lead to a more accurate and a more holistic analysis of the impacts of polluting facilities. In fact, the Air Board, through its attorney, emphasized several times that its determinations will be based on the evidence. And in our democracy in the 21st century, we still have the idea of delegation of authority, even though some of the very conservative justices on the U.S. Supreme Court are opposed to it, we still have it. And that means that often, in this case, the New Mexico legislature delegated this complicated technical area to a technical board, and that it is not the role of the city council to second guess and interfere with the operations of that. And that is why I agree with Mayor Keller's veto of this bill, because of these 2 pieces of legislation, because that's what they would do. He is also deeply concerned with the legal exposure that the enactment of this legislation would result in. On the other hand, I personally support Resolution 23-197 and 198 as more appropriate measures to evaluate the air board. And I thank the counselors for introducing those two bills. Thank you.
Deval Westfall on Zoom, followed by Ian Colburn.
Here we go. Good evening, Mr. President. Let me get my video. Sorry about that. Good evening, President Davis and members of the council. I'm Deval Westfall, and I come to you tonight as Executive Vice President of Policy and Programs for the Greater Albuquerque Chamber of Commerce. And I'm here tonight to testify on the two items sponsored by Councilor Dan Lewis. EC 23403 would override the mayor's veto of a brief moratorium on action by the Albuquerque-Bernalillo County Air Quality Control Board. And EC 23404 would override the mayor's veto of abolishing and replacing the air board. And while I just don't think we can be more compelling than the gentleman from Sandia Laboratories earlier this evening, I do speak on behalf of the business community. And both of these proposals address the actions of a rogue board that has answered to no one, has ignored open meetings law, and has prioritized special interests at the expense of the community. The current air board, which is not elected, has no members that represent business. Its subcommittees have been closed to business voices, and business concerns have been excluded from its deliberations and its debates. This board is considering overbroad air quality permit rules that will effectively stop development and the jobs that that development brings. The Chamber supports the veto overrides to provide time for all parties to come together and craft real solutions that protect our environment and our communities without needlessly punishing businesses and hurting economic development. Both measures allow the city to ensure that we actually have a board whose members have the expertise and the experience to deal with complex topics in an even-handed, science-based manner that's accountable to the public. The ability to responsibly grow and improve our city economically and environmentally is dependent on taking the time to get this board right. So please vote to support EC 23403 and 404. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Westfall. Congratulations on your new position. It's nice to see you.
Thank you.
Ian Colburn, followed by Karen Cathy.
Good evening, Council President Davis, City Council. Can you all hear me all right?
We can hear you. Please proceed.
Thank you. My name is Ian Colburn. Longtime resident of Albuquerque and New Mexico. I'm a farmer in the South Valley and a small business owner. I live in Martineztown neighborhood, a small neighborhood just next to downtown, and daily living in one of the most probably polluted neighborhoods in the city, just as a previous gentleman said, with the big I on both interstates on one side, a busy street on the south, and then the railroad tracks to the west, and then a commute down I-25 into the valley. Most days I see the smog and the other air pollution rising up from our energy generation and the various industries along Broadway and throughout the valley. And so listening to everyone speak during this meeting, the previous meeting, I recognize it really boils down to a main contradiction between very few business and owning interests and the workers and the people who breathe in the city, which I believe is most people, or if not, it's everyone in our lovely city. And it's tough. I'm not anti-development and anti-jobs. Workers, we need to build things in our city and work. And I can understand if there are workers out there and that are torn, between these two things, because that's really what this boils down to, is you have a very small 1% business interest on one side and the workers and everyone who breathes in this state and city on the other side. And so I implore you guys to believe the experts and our county representatives when they say that we can find a sustainable development balance and protect our air quality, reduce asthma rates, protect our children, and still develop our beautiful city and have jobs. So thank you for your consideration.
Karen Cathy, followed by David Valencia.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Dear City Councilors, I am a constituent of District 6, which includes the International District. Thank you, President of the Council, Pat Davis, for saying that as a councilor, there should keep their personal agendas aside. I would like to say to also to please do not leave out the voices of your constituents. We vote for you. I dream of a clean air for all of Albuquerque, including areas of the COA that get forgotten. I hope that R23-159 will include the community notice in many forms, not just as a newspaper notice. Door knocking seems to work with many communities. Thank you, Councilor Pat Davis, for help with the Compassion Center and Stripes on Zuni Road, and for supporting the Albuquerque International Festival. Do not leave out voices of your constituents, dear council. We are all the people of Albuquerque.
David Valencia. Oh,
Madari, do I have to put a video on?
yes, let me enable that for you.
Do I have to?
You don't have to, no, please.
Okay, I was just asking. All right. Madari ka, board members na. Greetings, board members and listeners. Nanani Atsa David Valencia, Albuquerque, New Mexico, Tasa International District Naitana. My name is David Valencia. I'm from Albuquerque, New Mexico. I specifically grew up in the International District and Bernalillo County as a whole. I grew up in Bernalillo County and eventually, lived in the International District for like 20 years, my whole life basically. I'm also a member of Youth United for Climate Crisis Action, also known as YACA. So I'm also speaking in the Comanche language. So wasa pana ay sogobia. Long ago on Pueblo homelands, where the Pueblo people chose the place to call home on Mother Earth. There was no industry to pollute. Life was lived in respectful relationship with Sogobia, land and Mother Earth. Breaths filled with non-polluted air. There was no profits to be put before the people. I know indigenous people and life ways to be evolving with respect for our only planet Earth. I know indigenous values of clean energy are reciprocal and a real solution, unlike profit-based green energy. We all can help lead the way forward in a good way, starting with clean energy, guided by the principal practice of the indigenous peoples of these original homelands that we're all standing on now. Because we know green energy as we know it is not driven by the people, but still by industrialization. We need to move our desires away from industrialization, making nuclear weapons, extracting a planet where people for so long have called home, and move forward with what Mother Earth is clearly warning us people about. The humans are responsible for their destruction. We want a healthy future for all our young people to come. We just have to listen to the people. I wonder if young people will have a future to breathe. I wonder if my words will mean anything and if I'm just wasting breath. Please vote for a healthy planet, uphold the mayor's veto. I mean, we just have to start somewhere. And I think that's someplace you can start. We have to start. I don't think just banning, I think not upholding the mayor's veto is not
Thank you. Your time
a
is
starting point. Yeah, I know.
Thank you, David. Up next, we have Raven Alcott, followed by Rosemary Blanchard.
Hello, my name is Raven Alcott. I am a steering committee member of Youth United for Climate Crisis Action, also known as YUCCA. I'm an alumni of the University of New Mexico and have called Albuquerque my home for many years. I am here to stress the importance of the Air Quality Control Board and how it has contributed to the health equity and regulation in Albuquerque, especially for frontline and underserved groups. The Air Quality Control Board is a catalyst in centering community voices and promoting collective health. It is absolutely no secret that low-income communities of color bear the disproportionate burden of environmental harm in the world, nation, state, and especially in our city. Not to mention the compounding loss and damages that stem from the unequal distribution of environmental hazards. Now more than ever, we need the Air Quality Control Board and resolutions like health, environment, equity impacts to safeguard communities, ecosystems, and future generations of New Mexico. There is an understandable need for economic growth. However, that should never come at the expense of people and communities. And just to reiterate, it is not complex to put people before profits. Yeah, and if prioritized, we can foster a sustainable economy that is safe and rooted in environmental and community health. As climate change begins to impact New Mexico in various ways, we need the expertise and wisdom of the qualified professionals, subject matter experts, and concerned citizens representing the Air Quality Control Board. I ask you to please sustain Mayor Keller's veto and vote in opposition to the resolutions disbanding the Air Board. Thank you for your time.
Rosemary Blanchard.
Thank you and good evening, President Davis and Chair of the Council, Grote. I'm very happy to appear before you, but I'm very concerned about what I'm appearing about. I urge you to uphold Mayor Keller's vetoes of O2388 and R23176, which would have substantially altered the composition and authority of the Albuquerque-Bernalillo County Joint Air Quality Control Board and halted their consideration of the matters that are currently before them. These two ordinances represent attempts to halt an administrative rulemaking process rather than to engage with it. The community members of the Mountain View community have worked in good faith and within the system of local governance to bring before the joint AQCB their request for regulations better protecting the health of their community. They used the system as we teach our children they should do when we teach them civics in school. O2388 and R23176 have sought to oppose this proposed regulation by eliminating the board in its current form, rather than appearing before the board and making good faith arguments as to why supporters believe that the proposed regulation should not be adopted. This attempt is really an undemocratic end run around the public procedures that the Mountain View community members have relied upon in good faith. It also sets a very bad precedent for the City Council's working relationship with the Bernalillo County Commission. The City Council will have the opportunity this evening to consider two proposed resolutions, R23197 and R23198, to join with the Bernalillo County Commission to take a critical look at the structure, jurisdiction, and operation of the Joint Air Quality Control Board and propose together any changes. My time is up, so I will say anything further I have to say when these matters come up. But I urge you not to give a bad example of how democratic processes we tell our young people to rely on can be overcome by those who are in power.
Just a few minutes.
It's a very bad example, and it doesn't make our city look very good. Thank you.
Mr. President, that concludes general public comment.
All right. Having the vetoes on the agenda, we're going to move those items up. Give me just a second. I know that's in section 15, but I have to remember where we are. So let's go on to other business very briefly. We're going to take EC 403 and EC 404, the mayor's vetoes of the resolution and ordinance relating to the Air Quality Board. And so we're going to continue our public comment. So for folks that have signed up for public comment on those two pieces of legislation, if you signed up for both of them, we're going to combine both lists. So you'll get one chance to speak because they're on the same topic. And so Mr. Cornelius and I are going to try to do our best to ensure that we give everybody their time and not duplicate. And so when Mr. Cornelius is ready, we'll take time.
Mr. President, I think you want to, do you want to introduce the both of the bills and then ask for a motion?
Let's do comment from the public first, and then we'll see if there's what motions we have based on that, if that's okay. Mr. Cornelius, would you start us, please? I think we're going to start on EC 403 list with Mr. Domenici. Is that right?
That's correct, Mr. President. Our first speaker is Pete Domenici, followed by Jackie Davis. Jackie Davis, followed by David Otoski.
Counselors, I am Jackie Davis, and I am here representing UNM Leaders for Environmental Action and Foresight. As I mentioned when this bill came up the first time, my concern primarily lies in the fact that industry would be represented on this board while people in areas affected by air pollution are not. Councilor Pena proposed an amendment that would have required that one member of this board be from an area affected by a polluting industry. Unfortunately, this council decided to reject that amendment. So as the bill is written, it leaves people out, and I ask that you vote to sustain the veto and give this the deliberative process that it deserves.
David Otoski, followed by Area Nofke.
Council President and all council members, I am David Otoski, President of Mountain States Constructors and a resident of Albuquerque for 69 years. I am in full agreement of the proposal to veto Resolution 176 and a veto of Ordinance 88. It is our belief that a more fair and equitable board be put in place that takes into account the position of all Bernalillo County residents, which was not done from the beginning of this process by the Air Quality Board. In addition, I am in complete disagreement with the Bernalillo County Commissioner that a dark cloud would be part of the Joint Air Quality Control Board working group should the vetoes be implemented. I believe it is critical that this board be enacted and that they come up with quality improvements to the new Joint Air Quality Control Board. Thank you.
Ariel Nofke, followed by Robert Wood.
Good evening. I'm Captain Ariel Nofke, and I'm an Assistant Regional Counsel for the United States Air Force. Kirtland Air Force Base is the 6th largest installation in the Air Force. It covers 51,000 acres, employs 23,000 people, and in 2020 generated $7.4 billion of economic impact for the local community. Kirtland is home to the Nuclear Warfare Center, which is charged with acquisition, sustainment, and modernization of nuclear weapon systems. It's also a critical partner for the National Nuclear Security Administration. Kirtland is also home to the 58th Special Operations Wing, the Air Force Operational Test and Evaluation Center, the New Mexico Air National Guard. All of these organizations are housed at Kirtland in addition to additional defense agencies. Looking to the future, Kirtland is the preferred location for Space Delta 11. Space Delta 11 will provide aggressor and range training to all Space Force personnel. This determination was made after consideration of Kirtland's ability to handle the mission, environmental factors, and community support. The United States Air Force is ready and willing to comply with any and all properly promulgated environmental justice regulations. However, as a national security entity, we require timeliness, repeatability, and dependability in those regulations. We have not seen that with the regulation currently before the board. It has not been promulgated with proper data, proper authority, input from the regulated community, or support from the Environmental Health Department. Yes, there are several versions of a rule currently circulating before the board, but we have no way of knowing what a final version looks like. And when a final version comes out, it's final. It cannot be amended after that point. Please overturn the mayor's vetoes on 403 and 404. Thank you. And I will remain for questions if you have any.
I bet there's some. Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you. One of the questions that I have is I was just curious about how often are you able to even come out and talk on behalf? I don't ever see anyone from the government. I don't ever see anybody from Sandia Labs come out. This must be an extremely big deal for you to actually be out here speaking. It must be going to the highest levels of our national government and national security with these concerns. I just want to see if that is the case.
I cannot speak to headquarters Air Force policy. What I can say is that There are 4 individuals who do my job across the entire United States, and it was deemed appropriate that I should come out here and speak. Thank you.
Mr. President, I'm kind of speechless because I think you said it all, and it says everything that you came here tonight and said what you said. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here.
Robert Wood, followed by Alan Marks.
Good evening, Councilor. I wanted to stand up here and talk to you about how this is going to affect my company. I'm with Albuquerque Asphalt. I've heard it said over and over again that this new proposed regulation will not affect current permit holders. Well, it does, because we regularly have to get what's called technical revisions to our permits. When a piece of equipment breaks down, or we have to replace or upgrade, we have to get a technical revision. This regulation, as it's written, would prevent that. But then I was over at the hearing all day, and I kept hearing that no one's been involved in this. And I was, as far as industry and Kirtland Air Force Base, Sandia Labs, why was that? You have to ask yourself that. No one was consulted. This group that put this together, they want to shove it down our throats without no input from the community. I mean, we're citizens here too. We're business owners too. The National Labs, Kirtland Air Force Base, look at how important they are to our community. And they don't want their input. Yeah, they're over there now, but they weren't when that thing was, when it was being written. It was written in the shadows without any input from us. So I want you to consider that, those questions. Why did they do that? Thank you.
Alan Marks, followed by Robert Caldwell.
Councilors, my name is Alan Marks. First, let me say that Councilor Lewis's press release and newspaper op-ed containing ad hominem attacks on members of our community was a reprehensible act. I hope the rest of you disavow such childish name-calling with those you disagree with. I speak tonight asking you to support the mayor's vetoes. As you know, the language and scope of the proposed HEI regulation have been amended to drastically reduce the areas affected by the regulation. And I know that each of you would not want to impose even more industrial pollution on those low-income communities who have absorbed the huge majority of industrial air pollution permits for the last 5 decades. You're aware that governments across the country are currently taking action to reduce the health impacts of industrial siting in poor communities. Wouldn't it be better for us to be a leader in that national movement? Some of you doubt the credentials of the Air Quality Control Board members. If you look, you'll see that they're precisely the credentials that the Clean Air Act and New Mexico's Air Quality Act anticipate. If you think the process of appointing board needs revision, I think a working group with the County Commission would be the best way forward, not an 11th hour attempt to stifle the hearing now underway at the Control Board. That hearing is the opportunity for any interested party or citizen to present their concerns so that any regulation which emerges will be the best that our community can produce. Finally, some of you worry about economic development. The proposed regulation only requires mitigation measures when an industry wants to site within the heavily overburdened communities in the city or county. They can site anywhere else. They can even site within the overburdened community if they're willing to take measures to reduce the release of particulate matter. We'll be encouraging cleaner, greener industrial development and more and better businesses moving to New Mexico. Please support the mayor's veto. Thank you.
Robert Caldwell, followed by Lauren Michael John.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for your time tonight. I'm going to go off a script here a little bit. I've had the opportunity to sit here for quite some time and listen to what several people have had to say. I represent two companies, one in Bernalillo County, one in Valencia County. One of those companies requires an air quality permit, multiple, and one does not. Both of those companies are incredibly concerned with what's going on with the permitting process and the changes to those rules. So it's easy for people to enact a policy and then walk away whenever you don't have to operate your organization. And people say, well, we're tired of putting profits before people, but without profits, we cannot take care of our people. If we don't generate profits, then we also can't implement technical revisions on our permits that allow us to get better control technologies on our facilities. We have to understand that this proposed regulation, the big concern with it is that we are under incredible technical observation and operation of these air quality permits. And so whenever we try to make a change to that rule or a change to how you have to operate in that manner, then it becomes a potential area of saying, okay, we are no longer in compliance, and now we don't even understand how we can become compliant again. I can't boast tens of thousands of jobs, and I can't boast billions of dollars of economic impact, but what I can boast is the American dream, and I can boast that I'm a small business and I'm fighting for survival. And again, it is very easy for people to go over there and watch a hearing for one day and not have to live it for the entire lives. Thank you.
Lauren Michaeljohn, followed by Sherman McCorkle.
Good evening, Mr. President, Council. I come before you respectfully tonight to urge you to uphold the mayor's veto of 088 and R176. Allow me to remind you, for the record, the outstanding qualifications of the 4 board members who currently stand to be removed from the Air Board. These are individuals that you yourselves have confirmed, and some of them quite recently. These people have volunteered their exceptional professionalism out of civic duty. The chair of the board currently has built an air quality program at one of the pueblos. There's also an attorney with an engineering degree and a permitting consultant for hazardous waste, and also an atmospheric science professor at the University of New Mexico. This veto will set a terrible precedent, both for future volunteers who step up in civic duty to work on behalf of the public. But also, I'm deeply concerned to see this body serve as a petri dish for misinformation. I sat through the whole last meeting that dealt with these ordinances and the passage of these ordinances, and listened to you speak poorly of the Air Board, who is making their decisions based on facts, while listening to the rest of the council carry on about whether or with baseless facts. I respectfully remind you that any of you could have come to a board meeting to listen, but instead you're allowing yourself to make decisions based on hearsay and impressions. There has been very little fact. And let me say loud and clear for the record that a hearing is an opportunity for all the parties to come together to have their piece heard and considered. The board has to set an evidentiary record that can stand up to appeal.
Thank you, ma'am.
There is no evidentiary record that
Thank you,
you gentle people are expected to have in order to stand by your own decision. It's a double standard.
Thank you, ma'am.
Please uphold the mayor's veto this evening.
Sherman McCorkle, followed by Rhiannon Samuel.
Mr. Chairman, members of the council, the Air Quality Board is currently constituted, structured, and its autonomous efforts has proven to date that the approach does not meet accepted professional standards. we're told that because there was no input prior to today over the last year, members, all of the federal organizations were not allowed input. That's a fact. We can't change that fact. We're told that the experts know better than us what should be in the rulemaking. But let me give you one example. Currently in the rulemaking, it states that if any Air Force base anywhere in the 50 states is out of compliance, then Kirtland Air Force Base could not receive an air quality permit. That's in the proposed rule. How did that occur if in fact we were using best practices? Thank you.
Rhiannon Samuel, followed by Barbara Grothus.
Hi, members of the council. I'm going to go off script because I'm getting a little frustrated, I suppose. I've been engaged with this issue for the past year, not 18 months, but when it was introduced back last December. And at every point, every committee meeting that I have been to, I've been called a polluter. I have been told directly that I have given cancer to their children. And I have not been seen for the great work that all the folks at NAOP do. We are people who are trying to grow our community. We're trying to build houses. We're trying to give a lot of the people who are in my generation, I'm a millennial, a reason to stay when they're fleeing to Denver, to Austin. And I'll tell you, at every turn during this process, it has not been this open environment where they've heard other points. We were always negotiating at a disadvantage. Business was never seen as an equal, but rather an enemy, when all we want to do is work alongside them. That is all we're asking for. And this is what we are working on tonight. If you were to overturn these vetoes, you are going to help level the playing ground so that way we can actually have negotiations. We can actually have conversations that are not litigious like we are in currently. That's what's happening across the plaza. So please vote to override both vetoes.
Barbara Grothus, followed by Thomas Lewis.
How much is it going to cost to clean up the oil spill and the fuel spill from Kirtland Air Force Base? That is an environmental impact. It is costing us livelihoods. It is ruining our water. And you sit here and talk to these people, let these people tell you the value that Kirtland Air Force Base is bringing. There may be that value, but there is also a cost that should not be forgotten by people here sitting at this. I urge you to uphold the veto. Thank you.
Thomas Lewis, followed by Valerie Salim Meza.
Thank you. I spoke earlier. I'd like to just mention a couple things. From 2002 to 2010, I was the international sales manager for an outfit in Councilor Pena's district that manufactured asphalt plants. Virtually all of them were sold outside New Mexico, and about a third of them were sold to developing countries. I know a little about asphalt plants, and I'm very interested in seeing them operated in a way that will maximize clean air. The newer plants that have been installed, there's currently a plant in the South Valley that's been decommissioned. The business I worked for in Councilor Pena's district employed approximately 100 people. The vast majority of them were either Native American or Hispanics who earned, by Albuquerque standards, good wages with very good benefits. The plant was closed down in 2020 due to a consolidation by the parent, and that property is still vacant. those folks have, some of them found other jobs, some have not. But that's the kind of operation that might be affected by changes in our air quality permitting procedures. I would invite Councilor Pena to meet with some of the people who work there and see the impact. One of them happens to live in the Mountain View district. He's lived there for over 35 years, and he's totally happy. He doesn't feel threatened.
Valerie Salim Meza, followed by Sarah Iris.
Good evening, Mr. President, Madam Vice President, and members of the council. My name is Valerie Salim Meza, and I represent Sandia National Laboratories. Sandia is deeply committed to environmental stewardship. Most of our workforce live and work in New Mexico, and we prioritize the well-being of our surrounding cities and state. Sandia actively pursues innovative, sustainable solutions for our sites and the country. And that's part of our national security mission. We believe in an open and fair process to address issues that impact our communities, our state, and the nation. Contrary to what some have stated, an extensive opportunity for public input did not occur. There has been no meaningful engagement with the community, and there was no stakeholder process before the rule was proposed. What the board may do is a concern, because the board has continuously allowed petitioners to move the goalpost. For example, version 4 of the rule, which was noticed to the public, is very different from version 1 of the original petition. We're now up to version 6, which is even more onerous in its requirements and came out last Friday, December 1st, right before the start of this hearing, really the 11th hour. Neither the public nor the parties have had an opportunity to meaningfully review and comment on what is being proposed. For these reasons, the labs support overriding the veto on the resolution, as it would establish a moratorium on action. And we hope that going forward, a fair, inclusive, and just process is established. Thank you.
Sarah Iris, followed by Jim Garcia.
Good evening to President Davis and members of the council. Thank you for your service. And good evening to everyone listening. My name is Sarah Iris, and I'm here as a concerned citizen in regards to the Air Quality Control Board and the related public hearing. It's important to highlight for all stakeholders that the Environmental Protection Agency has been monitoring both the city and the Environmental Health Department for almost a decade regarding potential civil rights violations, specifically Title VI, which protects people from discrimination based on race, color, or national origin in programs or activities that receive federal financial assistance. For decades, polluting industry has been concentrated in neighborhoods that are majority low income and communities of color. If the city is found to be in violation of civil rights, the city and its citizens could lose federal funding for vital environmental programs. As a mother and educator concerned for our children's well-being and future, I urge you to uphold the mayor's veto, allow the Air Quality Control Board to do its work, and support the public hearing so that we as a community may begin to openly discuss issues of economics and security, as well as issues of environmental injustice, racism, and inequity. Thank you.
Jim Garcia, followed by Xavier Barraza.
Thank you, President Davis, members of the City Council. My name is Jim Garcia. I'm the Executive Director of the Associated Contractors of New Mexico. I represent the highway contractors that build roads, highways, and maintenance of highways in New Mexico. We believe that air quality is important, and the community I represent is on the forefront of finding solutions. We have an Air Quality Control Board problem. That is the problem that we have. What Councilor Lewis has presented is actually a reset. And I would like to remind everybody that this is our opportunity for you guys to support this and override the override gives us all a chance to reset. The current Joint Air Quality Control Board only represents a narrow set of interests and does not operate within the laws of the state of New Mexico. The proposed replacement ordinance establishes necessary safeguards to hold the board accountable and establishes necessary safeguards to hold the board accountable and ensure the board is comprised of diverse experts who can appropriately consider important matters relating to air quality in our community. This ordinance repeals and recreates the Joint Albuquerque-Bernalillo County Air Quality Control Board. The purpose of the ordinance is to emphasize the board operates on behalf of the city and must abide by the laws of New Mexico. It also changes the requirements for membership on the board. That is very important. The ordinance cleans up some of the definitions and includes the EPA's official definitions regarding conflicts of interest and requires board members to affirm their compliance with conflict of interest requirements. You know, we're talking earlier about we're up to version 6. You know, version number 6 just came out at 7:32 p.m. on Friday. It hasn't even been introduced to the public, and the public has not even had a chance to even weigh in on that. They keep changing the rules as we go through this whole process. This is something that's going to be good for us to maintain. In fact, it was the General Counsel to the Air Quality Control Board has expressed many times in public forum that they are completely independent and are not subject to any city, county, or state governing authority. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia.
Xavier Barraza, followed by Richard Moore.
Hello, President Davis, members of the council. It's been really interesting. I just left the Air Board, the first day of the hearing for the Air Board. It was really powerful. I hope you all will take time to watch the recording. First thing that's really interesting about business owners is that they say this is a burden, and I agree. I think that regulatory, regulations are meant to be something that you have to carry. One of the things that none of the business owners have done is shown the financial statements. Why? Because you'll see that they make profit, and that even if they had to pay an extra couple % of their profit, their financial statements are not before you. They have not been presented. I looked up BlackRock. They made a little under $5 million according to what is available on the internet. Albuquerque Asphalt made a little under $24 million. Ask yourselves, it's $500 to do a source registration, and I'm pretty sure based on the pollution fees, the permit fees, and you all can check this with your staff and your attorneys, they haven't been updated in over a decade. So while eggs and milk and everything else is flying up and down in price, the cost to pollute in Albuquerque has stayed the same for the last decade. That's fact. I mean, where is the financial statements? Rhiannon Samuels, I feel, we shouldn't be pitted against each other, and we're not. But it's important to know that the people who are moving to Denver passed a cumulative impacts regulation. They're actually fighting for it right now, and there's a new reinstatement for it because they want it to be stricter. The people in Denver want cumulative impacts protection. So that's why they're going to Denver, is because Albuquerque is way behind. Last thing I'll say to the Air Force Base, with respect to those who serve. I have family members who served. My grandfather served. A lot of my family members have served. But if you're the 6th largest base for the Air Force, that means you have the 6th largest impact on your population. Bigger means more pollution. It means more impact. So it's all there in the details if we look at it. I think that's important. The last thing I'll say is for our public safety officers. One of the things we've mentioned is that air pollution increases the likelihood of violent crime. So by letting air pollution go rampant in Albuquerque, that allows violent crime and crime also to go rampant. Thank you for my comment.
Thank you, Xavier.
Richard Moore, followed by Joby Elliott on Zoom.
Again, thank you. Thank you, commissioners. Since you all didn't ask any of the folks that are asking you all to support the mayor's veto, let me ask in my few minutes you several questions. Have you made any attempt or effort to contact the state of New Jersey, Minnesota, or New York, or the other locations that have community impact policies? Have you asked those that they could be city employees, they could be city health departments? Have you chosen to contact any of those to get them to come here and make public comment, or matter of fact, to even testify, since you all have also been participating in helping getting others to testify? So when you wake up in the morning, no matter what decision you make, At the end of the day, whatever you say, abolish the Air Quality Board. Put a moratorium on the decisions that are being made. Have you asked any of these industry, and we got some very good business and industry people, let's be very clear about that. But have you ever asked them any questions? Have they contacted any community, not just Mountain View or the South Valley, when they're applying for a permit? That did they sit down with the residents of that community and attempt to go into some negotiations before the permit was applied for? So they will say they had no opportunity to participate. They had more opportunity to participate than any community member that's been poisoned by many of these facilities. They've had more of that opportunity. So I wish you the best. When you wake up in the morning, when you make your vote, I hope you can look at yourself in the mirror, because we very clearly will be looking at ourselves in the mirror.
Joby Elliott, followed by Cree Myers.
Hi, my name is Joby Elliott. I'm a lifelong New Mexican and 20-year resident of Albuquerque who likes to breathe clean air. I've lived in South Broadway for almost a decade. We are exactly the sort of overburdened community that needs common sense cumulative impact pollution rules like the ones certain councilors are trying to end run for special interests. When the wind is right, it already smells like cancer in my yard, and now we're talking about suspending the Air Quality Board. Why would we do that? So while it's suspended, somebody can sneak a new asphalt plant in down here? Councilor Lewis, earlier tonight you said you'd like to remove every obstacle to Sandia Labs. Is that all me and my neighbor's health and clean air is? An obstacle to Sandia? Is our health nothing but an obstacle to business for you? Councilor Sanchez, you've worried tonight that Sandia or Kirtland might uproot and leave Albuquerque because of air regulation. That's absurd. They absolutely will not, and your rhetoric about these rules being the greatest threat to the city is outrageous. Many businesses have claimed that the board does not represent the community because they aren't getting everything they want, but their businesses are not the community. We are, the real people who have to live our lives and breathe the air downwind of their asphalt plants. Councilors at large, we know you care about these poor put-upon businesses. That is abundantly clear. Now show us that you care about us who live in these overburdened neighborhoods. We live here and we have to breathe the air these businesses want to pollute. I beg you to put our need to breathe above their desire to pollute wherever they want. Thank you.
Cree Myers, followed by Samantha Salazar.
Good evening. My name is Cree Myers, 20-year Albuquerque resident. My purpose today is to express my support for upholding Mayor Keller's veto on 23-176 and 23-88. These proposed legislations raise concerns. It's evident that this is about HEEI. We've heard a lot about it tonight instead of the vetoed legislation itself. Overriding this veto is about more than HEEI, but as long as we're talking about HEEI, there was public input on it. I was there and spoke, and there's a hearing going on now. Certain councilors claim HEEI will damage our job market, but this is speculative at best. We've heard outlandish numbers tonight. The question we must ask ourselves is, are hypothetical jobs and impacts worth jeopardizing the safety and well-being of our communities? And we've heard from the largest polluters in Albuquerque tonight, two of whom have created lasting damage that has yet to be addressed. They are here to fearmonger and catastrophize. No one is talking about closing or chasing off Air Force bases or laboratories. This is about new permits. The applicant can demonstrate that their proposed facility meets the guidelines. Their permit would be approved. Technical changes to existing facilities would be approved if the only thing that's changing is a new machine or whatever. It's being ridiculous. The current permitting practices favor allowing new, highly polluting industries to be granted permits disproportionately in Albuquerque's poorest neighborhoods, and that has to end. It's also vital to consider the transparency and timing of these proposals, particularly considering their origin from someone who's made their living in the fossil fuels industry. Is there an agenda to reshape the Air Quality Control Board to favor specific industries? Such a possibility raises ethical questions and concerns with our community. The existing Air Quality Control Board is dedicated to a vital mission, safeguarding communities already grappling with the burdens of heavy industry. This proposition isn't about hindering economic growth. It's about responsibly managing development to prioritize the health and safety of our communities. Please uphold these vetoes.
Samantha Salazar, followed by Rosemary Blanchard.
Good evening, Mr. President, Council. My name is Samantha Salazar, resident of District 6 Nob Hill area, recent UNM alumni. But I grew up in Gallup, New Mexico, where I grew up only 4 miles from the Church Rock uranium spill, the largest uranium spill in the U.S. that's still yet to be cleaned up, all in the name of national security. I'm the Clean Energy Policy Fellow with the Center for Civic Policy. The pivotal role of the Air Board is to champion the cause of preventing or abating air pollution. The Air Board is more than just a governing body. It's a dedicated assembly of environmental health professionals who embody a profound commitment to our local ambient air quality. Their selection is not arbitrary. Rather, each member is chosen for their unwavering concerns and resolute dedication to upholding the high standards of air quality in our community. The current composition of the Air Board is a testament to excellence and proficiency. Comprising highly qualified professionals, these individuals bring decades of experience. I went on their website. Multiple people have masters in public health, masters in environmental policy. Their expertise spans a wide spectrum. The board boasts a diverse skill set with members holding degrees in engineering, technology, environmental science, geophysics. These accomplished individuals are not merely names on the roster. They are a driving force behind our community's environmental well-being. Their collective knowledge and prowess makes them a formidable team dedicated to the pursuit of clean and healthy air for all. As we entrust them with the responsibility of steering our air quality initiatives, we can be confident that their passion and expertise will pave the way for a brighter, healthier future for Albuquerque. Thank you.
Rosemary Blanchard.
Okay, I guess I'm back on. Again, thank you, President Davis, Chair Rout, and members of the council. Again, I urge you to uphold Mayor Keller's vetoes. As I noted earlier, the ordinances vetoed by the mayor were attempts to halt public hearing-based administrative rulemaking rather than to engage with it. The community members of Mountain View community worked in good faith within the system of local governments to bring proposed regulations before the joint AQCB to protect the health of their community. The joint AQCP allows this kind of citizen initiative, but it's clear that the petitioners do not have the final word. Who brought these proposed regulations don't have the final word. That belongs to the board after they hold evidentiary hearings, as they are doing right now. The board is taking expert testimony of business representatives, as well as testimony of the community. They will use their expertise and the evidence presented to them to determine what regulation to finally adopt, and even if to use the proposed regulation as a framework. This is how the system is supposed to work. As I said earlier, we teach this kind of civic engagement in schools. Are we lying to our own children when we tell them their voice can matter? O2388 and R23176 sought to oppose this proposed regulation by eliminating the board in its current form, rather than appearing before the board and making good faith arguments to support the positions of those who oppose the regulation. Overriding the mayor's veto is nothing more than an undemocratic end run around public procedures citizens of our community have legitimately relied upon in good faith. Overruling the mayor's veto is bad for the city, bad for our relationship with the county, bad for the health of our people, and bad for democracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes the combined list of EC 23-403 and 404.
Thank you. Let me ask for anybody in the room, is there anyone who thinks you signed up to speak about the mayor's vetoes? Going once, going twice? All right, just to be sure, we had to combine a bunch of lists there. All right, councilors, we are kind of an open floor. We have the first item up will be EC 403, which is the mayor's veto of R23176. That established the moratorium for the Albuquerque-Bernalillo County Air Quality Board to act under the Joint Air Quality Control Board ordinance until February 1st, 2024. Per our rules and per the city charter, if a councilor wishes to attempt an override of the mayor's veto, they will make a motion to override. If no motion is made or if a second is not received, the veto stands. If a motion is made and a second is received, but 6 votes are not obtained in favor of the override motion, the mayor's veto will stand. At this point, I'll ask if there is a motion to override the mayor's veto. Councilor Lewis.
Mr. President, I move to override.
Is there a second? I heard several, but I heard the Vice President, Councilor Grout here first on my left. We have gone through our public speakers, and so if it's okay with, let me ask the administration really quickly. It's their motion and the mayor's veto. Dr. Single, as briefly as you can, would you just summarize for us anything additional beyond the mayor's comments and his veto message, and then we'll move to councilors for deliberation.
President Davis and council members, I have just a few bullets I'd like to make. I think it's relevant for both matters related to the mayor's vetoes. We've consistently stated that the administration has concerns regarding the HEEI petition before the Joint Air Quality Board as written. We share some of the concerns as shared by Sandia National Labs and the U.S. Air Force as we joined their motion this morning regarding jurisdiction. Administration has remained consistent throughout this matter that the council taking action without our partners at the county continues to open up the matter to additional legal ambiguity and ultimately thrust the actions of the city council into judicial process as well. We continue to believe the community is served best by prompt adjudication of the matters before the Joint Air Quality Board. This allows each of us, the city, the county, the petitioners, and every other affected party to this process to appropriately respond to the actual decisions of the board rather than the possible actions they may take. This is, as shared in the mayor's veto message, the city will exercise its legal rights to pursue remedy in courts if jurisdiction or overburdensome or unreasonable rules are propagated by the Joint Air Quality Control Board. Thank you.
Dr. Single, thank you. I'm going to go to councilors here for a minute, and we'll see where this takes us. Councilor Lewis, to begin.
Mr. President, thank you. So there's no ambiguity here whatsoever as far as what the council is doing. The council set up the Air Quality Board. Council worked with the county years ago to set this up. The council funds it entirely. It's entirely funded by the city council. And by the way, the county commission does not pay 1 penny to the Air Quality Board. In fact, we've already spent over $250,000 before this hearing even started. That was not budgeted by this council. I imagine we've already probably spent about that much now today and more as we go. So there's no ambiguity there at all. I mean, this the city set it up. The city funds it, and the city also implements it. The city has a department called the Environmental Health Department. And that department implements and executes everything related to our air quality program. It is part of the air quality program. So there's absolutely no ambiguity there. There's nothing undemocratic about what we're doing. Councilors introduce bills. The mayor has a right to veto them, and then the council has a right to override a veto. That's not outside of the democratic process. There's nothing more democratic than that. And our ability to be able to, hear these matters. I'll tell you what is extremely, ambiguous. What's extremely ambiguous is the fact that right now there's a hearing that there's court action that says that hearing is actually unlawful. That this Air Quality Board should not be having that hearing. It is completely outside of their jurisdiction. The administration absolutely agrees with that. The mayor agrees with that. That they should not be having that hearing right now, regarding that. They're spending a lot of money on it. That's pretty ambiguous. Where's that money going to come from? Because the council actually budgets that money. We didn't budget for this hearing. We budgeted for 1 hearing this year. We've already had that hearing. So we've got another hearing going on right now. That's extremely ambiguous on how we're going to pay, for this hearing that's going on right now. So it's on our dime, and we didn't budget for it. The hearing itself was introduced completely outside of our program. That the EPA, our air quality program, is set up to hear specific rules and for things to be introduced, and this was completely outside of that entire process. So again, we've acknowledged that it's outside their jurisdiction, that the resources, any resources being spent right now should not be spent for that. We override this veto. That I believe this resolution would go into effect immediately. Not even to mention, all the pretty remarkable the statements that were made tonight regarding some of the largest employers in the state of New Mexico. And I hope everybody heard that loud and clear. I hope everybody in the administration and just heard loud and clear. I mean, what Kirtland Air Force Base and Sandia Labs, and specifically asking us to overturn these vetoes because they know the damage that this board could cause, and specifically because of this rule. And so I do ask that we would support in overriding the veto.
Are there other counselors for comments? Counselor Sanchez, and then I'll recognize myself and Counselor Feebleman.
Thank you. You mentioned possible lawsuits dealing with this. I can only imagine the amount of lawsuits that would be put through by Sandia Labs, by other individuals who would be fighting for survival, basically, is what they would be doing. And so, in my opinion, we need to actually make sure that all of us are doing what's right for our city on both sides of this matter. And right now, what I'm hearing is we're far on one end of the spectrum, and we need to bring it together as a community and as a city council. And in my opinion, I think that if we actually vote for this veto override, that we are actually protecting the citizens of Albuquerque, all of us in our community. And I think that's what we need to look at, because we are looking at restructuring this board, making the board be a board that is going to take everyone's interests in mind. So it's very, very important that we look at it from that perspective as a community. We are trying to make sure to help this community, not destroy it. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. I want to ask our legal minds here, whoever wants to be on point. I think we've heard some questions, and I think they're good ones that I'm not sure I know the answer to. If the council overrides either of these vetoes, but in particular, let's say the resolution, for example, that enacts a moratorium on, I'm going to call it rulemaking on the cumulative impact rule, that we've heard that hearing is underway. What happens with that? Is there a notice requirement? I know that the charter says that for ordinances, for example, we have to have public notice before they take effect, but it's sort of silent on resolutions, which means that either the wise founding fathers who wrote the thing either thought no one would do anything important with the resolution, or they deliberately left it out. So where do we think happens with the override of the resolution? What is the impact of the hearing that is in process this week? Madam City Attorney.
Yes, Councilor President, members of the council, there's the distinction between the two. So as you said, the charter is specific as to ordinances, so we know what happens with those, and that they have to be published. My understanding is the deadline for publication falls on Tuesday, so we wouldn't make it, if you overrided the ordinance tonight, we wouldn't make that deadline. So the deadline, so we wouldn't make the Tuesday deadline for this week, so it would be next week, and then the Journal would publish on Friday of next week, and then there's a 5-day period after publication. So we know that time frame for ordinances. So this ordinance would not take effect during the time that the current rulemaking is scheduled. This rulemaking is scheduled for today until Friday. We don't know that they'll finish by Friday, but we also don't know what they will then do if they don't finish by Friday, or when they would schedule to pick up again. The resolution is different. As you said, the charter does not speak to resolutions, so it's just unfortunately not clear how that works. And I think this is one of the many questions that have been raised in this regard that we just don't know an answer to and might not know an answer to without some kind of legal proceeding on this. However, what I understand is our normal procedure is that when a resolution is passed by this council, or in this case approved tonight, that's the word that actually is in the council rules, approved, it goes to the clerk, who then gives it an enactment number, and then it is enacted. So I would think at the point when it is enacted, that's when it would be in effect. My understanding is that is not a very long process, but It normally does take a day or two, so it would happen at some point in the middle of this proceeding. I'm just not sure what day, and I would note that our clerk is out this week.
Go ahead, Councilor Lewis, to follow
Mr.
that.
President, I would just like our legal to
Yeah, I don't know if
weigh in.
Mr. Morrow has something to add to that. I'm not sure he 100%
Mr.
agrees.
President, yeah, I'd like Mr. Morrow to add to that. I mean, when does a moratorium, when does the resolution go into effect if it were vetoed this evening?
Certainly.
If it were overridden this evening?
Councilor President and Councilor Lewis, I agree largely with the city attorney in that there is a degree of ambiguity and we don't certainly have a definitive answer. I would state that the New Mexico Constitution does allow the state legislature and and acts necessary for preservation of the public peace, health, or safety. Such acts shall take effect immediately upon a passage and approval by the legislature. I think that there is certainly an argument to be made that something like this would fall into a very similar perspective, but as the city attorney said, there is not a definitive answer as to what a court would rule, and that is ultimately what we would have to rely upon.
Mr. President, but I mean, there's language that says immediately upon approval, correct?
Yes, Councilor.
Immediately upon approval. So, you could look at the spirit of it, but if you have a hearing that might be scheduled for the next day, and this is different. I know the city attorney pointed out an ordinance. An ordinance has a certain amount of days before it actually goes into law. But a resolution is different. Specifically, this resolution would be immediate upon an action. And when you have a resolution that says that no city resources can be used, and now you have a possibility of a hearing continuing where certainly city resources are being used, and a statement by this council, the governing body of the city of Albuquerque, a statement that would say that it is unlawful, it is out of the jurisdiction of a air quality board to actually have meetings and proceed with that kind of ruling that happens the evening before. I think there's some pretty big, there's a lot of clarity there. I think there's more clarity there than there is ambiguity.
Thank you, Councilor. Let me get back really quickly, then I'll go to Council Feeblehorn, I think, to probably close on the question here. I'm really torn on this. Some folks know I've had meetings as late as 4:30 this afternoon talking to different folks about different processes and what happens here, because there's a process and procedure argument here, and then there's a practical argument. We understand we're talking that this whole matter was brought by the original sponsor, because of concerns and desires by the community to have a hearing on the cumulative impact, which I think is incredibly important and needs to be considered. But how we get there, I think, does matter. I think it's unlikely that there's any chance that this doesn't end up, as our city attorney mentioned, no matter what, whether it is in some court, whether it is on a process matter or some action of the Air Quality Board that gets appealed to the Court of Appeals, which has happened before. And so I think we try to do our best here to create the best record and to create the best process to ensure that there's a fair hearing. My concern here, quite frankly, is that the folks who have, the advocates for the petitioners, the original petitioners, have worked for 20 years to get a hearing and to be sure they got to be heard. And I'm also concerned that we're balancing the concerns from legal experts, which is not me. I have to rely on their advice, that as proposed, this is outside the scope and creates some jeopardy on whether that rule can be applied. And if that ends up in court, that hangs over current and potential future applications, which include more than 24 current petition applications and appeals and petitions, which is what they're called, before the Air Quality Board for Sandia, UNM, and others, some for renewal of existing permits for existing operations that are essential to our community on the university campus at Sandia, at Kirtland in particular. And there are some new construction permits that are of a timely manner I've been here for 8 years, not as long as some folks, but first time we've ever had a national security discussion at the Albuquerque City Council meeting. But here we are. And so some of those have some other implications. So I am inclined this evening to override the veto on the resolution to enact the moratorium because both the city and the county have expressed an interest through Council Feeblecorn's and others' measures, a resolution to create a more structured process to decide how to deal with those open questions. And the legislature and the governor have expressed an interest in adding that to the message for the legislative session, potentially as it relates to the Air Quality Control Act. And so I'm sort of inclined this evening to give people a little breathing room to think through this process, decide the right process for deciding the yeses and nos and the rules for this process so that we can potentially avoid intractable litigation. And so I want to explain why I'm thinking about that, why I think it's important, because I think it does matter that we have a hearing and that everybody agrees it can be done, and it can be done in the right way, but I also think we can't have that uncertainty and ambiguity in the, both on the application side, the permit side, and on the community side. And so I want to see that process move forward, and I want the stakeholders who will be here next year when I won't be here to come up with the way they want this to work so that it can be done and we can have future rulemaking in a transparent and collaborative way. And I think there's a way to do that. And so I'm inclined this evening to override the mayor's veto on the resolution so that we have that moratorium and that the other work of the board can continue. Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a couple of questions. I heard a couple of times tonight that the citizens petition was outside of our program. It is legal for citizens to petition our air quality board. Is that correct?
Council President, Councilor Feeblecorn, yes, it is. And I guess I would add that the process that they're talking about is a voluntary pre-petition process that the air quality program has adopted, but it is voluntary. It's not mandatory. The complaint that you're hearing is that that process often helps parties work through issues before the filing, and that did not take place in this instance.
Right.
But yes, absolutely. Often it's EHD that files a petition, but citizens are allowed to file petitions.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I just want to be clear, the citizens of the Mountain View Coalition and the citizens there have been working on this issue for 20 years. So there's been a lot of work with all interested parties over the years. And it is not their fault that the Environmental Health Department for the city of Albuquerque did not pick up this petition and move with it in the way that I think they should have. They have every right, after 20 years of asking, to have their own petition filed. They broke no rules. They did everything by the book. And we are saying we don't like what they have to say, so we're going to shut them down. Literally in the middle of their hearing, we are saying you don't have a right to be heard in your own community because you're not as important as the rest of the people, as some of the businesses that have been here. You're not as important to this body, so please be quiet, and we're going to make you be quiet. And I think that is reprehensible. These people have a right to be heard. I have no idea what the Air Quality Board's going to do at the end of this week. Pretty sure it will not be what I want. Probably will be very, very far from what I want. But they have a right to have their voice heard. And I hear that there's this more structured process that I'm proposing. Let me just be very clear. The structured process I'm proposing is not to stop these folks from being heard. The structured process I'm proposing is to say we need to work with our partners at the county who have not been involved in any of this, who have not agreed to this resolution and this moratorium on the people's voices being heard. I'm saying we need to work with the county to determine something that can move forward. If there are some structural issues with the Air Quality Board, we should determine what those are and we should address them. But I am in no way, shape, or form saying that we should move along without the county and quiet the Mountain View Coalition and all the members of our community at this point. It is not okay. And I heard that some folks are inclined to do this, that, and the other. Well, let me tell you, I'm not inclined to tell the citizens of our community that their voice doesn't matter, that their health doesn't matter, and that they're just not important. Thanks.
Councilors, are there any other comments before we move to a vote? Seeing none, The motion on the floor is to override the mayor's veto. As a reminder, a yes vote to override the veto would implement the moratorium in the resolution. A no vote would sustain the mayor's veto. I'll ask the clerk to please call the vote. 6 votes are needed to override the veto.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Counselor Benton?
No.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
No.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Jones?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Pena? Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
Counselor Davis?
Yes.
That passes on a, let's see, 7-2 vote.
On a 7-2 vote, the mayor's veto has been overridden by the city council. We'll move on to EC 404. EC 404 is the mayor's veto of O2388. That repealed Chapter 9, Article 5, Part 1 ROA 1994, the Joint Air Quality Board Ordinance, abolishing the current board and adopting Chapter 9, Article 5, the Joint Air Quality Board Ordinance, creating the board. And so, again, if a councilor wishes to make an override of the mayor's veto, they will make a motion to override. I don't have to read the rest because I know that Councilor Lewis is going to make a motion.
Mr. President, I move to override.
We have a motion for an override. Is there a second? There's a second from Councilor Grout again. Councilors, we're in the same discussion here. Eventually, we'll need 6 votes to make a vote to override this veto. Is there discussion?
And Mr. President, we've had a lot of discussion about this specifically, and I won't go over all the major points of it, but we've had a lot of good discussion about just the makeup of the board and how important it is that at least our 4 appointees to this board have some diversity, diversity geographically within our community, diversity professionally. So we laid out some criteria that we think would be important for people to have that would be on a board like this. I mean, in the same way that we lay out criteria for the EPC or for many other boards. EPC represents 9 city council districts geographically. There are other boards that if you want to serve on, you have to have some professional background to be able to do that. So we laid out some criteria. We made some statements here regarding the Open Meetings Act. There's accusations of this board that even the current hearing right now didn't have proper notice and things like that. And let's make sure that this Air Quality Board is above reproach in that regard. And so this gives us an opportunity to be able to do that. So there's a number of things in here that we would hold ourselves to the same accountability that we're holding the Air Quality Board to as well. Now, we override this, and we have every opportunity to work together with the county commission. This, by the way, does not affect anything that the county commission does. They can choose to make other changes. We could choose, as we have 2 other proposals that we'll hear later on tonight, to form a committee and come together and talk with the board about, with the commission about things we can do to make the Air Quality Board, better. But, we shouldn't wait on the county commission to be able to make good decisions like this. I mean, otherwise, let's do unification with the county, let's form one government, Otherwise, we're the city of Albuquerque. Like I've said, if the mayor's so concerned about the county commission, and then he should go be a county commissioner. I mean, we're the city council. The city of Albuquerque needs him and needs us to be able to create an air quality board that has some good best practices and accountability to it. So that's what this does. It's very straightforward. If we get to work on this in the next 30 days, the mayor could suggest 4 more qualified people, and this council could actually, first part of January, actually have new members in place, and this board could be working back to what it was doing, along with again, a joint committee where we would put some new things in place along with the commission that I think would be good for it to do some good best practices. And so that's what this does. If you have any questions, I think are legal and would answer some questions on it regarding this bill. So I do urge that we override this as well.
Councilors, is there other discussion or anything from the administration? Anything further? Dr. Singal, I know this is the ordinance, not the resolution, but I know you covered most of that.
Council President, members of the council, I believe that my comments earlier absolutely stand for this matter as well.
Other councilors? Let me say, the thing that, that concerns me about this one, and Councilor Lewis and I have had a lot of discussion about it, there are a number of current permits before the board and a number of things, including for some of the big ticket folks that showed up this evening that have pending permits, renewals, potential for appeals, and there's some question about what might happen or how a lack of a board might be able to facilitate those permits and any potential appeals and adjudicate those in a timely manner for permits that currently exist. And so, you know, I considered this a lot, and I heard Mr. McCorkle mention, like, best intentions sometimes end up with imperfect processes nonetheless. And I think this is a little bit of that. I'm concerned that the underlying ordinance throws out the board, would leave us without a board, and would put some question, would leave some serious questions kind of over everybody's head about the status of those permits, or particularly for new construction permits that otherwise would have been approved. And so I'm a little concerned, having learned that there are more than 24 permits currently in process at the board. I'm a little concerned what happens if we don't have a board in the meantime. And so, Councilor Lewis, I know you have looked at this a little bit and have some folks to do it as well, but having determined that we passed a resolution on that moratorium on the new rulemaking, again, to use my word, I'm inclined to be sure that the board still exists for its standard permitting function that's required until everybody can get together and decide what to do next. Councilor Lewis.
Mr. President, yes, good question. There are no, my understanding is there are no appeals before the board right now. There are no appeals right now. And the department, if there's somebody here from the department, I think they could speak on behalf of that. If there were appeals, I mean, I think that it would be several meetings, months of that before those appeals would be introduced and finally heard. And this bill, by the way, we have the ability, if the mayor doesn't make appointments in 30 days, that this council does in 30 days, And so you could really easily say by the time this board even meets again regularly, we could have the members of the board back together. And I don't know, a director or a deputy director, I don't know if you have any comment on that as far as permits.
Yeah, President Davis, members of council, with respect to permitting, all permitting activities, issuance, denials, any kind of due operationally programmatic is within the purview of the air quality programs. The air board does not have any review of those permits unless appealed. And as Councilor Lewis stated, there are no current applications in appeal to the board.
Good. Councilor Lewis, can I follow that? Deputy Director, just really quickly though, if one of those permits, and I'm going to point out just a big ticket one is Kirtland, for example, UNM has a new construction permit, air quality construction permit. If one of those were to be appealed, and there was no board to hear them, I understand that the resolution or the ordinance calls for this, whether the mayor or the council to appoint a new board. But I think the county has indicated they'd be very inclined to litigate the legality of this, and so that might leave that board in some flux for some time. What happens if someone wants to appeal that and we don't have a board to hear it? I understand, I guess they could start operating under that permit, but they would be in jeopardy if the board showed up one day and were to overturn that through the appeal process at a later date. Is that right?
President Davis, council members, let's say hypothetically, if we were to get an appeal on a permit today, if we issued a permit today, anybody that was part of a public information hearing has 30 days. We haven't had any of those right now. So hypothetically, there's nobody that is currently in appeal. So we need to have had a public information meeting already or hearing. Does that make sense?
It does, but Deputy Director, did I not see an appeal on the clean car rule, a petition on the clean car rule come? Or somebody tried to file one recently, I recall.
I'm not aware of an appeal on the clean car rule.
Thank you. Councilors, other questions? Seeing none, all those in favor of overriding the veto would vote yes to override the veto. Ms. Montoya.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
No.
Counselor Peeblecorn?
No.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Jones?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
Counselor Davis?
No.
And that passes on a 6-3 vote.
That matter
Merry
carries.
Christmas.
I'm sorry, the city council is over in the mayor's veto on EC 404. We're going to move really quickly, because I think we can do this quickly, to final actions, which are item 14 on our agenda. We have two resolutions potentially deciding how to go forward next. Councilor Feeblecorn, you have the first, and then we'll take a break after that. Council Feeblecorn.
Mr. President, just point of clarification, I guess, should we see both of these at the same time? I mean, since they're really the same bill, I guess, the same intention.
We wish you all Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Actually, if the Feeblecorn Benton Pena bill passes, I don't intend to introduce mine, so let's take this one first, see what happens.
Council.
I hope your family. has
Ladies and
Merry
gentlemen,
Christmas.
Mr. Moore, thank you. You're welcome to stay, but we have to follow our rules.
Maybe Mr. Lewis can have a very Merry Christmas.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. President, you want me to start?
And all your.
Mr. Moore, thank you for your comments. You're welcome to leave this.
Especially those ones that have been poisoning our community for years, okay?
Mr.
You're
Moore.
quite welcome. We'll be back. You can bet.
Mr. Moore, that's enough.
Stop ain't over till it's over. And we'll see you when you run for mayor.
Mr. Moore, that's enough.
So you can make the Albuquerque.
I'll ask the security officer to escort Mr. Moore from the room. He's had 2 warnings and he's now banned from the rest of the meeting.
Mr. President, this is R198, creating a joint air quality control board working group between the city and county to recommend improvements to the joint air quality control board. I'll move a do pass.
Is there a second? From Councilor Pena, I think. Councilor Pena offers a second. Okay, and let's go first to our public commenters. Mr. Cornelius, very briefly, we only have a few here.
Yes.
And let's go ahead and take Ms. Silva on both, since she is on both, if she'll allow us to do that. But go ahead, let's try this real quick and see which one of these we can pass, if any.
Our first speaker is Jackie Davis, followed by Robert Caldwell.
Hello again, councilors. My name is Jackie Davis. I'm here representing UNM Leaders for Environmental Action and Foresight. I will mention and go off script here and say that while I'm disappointed in both of the votes previously, I still think this is salvageable. We need to be working with the county, regardless of what decision we just made, to kind of ease the tension between our city and county leadership. This resolution provides a thoughtful set of next steps to address some industry concerns in a way that is constructive and leaves the Air Board in a better place going forward. It promotes transparency and, as some councilors would say, good governance. So I ask you to please support this opportunity to work with our county partners towards transparency and good governance and vote yes on this resolution. Thank you.
Robert Caldwell, followed by Lauro Silva. I do see a Larry Silva on Zoom. If that's you, you're after Robert Caldwell. Thank you.
Mr. Caldwell, I don't see him anymore. Mr. Caldwell must be gone.
Lauro Silva on Zoom.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Please proceed.
The reason that I went on Zoom, I was going to try to appear in person, but I spoke to Joy, who was scheduling it. I said, either one, I haven't been feeling very well. I have a triple bypass. I am diabetic. I have high blood pressure. I'm 79 years old. I'm on oxygen, especially at night with my CPAP. And I live in Mountain View, and I'm the president of the Mountain View Neighborhood Association. Now, my daughter is on oxygen 24/7. We get 3 tanks, 100-pound tanks of liquid oxygen every 2 weeks for my daughter 24/7. She has serious oxygen deficiency. We live in Mountain View. Now, it's not true that we did not meet with the industry. We met at the Mountain View Community Center, and there was about 63 people at that meeting, and a bunch of their lawyers, and some of those people, Mr. Caldwell, for example, from BlackRock, was present, and afterwards he wanted to meet with me, and I gave him my phone number so that we could get together and talk. His company is right across from the Mountain View Neighborhood Association. It's an asphalt company, BlackRock. Nonetheless, we have met with industry. That is not true. There's a bunch of untruths that have been said here. I think that if people have read carefully the resolution that we have presented, the petition we've presented to the Air Board, read it carefully so that you understand. I encourage everyone not only the city councilors, but all of you, everyone who's involved. But there's a lot of untruths that have been spoken by not only Sandia.
Thank you, Laura. Your time is up.
I served on the board of the Citizens Advisory Board for Sandia National Labs on remedial environmental remediation. For 9 years.
Thank you for your service. We appreciate it, and we appreciate your comments. I apologize. We're out of time, unfortunately.
All right. Thank you.
Let me go briefly to the administration. If you have any comments on this legislation, then we have one amendment, and then we'll see where we land. Dr. Singal, anything on this piece of legislation?
Mr. President and council members, we appreciate the joint resolution that was worked on with and sponsored by 3 councilors for us to work together with Bernalillo County. I think this resolution has really strong elements to it, including the fact that it includes shared funding for the operations between both the county and the city. It also allows for additional expertise to be provided to the working team. It allows for a reasonable time frame for us to implement that team and ensure that they effectively are considering the many different areas of expertise across that process. And it's also very important that it is identical to, our counselors worked with the commission to ensure that the language is identical between the 2 resolutions to allow for the 2 to work together and to ensure that the mirror resolutions can be adopted. Thank you.
We have one amendment by Councilor Grout. Councilor Grout, you want to offer your amendment?
Mr. President, thank you. I wanted to offer floor amendment number 1 to R 23-198. Can you place that on the screen? Okay, somebody. Okay, so it is adding on line 3, page 3, line 3, inserting the following, adding a scientist representative from a federal research agency such as Sandia National Labs or Air Force Research Labs. And the explanation is that this would add a federal research scientist from a national laboratory located in Bernalillo County as a non-voting community member on the Air Quality Control Board Working Group.
Is there a second? Councilor Lewis?
I'll definitely second it, but it's a scientist. We're saying a scientist, right?
Scientist representative.
Scientist representative. I guess I just don't know another better term for it, but I wonder if there's a term that would represent a little more, maybe from the representative tonight that was here, that maybe handled more of, I think he was more of a VP of facilities, of projects. I guess when I think of scientists, I think of the guys that are just working on the scientific things going on at the labs, not the people who are actually building the buildings necessary to be able to do the mission or the work. So I apologize about that. I was just trying to think of maybe there's a better word that would describe the people in that kind of industry at the lab.
Mr. Morrow or Mr. Padilla, would you have a better idea?
No, I apologize. I was just going to read the gentleman's, Mr. President, the gentleman who did speak from Sandia Labs, he has a PhD in biochemical engineering, and he is a licensed professional engineer. So he is a scientist, but I see what you're saying, that if you would, it might be too narrow, so maybe it's a building.
Yeah, it's
Counselor
coming
Grout
out
might have an option.
incredibly smart people that probably work there.
I don't think Counselor Grout has an option.
What if we just eliminated scientist and just put a representative from a federal research agency such as Sandia National Labs?
We say, at a certain level.
What do you want to say?
What would you recommend?
The commander.
Senior
I don't know,
representative.
really.
Senior
You know,
representative?
I guess I'm fine with that. You know, I mean, I'm fine with the amendment. I'm disappointed that this is just this is a mirror of the county. It's like we're so proud of the county's bill. Like, we just love the county for doing all our work for us. But anyways, I absolutely support the amendment. I think it's probably the best
Okay,
definition.
leave it how it is.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, so the amendment as proposed. Any other discussion on the amendment as proposed? Seeing none, I'll ask the question. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here's your 1-minute warning. We'll ask you to take a seat and we'll get started here as soon as everybody gets settled. All right, we have about 22 things in less than an hour. Let's see what we can do. Where did we leave off before I got us way sidetracked? Oh, Councilor Bassan's favorite part, announcements.
Hold on. Where are
We're
we?
going to go backwards. Yeah, well, let's back up just a second. There will be a city council study session on Wednesday, December 6th at 1 p.m. in the council committee room on the 9th floor.
Hold on, I'm not there yet.
Suite 9081 related to the Gibson Health Hub. Councilor Feeblecorn.
Mr. President, there will be an Intergovernmental Legislative Relations Committee meeting on Wednesday, December 6th at 3 p.m. via Zoom video conference.
And Councilor Sanchez.
I'm trying to find my page 8.
You go. Bottom of the page.
Thank you. Friday, December 8th at 5:30, we will be having an 8th annual Angel Tree Lighting with Guardians of the Children on Civic Plaza to remember and celebrate the lives of the youth our state has lost to violence and abuse. I hope everyone can join us. Thank you.
Here's the next one.
Oh, I have the next one. Mr. President, thank you. There will be a Finance and Government Operations Committee meeting on Monday, December 11th at 5 p.m. via Zoom video conference.
Madam Chair.
And Mr. President, there will be a Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee meeting on Wednesday, December 13th at 5 p.m. in the Vincent E. Griego Chambers basement level of the Albuquerque Government Center. This will be a hybrid meeting.
And the city council meeting scheduled for Monday, December 18th is hereby canceled. Let's go back up just a little bit. I think we're going to go back to consent is where I recall that we left off. Is that right, Ms. Montoya? Okay. Are there any changes to the consent agenda? Councilor Lewis, I think you had an item to discuss.
I do. Mr. President, I'd like to pull R-179, item Q, off the consent agenda.
And so item item Q will be removed. And I am going to pull item G off the consent agenda. Are there any other changes to the consent agenda?
Mr. President, I move approval of the consent agenda.
Councilor Bassan offers a second. And as always, we want to say thank you to the members of the public who've been appointed to serve on boards and commissions. We look forward to your work and hope to see you back here telling us all about it soon. Councilor, seeing no other discussion on the consent agenda, will the clerk please call the vote?
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Counselor Benton? Counselor Benton with us? Counselor Benton?
He's excused for the moment.
Counselor Feebecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
Counselor Davis?
Yes.
And Counselor Benton, one more time. Okay, and that passes on a 7-0 vote.
Thank you. Councilor Lewis, you had 179.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, 179 I'm going to just read the first few paragraphs, or the sentences. This is approving the application and petition of Pulte Homes of New Mexico for formation of the estates at La Conquista Public Improvement District pursuant to the Public Improvement District Act. So this is initiating a PID here, so I move I
Mr. President?
This off because we have to get this done tonight.
Mr. President? Yes, we're having some technical problems right now. We're trying to get the sound back, so can we wait a minute, real quick?
Testing 1, 2. Can you hear me?
Mr. President, it's been taken care of.
Councilor Lewis, I wasn't able to hear you anyway. R179.
No problem. Thank you, Mr. President. So R179, we're pulling this off the consent agenda, I'm assuming, so that we can get this approved tonight. I think it's under a timeline. Is that correct? Okay. And so I'm going to go ahead and just move approval of, this is approving the application and petition of Pulte Homes in New Mexico for formation of the estates at La Conquista Public Improvement District. So we're creating a PID. I won't read the rest of that, but it's approving the resolution.
We have a motion and a second for them. And is there a floor sub? Is that what I understand?
I'm sorry?
Is there a floor substitute, Counselor?
Yeah, we do have, I'm going to move the floor sub for R23-179. First, staff could just make sure I'm doing this correctly. Okay, thank you.
So there's a motion and a second for the floor substitute that's available in the iPads. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, when the clerk is ready, we'll ask her to call the vote. I'm sorry, Counselor Bassan.
Mr. President, again, I'm pretty sure that we all know what this is about, but for the public's record and for their understanding, can you please just briefly explain the floor sub? I imagine it's numbers, probably.
Mr. President, Councilor Bassan, I appreciate the question. Our bond attorney, Chris Muirhead, is here. He's actually is going to help answer any questions we have.
Welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. President, Councilor Bassan, councilors. So this resolution forms the La Quintista Public Improvement District, of which there are numerous districts in the city of Albuquerque which relate to residential development. This particular one is on the west side, just south of Paseo del Norte and just east of Unser Boulevard. It is 56 acres, 248 homes. Pulte Homes is the developer. They're ready to roll. It's ready to build, like I said, 248 single-family homes in that development. The application is multiple documents that we reviewed, planning's reviewed, DMD's reviewed. So we're comfortable with formation of the resolution. The floor substitute is just to fill in a couple of blanks as to district board membership that was different from the, as introduced.
Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to please call the vote.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Counselor Benton? Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Pena?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
Counselor Davis?
Yes.
That passes on a 7-0 vote.
Thank you, counselors. Madam CAO, I understand that in the matter of EC 396, the applicant has withdrawn their consideration. Is that what I understand before I make a motion? This is Dr. Howe to the Water Protection Advisory Board.
Mr. President, yes, that is correct.
At the request of the administration, I'll move to withdraw. Is there a second? There's a second from Counselor Grout. Any discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the vote for the motion to withdraw?
Did we go back to the, we missed the bill.
Huh?
We were just on
I'm
the floor
sorry, I
sub.
might have missed something, Mr. President. Didn't we just vote on the floor sub, but then did we vote on the actual bill
I apologize.
as
Yes, we were
substituted?
trying to sort out this other one too. So I apologize. Let's get us back together. Thank you. Before we do the other one, let's do this one, which is R179 as substituted. My apologies, folks. We were caught up in all that technical mess. I'm sorry. Thank you, Ms. Montoya. I told you we would do this at least once today.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Counselor Benton?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis? Counselor Lewis?
Did you do Jones first?
I'm sorry?
Counselor Jones is excused.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Counselor Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
Counselor Davis?
Yes.
That passes on an 8-0 vote.
Thank you to my colleagues for putting us back on track. Now, in the matter of EC 396, at the request of the administration, I move a withdrawal.
Second.
And there's a second from Counselor Grout. Any discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Montoya.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Counselor Benton? Counselor Benton?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
Counselor Davis?
Yes.
8-0 passes.
Thank you. Counselors, on our agenda, our next up is our financial instruments. And so for R191, I will move a do pass. R191 relates to the redevelopment, leasing, and sale of an MRA project within the Central Highland Upper Nob Hill Metropolitan RDA. Consistent with those terms and approving the redevelopment application entitled the 66 Redevelopment Tax Abatement Application and all those other things consistent thereof. I see Mr. Bruner is here. We have a second from Council Feeblecorn for the record. Mr. Cornelius, I don't believe there's anyone signed up to speak on these items. Oh, Ms. Councilor Grout says there is.
We have Javier Cruz to speak. Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you.
And that's all our speakers.
All right, Mr. Cruz is not here. I see Director Bruner here. I assume this is yours. Terry, do you mind, Director Bruner, you want to come on up? Give us a really quick introduction to this, and while folks are coming up, let me just give a background here really quick. We have this project and another, both in East Central, sort of Nob Hill and Nob Hill adjacent, and I appreciate very much the administration's working with the community to work through this. One of these is a more traditional market rate housing project. Another is a workforce housing project. And I had asked the administration to do their best to bring us both of those together because this council has really asked to prioritize that balance and to be sure that we're creating both. And I appreciate, Mr. Bruner, thank you so much, and to the administration for going back and being sure that we could get both of these introduced together so that we can make it clear that we're getting all those types of projects done for all the housing needs in our city. And getting fast tracking what you could to get the workforce housing projects available before the end of the year. That means an awful lot. So Director Bruner, thank you. Would you give us a really quick introduction?
Sure, Mr. President, thank you. We're looking today at approving a tax abatement project over on Central Avenue of a vacant lot. I believe the cross street is Adams. This has been a vacant lot for a while. We'll be developing 96 units on that lot at market rate. The project's called the 66. It scored well on our scoring criteria for tax abatement. And it will generate revenue to the city through a lease fee of $10,000 a year for 7 years, but also provide a big break for the developer, which really helps at times when construction loan interest rates are so high and they're looking for cash flow on their deals. So, and this does, in a sense, travel with another project that you'll be hearing later.
Thank you. And councilors, any questions about R191? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to please call the vote. Thank you, Director.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Counselor Benton?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Pena?
Yes.
That was a yes?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
Counselor Davis?
Yes.
Passes on an 8-0 vote.
Councilor Grout, 094.
Thank you, Mr. President. 094 is approving a project involving Array Technologies Incorporated pursuant to the Local Economic Development Act and City Ordinance 0410, the city's implementation legislation for that act to support the acquisition, construction, and improvement of a manufacturing facility to manufacture utility-scale solar tracker technology and related products, authorizing the execution of an intergovernmental agreement in connection with that project, making certain determinations and findings related to the project, including the appropriation of funds, ratifying certain actions taken previously, and repealing all actions inconsistent with the ordinance. I move it to pass.
And we have a second from Councilor Feeblecorn. Back to Councilor Grout and the administration. We do have one speaker, but I don't think Mr. Cruz is here again, so we'll move on.
Hi there. Would you all give us an update on this? And yes,
Director.
Thank you.
Council President Davis, Councilor Grout, councilors. Before I begin, just sincerely, it's been an honor working with you. I want to thank you for your service. Many of us have worked together in economic development for many years now through COVID. And during that time, we created thousands of jobs. As of 2 weeks ago, have brought billions of dollars to Albuquerque. And it's been an absolute honor and pleasure to work with you. And for those of the councilors who are retiring, Godspeed. I hope it is all you wish for. Having said this, this is a unique project. It's not a complicated project, but there are certain aspects of this project that are worth calling out. Number one, this is a company that was founded right here in New Mexico in Albuquerque. It's a company that uses technology that was developed right here in Albuquerque. It's a company that felt some push and pull factors and was seriously considering leaving the state, going to one of our neighboring states. And I will say there were some muscular attempts by some of our neighboring states to recruit this company and take some New Mexican jobs away from us. I want to thank the state and the county for their collaboration, for their hard work. This is a retention project. One of the 3 pillars of economic development is retention, expansion, and recruitment. This is a retention project. The goal of this project is to safeguard about 400 New Mexican jobs, to keep them in this community, to protect Albuquerque families from having to make the difficult decision to, do we leave the state to follow our jobs? Do we try to invent ourselves? What is also unique about this project is that it's a truly collaborative effort. The state of New Mexico is coming to the table with $2.5 million. Both the county and the city are coming to the table with $250,000 each. The company is going to move from a location in Councilor Bassan's district to a location in Bernalillo County, in the unincorporated parts of Bernalillo. Of the 400 or so jobs, 90 of those jobs that we are saving are held by residents of Albuquerque, and I think that's really important. There's going to be a capital investment of around $50 million into this new facility, and a promise of creating 80, maybe 90 additional new jobs, and I think one can postulate that about 90% of those jobs will also be occupied by people who reside in Albuquerque. So very excited about this project. As I said, it's one of those that's unique because it allows us and gives us the opportunity to think a little bit differently about what we typically do. And if it pleases the chair, I will pass the microphone to Chris Chavez to give you the staff analysis.
Good evening, councilors. Thank you for the opportunity to bring this project before you today. This ordinance proposes LEDA funding in the amount of $250,000 from the city for Array Technologies Incorporated. The company is a global provider of utility-scale solar tracking technology that helps customers maximize the effectiveness of their solar sites. Max alluded to this earlier. Array is a publicly traded company. It's founded and headquartered here in Albuquerque. With over 30 years of innovations, this company is uniquely positioned to deliver what their customers need for clean energy solutions in markets around the globe. They have multiple manufacturing sites and multiple offices worldwide with an annual revenue of $1.7 billion. Their primary manufacturing is right here in the Albuquerque area. And currently they have 318 full-time employees here in Albuquerque that will be retained with plans to create 87 new positions at the project location. The new jobs will be in operations, customer service, assembly, engineering, and engineering systems. The newly created jobs will average $48,568, with salaries ranging from $35,000 to $127,000. The company's current facility at 3901 Midway Place was unable to support a large enough expansion for their future needs, and that's why it necessitated them to look at other sites. And then after looking at multiple sites across the metro area, they ultimately selected a site at 701 Atrisco Vista Boulevard. The total capital investment for the acquisition and construction of the project is estimated at $49 million. The state of New Mexico estimates that the project will create approximately over 374 jobs in construction. Those will be sourced from local labor pools as much as possible, and the project will also create 76 indirect and induced jobs. The company will use the facility for its headquarters, office functions, assembly, manufacturing, warehousing, and distribution of their commercial solar products. The facility also will be used for vehicle parking, yards, storage, and additional ancillary uses. The LEDA staff analysis given to the council includes a fiscal impact analysis provided to the city by the state of New Mexico. The FIA determined that the project will have a substantive contribution to the community. Overall, the city will receive over $2.3 million in net benefits over the 10-year period, and the project will have a total estimated net benefit of over $11 million over 10 years. LEDA 24-2 is a qualified project as defined by the state's Local Economic Development Act and city enabling legislation. It complies with the adopted city plans and policies and meets community economic development priorities and objective. It was given a unanimous recommendation by the Albuquerque Development Commission. Based on the above findings, staff recommends approval of LEDA 22-4 as proposed in the project plan application. Thank you. Also, sorry to interrupt. We do have a representative on Zoom from the company, and we also have Roman Romero here representing the company in person, and Yuri Morales with the state of New Mexico is also here.
Thanks. I'll go back to the sponsor to see how she wants to present.
I just love that, your passion, first of all. I think it's awesome. And anytime that we can keep jobs in New Mexico and in Albuquerque and Bernalillo County, I think it's a win-win. And I also love seeing all of the different departments and agencies come together. I think that's also very good. I just think it's a no-brainer, personally.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you for choosing Albuquerque to stay here.
Let me make one brief comment and then we'll move on. And I appreciate Director Gruner. You and I went back and forth about this a little bit. And I have some heartburn about it. I want to put it on the record. But at the end of the day, I trust your judgment and I trust the spreadsheets. And I know this is the right thing to do for a company that is doing great by New Mexico, putting New Mexicans to work, and it's homegrown. This is the first time I can recall that the city is lending money to a county-based project. And I understand that the company came to us and said, hey, we're getting big offers from another state. That's an attractive piece for their bottom line, and that's important. And we want to keep them here. And we know that the workforce works here in Albuquerque as much as they would work in Bernalillo County, and we could share that. But it's the first time we've lent city economic development LEDA funds to a county-based project. And so I had some questions and concerns, and I want to put them on the record, but I support the project because I believe in the overall mission. But it is my hope that the next year, that the Economic Development Department with the administration would spend some time to come up with some parameters to evaluate these types of projects. Because in the past, when a county-based business was looking for LEDA funds, they would go to the county Economic Development Department. We might provide some technical assistance. The state would provide some dollars and technical assistance, but really it was a county-based project, county dollars, city-based project, city dollars. I want to be a little worried I want to be careful that we don't overextend the city's LEDA funds to become the regional LEDA funds that every community comes to us to ask for because some of the people will live in the city of Albuquerque, and that may be a good purpose. But I have anxiety about us not creating parameters for how we evaluate those to be sure that we don't overextend our limited city resources so that when the next Maxion, Netflix, or small startup company is looking to expand from 50 to 60 jobs, we don't have the resources to do that either. But I love, Raytech is doing great work. They're in a place that New Mexico should be investing in our next non-extractive industries, and we definitely want to support that and are excited to see them grow. And I think this is a good investment for the city. I'd love to see us work with the county more. I hope this is a good start with that, but I do want to be careful, and I hope that the administration will take a look at how we would evaluate those in the future. Because we don't have a policy for that right now, and I think that would help everybody look at these in a more clear fashion in the future so there's not any chance that we overextend ourselves. And so I hope the administration will do that. That's all. That's my soapbox.
Thank you. So I urge, any counselors have any questions?
Seeing none.
I urge your support.
Ms. Montoya?
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Counselor Benton?
Yes.
Counselor Fabercorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
Counselor Davis?
Yes.
Passes on an 8-0 vote.
Director Gruner, congratulations.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilors, if we get back on the agenda in the order that it was supposed to be, I think that takes us to approvals, item A. If that's right by the clerk, that I didn't skip anything else. Yep, great. Will be 13A, EC 384. That's a lease agreement between United Association of Journeymen and Apprentices, the UA 412, and the city of Albuquerque. I'll move approval. I heard several seconds. I heard Councilor Bassan first. We'll take that one. Is there anyone signed up to speak?
We have, thank you, Mr. President. We have one speaker on Zoom, and that is Joan Baker.
Joan? Ms. Baker?
Yeah, thank you, Council. My name's Joan Baker. I'm the Director of Outreach and Engagement at the UA Local 412. I know it's late and it's been a long time, but our lease in this building is more than just what we do, which is workforce development and create and have really good jobs. Part of my job is our apprenticeship readiness and outreach into communities. My brother was homeless. He passed away last year, and he couldn't have been saved by this program. Not at that time. But the first time he went to prison and he came out, had he had a program like this in reentry, maybe he wouldn't have gone back the second time. The second time when he got out of prison, had he had a program like this upon his reentry, maybe he wouldn't have gone back the third time. And had he not gone back the third time, maybe he wouldn't have felt like he just couldn't be in four walls and decided that living on the street was all he could do. We do work with reentry programs, multiple reentry programs. We're working with the Youth Adult Court program, and we have already taken 4 participants out of their programs and got them into good jobs. They've been hired full-time at different sites. And so we really hope that you'll approve this lease and that we can do what we really want to do and make a bigger impact in our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's our lone speaker.
Thank you. And so from the administration, is there anything further?
Council President, councilors, we just believe this is such an incredible opportunity for us to utilize an asset for the benefit of our community and workforce development. So we encourage you to pass. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other discussion, will the clerk call the vote?
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Counselor Benton?
Yes.
Counselor Fabercorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
Counselor Davis?
Yes.
Passes on an 8-0 vote.
Councilors, next up is EC 390, and I'm introducing or sponsoring by request. This is the Community Planning Assessment Report for the Southwest Mesa area. I'll move a receipt be noted. I have several seconds from Councilor Grout and others. Any discussion on EC 390? Seeing none, anything from the administration? They're ready if.
We have folks ready to speak on this item, I think, at the request of a counselor.
Sure. Go ahead, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Will you tell us just a little bit about your findings? I know the report's available, and we'll have a chance to look through it. There we go.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. President and councilors. I'll be providing a quick overview of the process that this report went through and some highlights of the results. Next slide. Next slide after that. The process started in March of 2021, and the Southwest Mesa Community Planning Area roughly covers the southwest quadrant of the city, so south of I-40 and west of the river up to the city limits. Next slide, please. The Southwest Mesa Community Planning Area, the long-range team focuses on community planning areas to better understand local priorities. Based on the community input that we receive, these assessment reports recommend policies to incorporate into the comprehensive plan and potentially changes to regulation in the IDO. Next slide, please. Each assessment starts with listening to and learning from the communities that live, work, and play in the area, and then exploring solutions through deeper dives into priority topics, and finally developing priorities and actions with city departments and other partners. Next slide, please. In 2021, we launched the Southwest Mesa CPA assessment. This was on the original schedule, which allowed for a 4-month process. We relied largely on virtual engagement because vaccines were not yet widely available. In addition to online surveys, we attended and hosted meetings. We received hundreds of comments about assets and opportunities in the area. We also reviewed and made public story maps of data that we track across all of the planning areas, and held focus groups with dozens of partners from other city departments, the county, nonprofits, and other agencies. Finally, we wrote a first draft. Next slide, please. That winter, Council extended the CPA timeline so that each assessment process would last for a year. We also updated the report template and reviewed community priorities in the Southwest Mesa so we could undertake more outreach around special topics, which you see listed on the slide. Next slide, please. The draft report was published online earlier this year, and I'll just highlight the sections quickly on the next slide. The first 2 sections outline the purpose of the assessment process and provide community context, including a description of the area, a demographic profile, and a brief history. Next slide, please. Section 3 documents existing conditions under each of the 10 comp plan elements. And next slide, please. Section 4 covers special topics or programs and projects identified by the community as particularly important. Next slide, please. Section 5 is policy, regulation, and review. That also contains a policy matrix with all of the language that was developed with community and partners for the Southwest Mesa. And finally, next slide. Section 6 compiles all of the actions that have been committed to by city departments. On the next slide, I would like to run through just one example of how that all ties together. We heard from a lot of people about small business and the desire to see more small businesses, as well as access to amenities in the Southwest Mesa. Those priorities were summarized in Section 3. Then we had several focus groups with the City Economic Development Department and local partners, including West Central Community Development and the Partnership for Community Action, and partnered with Economic Development on a small business resource fair modeled after the resource fair Councilor Pena sponsored in 2019. The results of that outreach and more information on businesses in that area are documented in Section 4.5. And next slide, please. All of that outreach accumulated in the report, in addition to bringing resources and things to businesses at the time, in policies particular to that area of the city, and an action was also developed that planning and the Economic Development Department would partner on small business resource fairs in each quadrant of the city every year to help meet those needs that we heard about during the outreach process. Last slide, please. The communities in Southwest Mesa truly love their neighborhood and care deeply about its future. This report documents their passion and civic mindedness. And with that, I will stand for questions. Thank you.
So on the matter of EC 390, any questions?
Mr. President, it's not a question. Thank you for not providing a slideshow and just reading from it. That was brilliant and informative. Thank you.
Thanks.
Seeing no other discussion, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Counselor Benton?
Yes.
Counselor Babelkorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
Counselor Davis?
Yes.
Passes on an 8-0 vote.
Thank you. Councilors, next up, EC 405. Director Bruner, I think you're back. Approving the Somos Affordable Housing Development and Disposition Agreement for MRA-owned land at 7200 Central Avenue Southeast. This is that other thing I promised you was coming. I move approval.
Second.
Second for Councilor Grout. Councilors, is there any discussion?
Mr. President,
Councilor Grout.
I am thrilled to see this move forward. I travel the last two. I travel along Central, going home and that's my area where my business is, and both of these projects I am looking forward to so much. So I'm excited.
We'll have to look after this one when we're gone.
Yes.
Yeah, and again, I want to appreciate the administration. We want to call out when we do something and work well together. This is great. This is that workforce housing piece that we really need to work on East Central, and as a companion to the market housing project that we just approved, I think this is a great way to invest in those infill areas and really reinvest in those MR areas, and I appreciate you, Director, for working on that. Councilor, seeing no other discussion, the motion is for approval.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Counselor Benton?
Yes.
Counselor Babelkorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
Counselor Davis?
Yes.
Passes on an 8-0 vote.
Next up in final actions, we've already disposed of item A and B. We would be on item C, Councilor Grout, R159.
Mr. President, thank you. R159 is amending the bill number R13-220, enactment number R2013-114, titled Establishing a Policy for the Timeframes for Purging of License Plate Readers' Records by the Albuquerque Police Department to extend the time period the Albuquerque Police Department may keep information from license plate readers before purging the information. I move it to pass.
Second for Councilor Bassan. I don't believe there's anybody signed up on this one. I know the administration wanted to speak briefly about this matter.
President Davis and council members, we have Deputy Chief JJ Griego on the Zoom to answer any questions if you have concerns regarding the extension that is included in this language.
Chief, good to see you. I think we can see you.
President Davis, councilors.
Yes, sir, go ahead. Go ahead, sir. If you, this is, can you just tell us really briefly why APD was seeking this change? I think there have been some questions in the Finance Government Operations Committee about the appropriate time limit from where we are now up to 1 year. And so I know APD, or at least the administration, wanted APD to present at least on those questions so we could close that loop.
Yes, sir. So essentially the current state of affairs is we retain the data for 14 days and then it's purged. And that does pose problems for us in that there are oftentimes when we have not identified a suspect or a suspect vehicle until months after a crime has occurred. So essentially we're deleting or purging evidence that may be used to execute criminals before we even know that it is evidence. And what we're doing is we're seeking to extend that time frame as it sometimes takes 6 months, 7 months for us to determine who an offender might be or a vehicle or accomplice is, you know, to be able to retain that information to where we may be able to use it, excuse me, for investigative purposes.
Thank you. Councilor Brown, anything?
Thank you, Deputy. I have a question. Who is able to access these records? How does someone go about it, and what are the security measures involved in that?
So this information is governed by what is known as CJIS. It's the Criminal Justice Information Systems requirements. It is governed by the FBI, and the information is requested through the Real-Time Crime Center. When they provide a case number, the lawful purpose for that information, and the specific information that they're seeking, that information will be provided. But they have to have a legitimate purpose in order to seek that information through the Real-Time Crime Center.
Thank you. Is it all recorded? So you can tell who's gone in to check that information? How is that record keeping kept?
So the system is auditable, and that's part of the requirements that we have as far as the CJIS requirements go, just the same as we would have with the National Crime Information Center computers, where an officer would go into to query that information. We'll be able to look at and see who requested it, what case number they provided, and for what purpose they were requesting the information for.
Glad to hear that. Thank you very much. Is this, what is a time frame for different agencies across the country?
So it varies. If we've looked at all kinds of research. I worked on a project with the Major City Chiefs Association, and it ranges anywhere from, ours is on the lower end, and it ranges anywhere from a month to 5 years. So there's really no set standard. When we looked at the timeframes, we looked at cases that we had, and we figured that a year was an adequate balance between our ability to do investigations and the privacy rights of the community.
Very good. Thank you. That's all I have for you.
Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Me being a former law enforcement officer, retired law enforcement officer, I think that this is a great tool for our police department. I think it's something that's already well vetted. I think we've gone over every question or every concern that anyone might have, and so I'm actually going to vote for the year. I think it's an important thing that we can continue to solve crimes, and especially some of the violent crimes that we have in our city, and this would help us address those leads and follow up on those leads. So thank you.
Let me recognize myself and just say, I'll reiterate what I said at FGO just to make a point. But I appreciate this, Chief. I really do. I was part of these conversations under the last mayor's administration with the ACLU in the early days of our speed camera or red light camera, how long we retained some of that data, whether it would be accessible, and then some of the early CCTV retention. And that's sort of where that 2-week, 15-day, 2-week rule came from. And I asked our staff, and I appreciate Mr. Sylvan and others for doing some research for us to look at other cities and how long they were retaining their data. This is on the far end of sort of the average of other cities who have these programs. My concern, quite frankly, is that there has to be a balance somewhere between personal privacy and sort of just government warehousing data about us and where we go and all those things. And so I think this goes too far. I think citizens in the city of Albuquerque, if they knew that APD was tracking their vehicle movements and potentially other things down the road, if this sets that precedent for how we retain data as we become a more data center society, I think if most residents knew that we were able to track their movements over the course of a year all around the city, they would be concerned about that. I think there's a reasonable balance here. The evidentiary value of where someone was a year ago is diminished greatly. Every day we don't solve a crime. A few days, maybe a month, but I think this one goes too far. So for that reason, I'm going to vote against it, but I've made my case in FGO. Our staff has done some good research about how we pair up, and I hope somebody continues to monitor this closely. I hope APD can implement this well, and I hope the administration and maybe City Legal and others can do some reporting to be sure that we're auditing this, to be sure we're implementing it correctly and not providing inappropriate access to those records, because they just do become an easy target when you really want to know something. It's there. It's easy to say, I know it's there and I need access to it, I need an exception, and so I think we want to limit those options. For those reasons, I will vote against it, but I know this will pass. I just hope that folks will pay attention to those concerns and prove me wrong.
Thank you, Mr. President. I hope to prove you wrong.
Great.
So, thank you.
To close.
I urge your support.
Seeing no other discussion, will the clerk please call the vote? R-159.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Counselor Benton?
Yes.
Counselor Fablecorn?
No.
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
Counselor Davis?
No.
That passes on a 6-2 vote.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Councilors Benton and Grout, R-184.
Mr. President, my audio is bad, so if you don't mind, I'll have asked my co-sponsor to
He's ready.
Thank you, Mr. President. Counselor Benton. R-184 at the floor sub, amending Resolution R-23-152 to establish a policy prohibiting advertising on the exterior of transit buses and paratransit vehicles. I move it do pass.
second.
Councilor Benton offers a second. Before we go any farther, I'm going to make a motion to suspend the rules and extend the meeting until 11:30 so we have enough time to get through, I hope, everything. Is there a second?
Second.
Several seconds. Any discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk call the vote on the rule suspension to extend?
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Counselor Benton?
Yes.
Counselor Fablecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
Counselor Davis?
Yes.
Passes 8-0.
Thank you. And back to the sponsors, I'm sorry. And you have an amendment as well, I think. Is that right, Councilor Grout?
No, you have an amendment, right? Oh, I do have an amendment. Sorry, guys. Okay, my floor amendment, number 1, is on page 2, line 5, delete public or private, and insert in lieu thereof, commercial, nonprofit, or public agency. And on page 2, line 14, delete commercial. And the explanation is to clarifies the restrictions on advertising.
Second.
So the sponsors have amendment number 1. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, would the clerk call the vote on the amendment, please?
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Counselor Benton?
Yes.
Counselor Fablecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
Counselor Davis?
Yes.
Passes 8-0.
Sponsors, I'll defer to you if you want to discuss the bill or go to the administration first.
Counselor Benton?
Yes. Hello?
But Counselor, do you want to talk about your bill really quickly? We can hear you
Yeah. fine. Okay, good. Yeah, I've just been cutting it in and out. Yes, but really, we're just, the bill is, it's been out there for a while. The intent, it's been pretty clear is to not continuing, and this would be phased in because there were existing agreements and contracts and work orders. But that over time that we would phase out the use of our buses as essentially rolling billboards. And, the intent, I think there was some confusion, I think, on the part of some not understanding what we were doing, which was, I think, on the part of the administration who felt that they like to have these special buses for a special event, that they would use the bus wraps or whatever type of advertising for what we call public service advertising, for lack of a better term, but for public advertising as opposed to just commercial advertising. The intent of myself to begin with and the sponsor, the co-sponsor, if I could speak for Councilor Grout, is that we're trying to create a uniform, professional-looking fleet. And to me, it's contradictory to utilize them for commercial purposes, but also just as a, one-off kind of special buses that would be an outlier of the fleet. And I find that, to be confusing to users and detrimental to a professional-looking organization of transit. So that's essentially the idea, and I know that I understand anyway that within the administration there's some resistance to this, of wanting to at least do these special buses that would be out there. But this would be, I would urge council to take the harder line here and really have a totally consistent fleet.
So we have a couple of counselors with questions, and then if that's okay, then we'll go to the administration and back to the sponsors. Counselor Sanchez.
Thank you. Just a comment and possibly a question for the administration. Wrapping the buses for commercial use, it seems to me, it provides a service and a need for our community. We heard a speaker today talk about that. We already have it down. It's already something that we do all the time. We know how to do it. We know how to get it done. The wraps seem to come by pretty easy for us, and we are actually having a revenue stream. So it's important to have that revenue stream. So my question is to the administration is, why do we want to cut a revenue stream just to make the buses more unified? To me, it doesn't make any sense, since we're already doing something and it's actually providing a service and it actually provides a revenue stream.
President Davis, Councilor Sanchez, I appreciate your question. I think we've had some ongoing discussion with Councilor Benton on this topic, and now Councilor Grout as well. We have appreciated having the opportunity to use the bus surfaces as a way to promote especially those matters which are about city purposes, if that makes sense. So I think we all are familiar with the campaigns like Just Breathe and the pet adoption messaging that we have been able to put. We've been working on the buses through bus wraps or advertising of those. And we have been working with Councilor Benton to understand his goal is related to creating uniformity across our fleet in the buses. So we've hoped to be able to maintain the opportunity to continue to promote city messaging, not for profit. We have conceded in that space to understand that there is concern about commercial advertising that is it is not aligned necessarily with city offerings and the nonprofit, or the public service announcements that we think are of value.
I'm still confused based on it, because every single bus stop has an advertisement on it. The inside of the bus is loaded with advertisements, and so we're still dealing with that same revenue stream. We're still in it. And then if we want uniformity, you just said that we're not having uniformity because we're going to be advertising city events instead of just having a bus advertising just the transit department. So I'm going to be voting no on this one. I think that we already have something in place that's valuable to the community, and I think we should just leave it alone.
Any other counselors before we go to our public speaker? You're fine. Okay.
Oh, no,
Anything else on the, we did do the amendment.
we did vote on it.
Yeah, we did pass the amendment. So, Counselor, if you have another amendment, this would be amendment number 2, and then we'll clear amendments, and then we're going to go to Mr. Dominski, who's our speaker. Counselor, I apologize. Would you turn your mic on for the folks at home? They're giving me that dirty look. There we go.
Sorry, I can read it again. So on page 2, line 5, strike the words public or, and then item The explanation is the item will allow the city to use the wraps on buses for the purposes of public service announcements, city marketing, and such as like Speeding Has a Name and Just Breathe, and promoting adoption of city animal shelters. So just so that we can use it for public use for the city of Albuquerque to be able to advertise on. So I would move that motion.
I'll second it for discussion, but I think we need to be sure we're on the right amendment. Councilor Passan?
Mr. President, I think it's not that it's the wrong amendment, it's that with the amendment that just passed, now that all the verbiage needs to be different than that to match if we're going to change it up.
Mr. President, that's correct. It's just, I didn't know there was going to be the other amendment, so.
I want to give our staff just a second. They're taking a look to be sure we can bring all those together.
Mr. President, councilors, so if to correct that to the amendment that was just made, on the amendment that was made on line 5, right now it's going to read, instead of public or private advertising, it will read commercial, comma, nonprofit, or public agency. So what you would do with that to institute Councilor Pena's amendment is you would delete or public agency, and you would say commercial instead of the comma, commercial or nonprofit. So that would be the insert. So you would insert an or between commercial and nonprofit, and then delete or public agency.
Mr. President, what did Councilor Grout intend with public agency? What did that, how is that different than commercial?
Madam Vice President.
Mr. Minicucci?
Yeah, Mr. President, Councilor Passan, basically commercial is meaning private. We took it as meaning the private industry, the commercial industry, have a commercial business. Public agency, of course, being an agency.
So wouldn't it, Mr. President, Mr. Minicucci, wouldn't we really want to strike out, and I don't know, but it seems to me like we would want to keep public agency and get rid of commercial, because were you saying that you wanted to make sure that the city could do
Yes,
the
correct.
other way around, right?
Yeah, it's the other way around. Basically, we want to keep public agency by striking public agency here, then that's no longer prohibited. These three items are to make them prohibited.
Thank you.
Clear as mud.
So I'm really confused.
Council Feeblecorn has a question, then we'll go back to the other sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I don't know if it's about this amendment. I'm confused on this bill. We've seen so many versions of it. Are we still saying that wraps of any kind would not be allowed, but now we would allow advertising like on the back that's not covering the windows? Is that still what we're trying to do?
If I may.
I can't hear you there. I'm sorry, Councilor Benton. Hold on just a
Sorry.
second. We're coming to you. Councilor Pena, then Councilor Benton to answer.
Sorry, so
And then
it would
Director.
just be public service announcements on the back of the bus.
Thank you, Mr. President.
And then Councilor Benton, you wanted to respond, then Director Keener is here with us as well.
Yes, I'm just trying to clarify that Councilor Pena's would still allow the city to do these announcements, but not either a commercial or a nonprofit.
Director Keener.
Thank you, Council President and councilors. I just wanted to clear something up. So I think this is partially to clear up the original amendment when we had discussed it, and the intent behind the amendment and the verbiage had to do with bus wrap advertising. I think what got lost a little bit is that we do bus wraps for ourselves internally. So it is, we can paint them, but we also do bus wraps. So we could do paint schemes with decals or bus wraps, but we'd like to maintain that flexibility to be able to go either way with those.
Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I thought the original purpose of this bill, when we originally heard it a couple months ago, was that we didn't want the wraps because the wraps do confiscate or obfuscate the view into the buses. So now we're saying that we would have the option of having buses under this new bill. I'm sorry, wraps under this bill.
Council President, Council Feeblecorn, yes. So we would be able to do the wraps. We can do wraps without doing the window coverings, which would be the direction that we would go from the department's standpoint when we would do the color scheme and the branding.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, did you say you can or you can't?
We can. We can make sure that we do not cover the windows.
Thank
yes.
you.
We're back on Councilor Pena's amendment. Councilor Grout on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. So my understanding, we're doing this in the first place because when we passed it 2 months ago, it was not known that when even the wraps that says City of Albuquerque is a wrap. And so we would be getting a white bus or we would be getting a brown bus, but we couldn't put a wrap around it. So that's why it was reintroduced to adjust this so that we can still use a wrap as far as city logoing and so forth, messaging. I understand and I agree with Councilor Benton. He wants, and I want a clean, I'm always talking about clean, safe, and a standard and a professional looking bus going around where wherever you are in the city, you're not having to look at it a second time and wonder if that is a city bus or if that is a commercial bus or whatever. And so that is the intent here, and I do agree with that. I think there are places for advertising, and I think advertising is important. We can do advertisings at the bus shelters. We can do it on the inside of the buses when people are riding the buses, and there's some room for income there. But I think that when I travel, across the country in different cities, I do see the same nice-looking bus decals and logos, and it's very uniformed, and I think that is the intent here. We want to have it where wherever you go, you'll identify that bus as a City of Albuquerque bus. No questions asked. And then I understand we want to also have some PSAs available. And so that's would be the reason why we have these amendments. And so I do agree with that as well. I think there needs to be parameters on them, but that is my understanding for this reintroduction and so forth. Okay.
Councilor Benton, you had your hand up. Did you have another comment here?
No, I think Councilor Grout made my point, which is that we would continue advertising within the buses. That's not prohibited, and on the bus shelters, which they typically have a panel that's made for advertising. So those options still remain to the city for either commercial or public service advertising.
Councilor Basad.
So,
Mr. President, I'm not saying this is my intention, but what happens if this bill doesn't pass tonight? Are we left with white buses? Where are we at on all of the different renditions of the bills that we did or did not pass already?
Director Keener.
Council President and Councilor Bassan. So right now we have stopped with the advertising with those bus wraps. We're not doing those anymore. We haven't had the need to do any wraps at this point, but based on what we had just talked about with the intent of the piece of legislation that we had passed before, it was our understanding that was only to apply to bus wrap advertising. So my understanding is that we could still proceed forward with it.
We could still proceed forward with what?
With the city bus wraps.
So if this bill does not pass, bus wraps still happen and things go back to the way they are right now? Or, because I don't think that's the case.
Yeah.
Ms. Keith?
Councilor Davis, Councilor Bassan. Yeah, I would interpret the bill that was passed before to prohibit wraps in the future. So I do think to the extent that transit needs to do wraps for some purposes, some revision to what was passed previously is necessary.
Okay.
I think what I hear Director Keener saying is, since that has been passed, she hasn't needed to do a wrap, but at some point in the future, she will need to do a wrap. Or transit will need to do a wrap.
They just might not have an add-on.
So it just may or may not, well, if we would need to pass this because we need to make sure that whether it has advertising or not, we need to have wraps.
Yes.
this is just, and I have to say this, and I think I've never done this yet. So this is my first, but this reminds me of PTA days where we would do these functions and everybody would always say, like, you just can't get wrapped up in the color of the tablecloth. And that's what I feel like we're doing. Like, we're just splitting so many hairs over something that at this point, I'm really struggling to see the relevance. It's getting really murky.
May I ask another
Go
question?
for it.
I have a question. What is the difference between, is it more expensive to paint a bus than it is to wrap a bus? What's the benefit?
Council President, Councilor Grout, it just kind of depends on, the cost for the market. So sometimes we do paint, and in fact, some of our gilligs that are coming in right now are being painted turquoise, where we could put the decals on those, and then sometimes we do the wraps. So it just depends on the costing and who we're able to get and the availability of those to do the wraps and the painting.
Okay, thank you. So if we did not do anything right now, if this does not pass, then we'll just go back to you either painting, correct? As I'm understanding, we couldn't do wraps at all, even city logo, correct? We have to paint.
Councilor Grout, correct. The prior ordinance or prior resolution as worded said no wraps at all.
So we
No.
advertising.
No.
It said no wraps.
Mr. President.
Go ahead.
So so without this, there's no wraps, but there can be advertising? There's no wraps and no advertising if nothing is done tonight,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
Thank you. Yeah,
Whatever
okay.
color the bus is painted. Okay.
But you could paint the bus.
Okay, so we're on amendment number 2, which is Councilor Peña's amendment. Let's try to go to Councilor Peña to close the amendment, then we have some speakers and we'll see where this lands, or parks, or whatever.
Thank you,
Councilor Peña.
Mr. President. I was just trying to provide an opportunity to have some public service announcements on this.
Yep. Any other discussion on amendment number 2? Seeing no other, would the clerk please call the roll on that amendment?
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Counselor Benton?
No.
Counselor Fablecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
No.
Counselor Lewis?
No.
Counselor Peña?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
No.
Counselor Davis?
No.
It fails on a 5-3 vote.
Okay, so we are back on the bill as amended once. Let's go to our public speakers, Mr. Cornelius, and then we'll see where that takes us.
Thank you,
That
Mr.
makes
Pre-
it more clear.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have Tad Nemitsky, followed by David Chavez on Zoom.
Well, somebody told me this afternoon, saying, I'm tired of the soap opera. I threw the shoe into TV. Anyway, let me get to the point. What is difference here? Public bus, school bus, YDI bus. What did I say? What's the difference? Simple. And advertise to who they serve. Now, what is next? If we can advertise as long as we can make money. So it means corner businesses, stripteases, etc. And that's appropriate on the city bus, exterior, or even interior, neither one. I would say that's as simple as that. Now, interior. Interior, I am against obstructing view. That's supposed to be section only for private, commercial, whatever advertisers. Like, for example, business cards and many businesses. So that's all I would like to say. Thank you.
Up next is David Chavez, followed by Neil Gatherum. David, are you there?
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the council.
I'm speaking against the bus advertisement bill R-23-184. I'm David C. Chavis on behalf of the David C. Chavis Personal Injury Law Firm. Our law firm was established in 1939 by my father, Thibaut J. Chavis. I've been in business for over 40 years. We're a local business who has advertised with Lamar on bus advertisements for over 8 years with a long-term partnership. We're not a national advertisement law firm, and Lamar has treated, we're local, Lamar has treated us fair in our rates and as a local advertiser. Lamar recognizes the importance of local presence in bus advertising market. As a local business, we rely on bus advertising to get our local brand out to the public. The bus advertisement ban will significantly and negatively impact our local business to compete in the market. We respectfully request that the amendment not be voted in favor of, and that there be a reevaluation of the initial bill in its entirety. I'm one of you guys as local as red and green. Thank you.
Up next is Neil Gatherum.
My name is Neil Gatherum, and I'm with Lamar Advertising. We are the contractor that manages the city's transit ad program. And the original intent of this bill is twofold: increase rider safety and increase ABQ Rides brand recognition. However, there's two additional components that need to be considered: city revenue and supporting local businesses. You don't have to dissolve the ad program to gain ABQ Ride branding. As an example, in the Bay Area, there are several overlapping transit systems to include Muni, Samtrans, AC Transit, Golden Gate Bridge Transit, just to name a few. Each of them need brand recognition to differentiate within the crowded community. And guess what? Each of them has a long-standing ad program in place. Lamar has generated $5.3 million in ad revenue for the city of Albuquerque and forecasts an additional $5.5 million over the next 10 years. The fiscal impact analysis included with this bill is inaccurate and downplays the financial loss. This bill will dissolve $5.5 million in city revenues, not the $813,000 noted in the analysis. In addition, local businesses will lose an important advertising tool. This past year, 59 local companies utilized the power of transit advertising. This bill takes away their voice. We have emailed each of you an information deck that includes case studies from other cities, along with a menu of advertising programs that provide safety, branding, revenue, and support of local businesses. Please vote no or defer this bill so that you can review this information and ensure the city does not turn its back on the $5.5 million in ad revenues and the local businesses that rely on transit advertising. Thank you.
Mr. President, that concludes comment on this item.
All right, let's go back to our councilors really quickly on the dais, and then we'll try to close with Councilor Benton. Councilor Sanchez.
I don't understand why we're dealing with this at all. It was already a system that was in place. It's something that we could have just left alone. And I think once the new council convenes, I'm going to bring this back up. I think it's something that we need to revisit if it does pass today. It's important for the public, it's important for the businesses, and it's a big revenue stream. So I am still a no. It was no on the last vote, and I'm going to be a no on this one as well.
Councilors, any other discussion on this before we go to the sponsor? Seeing none, Councilor Benton to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. The numbers cited by Lamar are incorrect. There's nowhere near $5 million in revenue coming in from the bus advertising. That there are other city contracts, I'm sure, that they're involved with. They're maybe inflating that number, but it just as to what it brings in on transit, we could bring the transit director back up here. But I know for a fact that it's in the hundreds of thousands of dollars perhaps under $500,000, as I recall, and nowhere near what we're talking about on any kind of annual basis. So it was a minuscule help to the department, and that's the reason why the department is not extremely attached to that small revenue. So just to counter that argument, I wanted to say that. But also, supporting small business. I don't know how many small businesses are advertising on the buses. I doubt they are. They don't advertise on billboards either. I mean, it's a fairly it's a venue of advertising that's available primarily to larger businesses. But I think more than anything, the appearance of the bus, as we said, and an easily recognizable fleet. I also think there's a factor of distraction of drivers with the advertising. You get a moving vehicle that's an advertising means of advertising. So I think that's another factor. But I'll leave it to Councilor Grout if she would like to close as well, but I urge your support.
And Councilor Lewis has one more comment, and then we'll go to Councilor Grout to close.
Well, I'm going to vote against this just because I really do believe we need to bring it up again, next year and probably get this back to where it was before. Because I think we had a good thing going, like we had it before. I don't think there's a reason for this kind of change, and I think that we've probably seen, because of all the changes that have been made, I think it's probably a pretty good reason to go back the way it was before. So I'm going to vote no on it. Hopefully that'll motivate us a little bit more to bring this up again and get it back to where it was.
Councilor Grout to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate everybody's comments, and I understand the need for advertising. I also understand the need for safety, and then cleanliness, professionalism, and just having a standard in the way we look. And so there can be advertising inside the bus. There can be advertising at the bus stops, I just don't think our buses should be a rolling billboard, but I urge your support. I understand. Thank you.
Ms. Montoya, would you please call the roll?
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Counselor Benton?
Yes.
Counselor Fablecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
No.
Counselor Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
No.
Counselor Davis?
Yes.
That passes on a 6-2 vote.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilor Fablecorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. R-187 is approving and authorizing the filing of the attached grant application for the ARPA Air Quality Monitoring Grant with the U.S. EPA and providing an appropriation to the EHD in fiscal year 23-24. The grant was applied for in April 4th, 2022. The funds were received July 1st, 2022, and no grant funds have been spent. Move it to pass.
Second.
A second from Councilor Grout. Anything from the administration?
President Davis, we have Deputy CAO Whalen available to answer questions if there are any.
Councilor Grout has one.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have one question. How come we received the money in July 2022 and it's now December 2023?
Council President Davis and Councilor Grout. So these are air quality, I guess you would call them monitors. And so they're a very specific type of equipment that needs to be purchased. And so we did purchase 3 of them, and we're in the process of getting them in. The money is here. We've ordered them. They're just, because of supply chain issues, it's taken some time to get them. But we have identified them. The money has been received. It was a grant that we applied for. It's a selective grant, which means it was no competitive bid. We just had to apply for it, and they will be received. And we're in the process of getting them so that we can begin to use them, and they'll be used in our North Valley area.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, but that didn't answer the question, though, I don't think. If you received the monies a year and a half ago. Maybe I'm not understanding.
Council President Davis and Councilor Grout, there took some time once we applied and we got the award, and then it's just taken some time to get this process going so that we can get the equipment. And so we are in the process of getting the equipment.
So, Mr. President, thank you. So we don't accept the monies or vote on them until you find what you are going to buy with them?
Right.
Okay.
Councilor
Got it.
President Davis and Councilor Grout.
No.
Oh, you got it?
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say we have received the funding and now we are purchasing them, in the process of getting them in.
Thank you.
But let me follow and say, how have you received the money? Because we haven't approved for you to even apply for this, much less receive the money. So how did you facilitate acquiring the money and buying the things? This sounds an awful lot like the $7 million grant that you have received money for and spent without authorization, and the other transit dollars.
Council President Davis and Councilor Grout, we applied for the money because we had a time limit to get the funding from the ARPA grant, and so we've applied for it, we were awarded it, and now we're in the process of getting the equipment.
Thank you, Director, Deputy. I understand that, but this has been an ongoing thing, right? Like it is mostly around the ARPA stuff. This is not the only one of these where the administration received and spent money on their own without coming to the council for authorization from 2021 and 2022 funds. There's older dollars than this that we still haven't approved that's been spent already. So why is this coming to us now, I think is what the councilors are asking. Why wasn't this, I mean, we can do introduction and immediate action on grants in the same meeting and we've done it. So why did it take so long? Because the administration promised us the last time they did this 2 years ago that they had an internal process and everybody was checking things and the goldenrod copies were going to the right place and this would never happen again. But this is one and there's another one sitting upstairs somewhere that's more than this.
Council President Davis, and all I know, we have the funding, we haven't spent any of it, we are in the process of ordering and getting ready to do it.
Okay. Anything else?
Mr. President, I share the concern. Every time we get one of these, it's been a year, we've had the money, now the items have been ordered, which I don't doubt we need. I think we can all agree that we need those. But this should have been sent to council sometime between April and July of 2022, not now. So, you know, again, I don't want us to lose this money. I want the air quality monitors, but there has to be a process moving forward where we have a rule that says if we apply for a grant, you tell us and you get permission to receive that money. And if we don't do that, at some point, this council has to start saying, no, we're going to turn down money.
I will say, and thank you, Councilor, not to step on your clothes there, but we had this discussion with the administration a few months ago before Dr. Singal was here. And there are more of these that still need to be cleaned up, and we know that they're upstairs on my desk somewhere from some EC, and you guys are working through those. But sort of the understanding was that this was all closed up, but I do think we should have the internal auditor review the city's compliance with ARPA and federal grants during that period, because there has been more than $10 million sitting here tonight that I can remember that the administration said we didn't have time to apply and ask for permission for, and then we got without talking to the public or the city council. And now it does place those federal funds in jeopardy. We either have to give some of those back. We've been through this on HUD where we lost our certification or ability to use HUD dollars before. There's something broken upstairs in grant management. And it has been for a long time, but the larger the city's budget gets, the bigger these sort of notices get. I think we need internal audit to take a look at our grant review process, because the ordinance is really clear how this works. The administration has to ask for permission to apply for grants. Like, not even to receive the dollars, like to apply. And so I don't know how any of that worked. But anyway. Dr. Singal, if you want to respond, I'm sorry, I know we're running out of time.
President Davis, members of the council, this all precedes me, and that is not an excuse. I appreciate and understand your frustration. I will commit to the fact that we will absolutely review the process. We will absolutely to develop a way for us to ensure that not only do we understand what still remains to be cleaned up and brought towards you all and clear for you all, but also for us to understand how we go forward in ensuring that we're complying to that requirement to bring, if we need to, for immediate action to the board, and or, of course, then by regular action when we have the time and moving forward. So we will look at this. We will work across each of the areas that are both the financial and the grant application side to ensure that we are auditing this process to understand exactly where we're going.
Briefly on this point, or go ahead, sir.
Real briefly, I just want to ask the administration, who's the person that you have that's monitoring these grants, and why aren't they doing their job?
President Davis and Councilor Sanchez, my understanding, as I had someone whisper to me in my ear, is that this is a pretty decentralized process. So I suspect that one of the most important solutions we can have is to have at least a centralized tracking process that will support the improvement.
So we don't have one person or a small body of individuals that track grants? I think that's something that the administration should have done a long time ago and should have been actively working. If that's not the case, then get one, please.
Councilor Fiebelkorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, you know, I sponsored this by request because I definitely want the city to get the air quality monitors. That's important. But I will say that in the future, I think councilors should stop accepting these requests by request until we get this figured out, because it is problematic and there's been fair warning. We've had this conversation for the last year and a half that I can remember. So given all of that, and given the promise that we just got from Dr. Singal that I'm going to assume is the truth, I hope we can pass this tonight so we can get the air quality monitors, but definitely going to require some sort of plan moving forward. So with that, I urge your support.
Seeing no other discussion, would the clerk please call the vote for the R-187?
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Counselor Benton?
Yes.
Counselor Fiebelkorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
Counselor Davis?
Yes.
Passes on an 8-0 vote.
Thank you. Councilor Pena, R-189.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our 189 is approving the Transit Department's 2023 updated Public Transit Agency Safety Plan. I move it do pass.
There's a second from Councilor Fiebelkorn. Back to the sponsor.
I urge your support.
Anything from the administration? I think it's just a, no. Mr. Dominski was signed up to speak. Mr. Dominski, do you want to speak on this bill? The rest of us is budgets. Thank you.
My name is Ted Dominski. Well, yes, we need it, and we don't have safety on our bus. How about bus station stops, etc., especially during the evening hours in some location? That is very dangerous. Outside wait for the bus, and in the bus too. That's happened to me years back, about 10 years. I was going to Pope Joy Hall on the bus. And I was walking by, and this guy stick his leg on top of me. Likely that was security guard lady. He tried to jump and Nelson, and yes, our bus stops so many People work all kind element on the bus stop. I space drug, alcohol, and they having good time. Simple. Simple as that. I already spoke about Wisconsin and Central, what's going on over there. And I hate to repeat it myself over and over. This is disgusting. Thank you. Yes, I'd like to add it. Now we get completely all paid by the federal government of transit is answered. And federal government regulating some rules. Thank you.
Councilor Sanchez to follow.
Thank you. I was just looking at number 4 here, and it says Chief Safety Officer, it's Internal Disciplinary Safety Committee. I think what we're talking about is the hazards and the issues that go on within the bus system. And when that committee is convened, I'd like to attend. I just want to make sure that we're doing the right thing for the safety of our drivers and our riders. Safety is very, very important to me, and I just want to make sure that I'm a part of it. So thank you.
Okay. Councilor Pena, having closed and we've taken our comments, the clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Counselor Benton?
Yes.
Counselor Fablecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
Counselor Davis?
Yes.
Passes on an 8-0 vote.
Madam Budget Chair.
Mr. President, R-193 is adjusting fiscal year 2023 appropriations for certain funds and programs to provide for actual expenditures and adjusting fiscal year 2024 operating grant and capital appropriations. I move it do pass.
Second for Councilor Fablecorn. You have a floor amendment, Councilor Bassan, and then we have amendments, I think. Is that right?
Mr. President, I think I just have Amendment E. I don't know if you want me to go first or if you want to take them in the order of the packet.
Is there a floor amendment or something different? Okay, we passed that now. We broke them down. Okay, perfect. My apologies. All right, let's go to, I think we should just take amendments unless anybody has any other comments. I don't think we usually don't need to. And thank you to our budget staff for being here with us. It's late. We do our best job spending money late, so hang on. Floor amendment number 1 is sponsored by myself. I move floor amendment number 1. It, on attachment A, changes the following. For operating, if somebody can share it. There we go. It reduces the CIP funded employees from Parks Department by 500, increases the amount of city support CIP by 500, and under DMD, creates a new line item to allocate that money to the Monte Vista Boulevard Nob Hill Median project. I move it to pass. Second from Councilor Fablecorn. Is there any discussion from the administration or from the council? Going once. Councilor Bassan.
Mr. President, this question is going to be, I'll just ask it now. It kind of applies to all of them, but I would like to hear just from the administration. It's my understanding that council staff worked pretty closely with budget staff for the admin side, and I just, you know, this is a bill by request. I want to make sure to do what I can to honor. So I just want to know how administration and our staff, how do you feel about moving forward with all of these?
Mr. President and Councilor Bassan, thank you, Councilor Bassan, for the opportunity to just speak very quickly. We appreciate that we have worked together with all of the councilors as well as council staff to put together the cleanup bill. We understand that the amendments coming forward were created through work between both council staff and our budget staff to accommodate the requests of councilors and move this forward. We worked very carefully in the initial process to try to ensure that we were providing projects finishing out projects or ensuring that we were making significant contributions to projects that have needed to finish out so that we had the potential to leverage other potential investments, whether that's state or county investments that we might be seeking. So I appreciate the work that went into this, and I understand that council staff did need to work with our budget staff to make some accommodations for some needs that council had. So thank you.
Mr. President, So overall, Dr. Single, is the administration supportive and okay with these amendments?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I'm sorry. Mr. President and Councilor Bassan, we can support these amendments.
That makes it easy then. That means staff did a good job. Thank you. We are back on floor amendment number 1. Did you have? Okay. We are back on floor amendment number 1. Seeing no discussion, will the clerk call the vote for number 1?
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Counselor Benton?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
Counselor Davis?
Yes.
Passes 8-0.
Floor amendment number 2 is kind of me by request because it doesn't benefit me a lick. On attachment A, make the following changes under the CAP Parks Funded Employee Program, reduced by 150, increase for council services, $150,000. This is the mid-year increase to counselor salaries required by the Independent Salary Commission and our adoption of that for the budget process. I'll move it to pass.
Second.
Motion a second. I think we did that in May. Right? Councilors, any discussion? Anybody doesn't want to change their salary? Great. All those in favor, please tell the clerk.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Counselor Benton?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
Counselor Davis?
Yes.
Passes 8-0.
Thank you. Floor amendment number 3 is sponsored by myself on behalf of staff. This amendment increases council services in the amount of $75,000 in operating for the contract compliance officer for the police oversight board, which is required by our ordinance, and fulfills our obligation to have that person in place for the second half of the year. This funding is being redirected from APD Vehicle Fund, and I know the administration was having some discussion about that. But first, let's do the amendment. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second for Council Feeblecorn. Can I ask Dr. Single before we get too far? I know that there's an urgent need for police vehicles because we're hiring a bunch of new recruits and they're coming out. Does the administration have an alternative funding source here? Or if not, is this source something we're going to need to revisit with the legislature and sort of next year budget?
Mr. President, councilors, I think I said this to multiple folks that, if we are unable to purchase the vehicles that we've identified in this bill, we will be probably coming back to the council and other sources because we do need the vehicles for APD. We have north of 60 new cadets coming on, and as we add individuals, it's really important for us to, we don't want them sitting around. I'm not implying that everybody's sitting around if they don't have a vehicle, but we know that we have to be continually adding those vehicles for the APD cadets that are coming on.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilors, any questions? We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Councilor Lewis? Oh. We're good. Seeing no other, will the clerk please call the vote on floor amendment number 3?
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Counselor Benton?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
Counselor Davis?
Yes.
Passes 8-0.
Councilor Grout, floor amendment 4.
Thank you, Mr. President. Floor amendment number 4 is on attachment A, change the following operating fund 110 under city support, decrease the amount on the transfer to capital acquisition fund 305 line by $220,000. Number 2, operating fund under police department investigative services, add a new department line, council services for $220,000. Under capital fund 305 under police, decrease the amount on the APD vehicles lines by $220,000. The explanation for this is the amendment is to increase council services in the amount of $220,000 in operating for a domestic violence team with the 2nd Judicial District Attorney's Office. The funding for this addition is being moved from the proposed capital fund 305 police APD vehicles line.
Is there a second? I'll second. Councilor Bassan.
Mr. President, of late, I have been accused very harshly about defunding the police. So Councilor Grout and admin, can you please let me know where APD stands on not having police vehicles in lieu of us giving the DA's office funding for this program, which I do believe is also important. but I do not like the idea of taking money away from APD in order to give it to a different program with a different entity.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President and Councilor Bassan. I reached out to the district attorney's office and I said, how can the city help with our crime issue? We have a real problem in crime here. And so he and his deputy director have, like he had mentioned in his general comments, had mentioned that back a long time ago they had a DART program where it was domestic violence, I don't remember the response team. And if he said that if he had two attorneys that were dedicated to helping solve these issues with a support staff, that he could really make a dent in this area of crime. And I think that APD is public safety, and I think that this is also public safety. I don't think we're defunding the police in one bit. It's helping the police. I have talked with the chief, and he thinks this is a great idea too. It will really help his officers. When officers go into a domestic violence situation, it's one of the most difficult and unsafe areas of their job. And typically when there is a domestic violence call for service, they have to go with two officers. And then also just getting the prosecution on these cases is very difficult because the survivor or the victim of domestic violence doesn't often want to prosecute because for many reasons. But if they had a soft hand for APD to hand off to these individuals, they are more likely to accept the help and the support, and we can help this issue. This is a pilot program. We've also reached out to our state legislators and the county commissioners, and hoping that they will come alongside us and see how this is going. The administration will have to execute this, and so there are things that our CAO is wanting to see she wants to see some progress. If after 6 months we don't see a return on our investment, then it's not something we should be doing. Domestic violence is real, as we all know, and it's terrible in our city, and we need to get a wrap on this. So,
Mr. President, Counselor, I definitely respect, I know domestic violence is real and we have to get a handle on it, and I certainly don't want to be accused of now not supporting doing anything in favor of domestic violence. But do we have anybody here from APD, that can speak to this, or is the administration? I mean, again, this is a rock and a hard place. I want to support domestic violence reduction and safety, and I don't want to defund the police. So I am wondering, where does the administration and APD stand on this? Are they okay with it? I agree it's public safety for public safety, but I want to make sure that this is on the record for the future, so that we can all make sure to be very clear that I think that we're trying to support both to the best of our ability.
Dr. Singhal, was that you or Chief Grego?
President Davis and Councilor Bassan, I truly appreciate the question, and I think you're exactly right. We want to support APD and we want to support this. I want to be, it is important to articulate that I did speak with Chief Medina about this domestic violence pilot. He felt there was real value in having help from prosecutors to support the work that they are doing and move those to conviction, move those issues forward. It isn't a balancing act then for us, because we will have to find other funding and a way to fund vehicles for APD. And we are committed to continue to seek that, make sure that we are going to meet that requirement. And Chief is as well. So he's working with us for potential cost savings and other ways for us to think about doing that. But he did support this as an opportunity for us to see if we can move the work they're doing through a prosecution process more successfully.
I had Councilor Sanchez, then we'll go to Councilor Lewis, and then we're going to watch the time if we don't finish this.
Thank you, Mr. President. Here's an idea for you. I think it's important that we have both police cars and we also have funding for domestic violence. Currently, we all know that APD is extremely, extremely top-heavy. More chiefs and deputy commanders than they've ever had in the history of APD. All you need to do is just, when one of these guys retires, don't fill that position, and you took care of your $200,000. That would be a suggestion that I would have. I think it would be possible and feasible to do that. And like I said, we all know that APD is extremely top-heavy, and just 2 slots would take care of this.
Thank you. Councilors, Councilor Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, so with putting $220,000 in domestic violence team, that not being the question, we want to do that. I mean, is there another fund here? Like, I'm looking at fund, like some of these other funds where we're like, well, there's operating fund 110, there's capital fund 305, which is municipal development, and that's Parks and Rec. Mr. Mosco, is any other like capital funds that you think that
Always reserved.
would be appropriate to? I mean, I'm looking at 305 housing, where capital fund 305, where we're taking $3 million out of there. Another $2 million. Another amendment out of 305, or a transfer from 110. I mean, are there some of those that we can use for this?
Council President Davis, Councilor Lewis, absolutely, that's an opportunity. We did work closely with this budget bill with the budget office as requested by the administration, and their suggestion was to take from the 305 parks employees because they get paid with indirect overhead, and then the city APD vehicles.
Okay, so I'm sorry, so you're saying an alternative was out of the Parks Fund?
Well,
that was an alternative other than the vehicle one?
Council President Davis, Councilor Lewis, we did zero out the CIP funded parks employees, again, because they are paid with indirect overhead from projects themselves. But the second tranche of funding suggested by the budget office was the APD vehicles. So that's where we focused on, but you know, anything according to the council is fair game in the bill, absolutely.
Like, I guess, like, how long would it take? How long would it take to, I guess it's a little matter of time to just kind of go through and examine these different funds and look at what can be adjusted and moved? Could we come back to this amendment in just a little bit and give Mr. Mosco some time maybe to look at maybe some possible other alternatives? Is that, Mr. Mosco, would it take longer than that, you think, or? I probably would. I'm probably giving you an impossible task.
President Davis, Councilor Lewis, this is a cleanup bill for the operating budget, so we will absolutely take a look at these when we get to the budget cycle. I would like to point out that APD does have about $680,000 that is unused between 2015 GEO bonds and the last 2 years in state grants for vehicles that they can spend now. So we did look at that as you know, cushioning the blow.
We're like fully funded on APD vehicles. We're fully funded where we cannot buy any more right now?
Council President Davis, Councilor Lewis, I think APD and the administration and council would agree that we never have enough vehicles. You know, we don't want to go back to a situation, I'm trying to be mindful of the time, we don't want to go back to a situation where we were hot seating, where the former councilor, you know, late Councilor Sanchez was always adamant about that when we have the GEO bond program to get the vehicles purchased and to do that. So we do have a little bit of GEO bond money. We do have 2 state grants, and we are coming up on a budget cycle here where we will be able to increase the budget for vehicles.
Right, yeah, it's just a problem. It's just one of those things where you go, because we're always going to say we need more APD vehicles. We're always going to say that. So at any given time, when we're taking money away from that, then even if we resupply it 2 months later, it's still, you know, we're taking from that source, which it's not always the best, So I don't want to hold this up either. I would certainly not want to hold up any funds that would go to something as important as this is.
let's defer to the sponsor for just a minute, whether she wants to withdraw this and talk about it for a few minutes with everybody over there and bring it back at the end. I don't want to have to table it because that's like 3 motions to get it in and get it back. But we also need to extend the time. So what's the sponsor's pleasure, how she wants to proceed, and if she wants to hear from Councilor Sanchez real quick before she decides. But
Okay, what do you have to say?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just see the administration working really diligent over there, so I just wanted to see what they've come up with. Because both of these items are very important to all of us.
So we don't want to table it, but we want to withdraw it?
Can I recommend we withdraw this for just a minute? We'll come back to it at the end of the list, if that's okay. We'll like sort of look at some other sources, and who knows if we land on cars or something different. Is that okay?
Yes.
Tabling just sounds better than withdraw.
I know, but then we got to do like 3 whole votes, and it's a mess.
So, okay, I don't want to withdraw it yet.
Okay.
Director Simon has offered to cover the money for it.
He's such a nice guy.
He's my best friend right now.
Which is wonderful, but if we don't extend the time, that won't matter. So would you like to make a motion to extend the time?
Mr. President, I would like to extend the time to
Second.
midnight. I'd be done
Second.
then.
The motion is for midnight, and we better be done before that. The second is from Councilor Sanchez. Any other discussion? For the record, Councilor Benton is excused for the rest of the meeting, however long it lasts. So that means just us now. Is that right, Michelle? Great. All those in favor of the motion to extend, suspend the rules and extend until midnight, please raise your hand so the clerk may count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's all those opposed. 3, 4. Great. That's unanimous. Is that okay, Ms. Montoya? Great. All right. I apologize. Now we're back to you, Councilor Grout.
So a different funding source would be Parks and Rec? Heard?
Ish.
Councilor President Davis, Vice President Grout, we did zero out that fund with other amendments that are down the line, so that would pose some problems for some of our later amendments.
Okay. All right, well then, can we withdraw it for right now? And can you find something else really fast?
Council President Davis, can we table this amendment and put it towards the end?
Okay.
Sure. Would you like to make a motion to table your amendment?
We'd like to table it, but we'll bring it back, right?
Yep.
Okay. I will table it for.
I'll second. All those in favor of tabling the amendment say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Any opposed? That matter is unanimous. We'll table that, number 4, and come back to it. Councilor Bassan.
Mr. President, I move amendment number 5 on attachment A, change the following: operating fund 110 under Parks and Rec, decrease the amount of CIP funded employees by 200,000. And under Police Department Investigative Services, add a new line item, Council Services Department, Council Services for 200,000. This increases the amount for operating for professional services.
I'll second that for the record. Any discussion? You're good. Okay. Oh, Councilor Sanchez. You're good now? Great. Good. All right, all those in favor, please raise your hand and say yes. That amendment carries unanimously, amendment number 5. Next, this is much weird. All those, Councilor Peebles, number 6.
Mr. President. I'll move floor amendment number 6. On attachment A, change the following: Capital Fund 305 under Parks and Recreation, decrease the amount on the Los Altos Park line by 700,000. And then under Municipal Development, create a new line under North Domingo Baca Aquatic Center and add the following: Pueblo Alto Mile High Flood Mitigation, transfer from Fund 110, 700,000. The explanation is that this was the amount that was given to District 7 on a project that is fully funded, and we do not need to spend any more money on Los Altos Park. It is done, but we do have some folks that are still flooding in our district, so moving that over to help with the reduction in flooding. Move pass.
There's a second from Councilor Bassan. Any discussion on amendment number 6? Seeing none, all those in favor say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Any opposed? That matter carries unanimously. Councilor Peebles, you're on number 7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll move floor amendment number 7. This is on page 6, line 20, entitled Street Services, increase the amount by $40,000. In keeping with my need to stop the flooding in District 7. This is just doing a professional services contract to fund the ARID LID Coalition to continue their coalition work, supporting the city on green stormwater infrastructure projects citywide.
I'll second, or Councilor Bassan too, whoever the clerk wants to pick. Any discussion on floor amendment number 7? Seeing none, all those in favor say yes and raise your hand. That matter carries, or that amendment carries. Councilor Benton is gone, and so I'm going to do this for him. Floor amendment number 8 is attachment A, Capital Fund 305, amend housing forward fund. Oh, this just adds the funding allocated for the Capital Fund 305 is now for the housing forward fund. This changes no dollars. Is there a second? Thank you, Councilor Bassan offers a second. Any discussion? I know the administration supported that, just to make that more clear. And thanks to Director Pierce for clarifying what we're trying to get done there. All those in favor of floor amendment number 8, raise your hand and say yes. Any opposed? That amendment carries unanimously. Councilor Grout, we are back to you. Floor amendment number 9.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question about $2 million for Housing Navigation Center beds.
Dr. Single or? Is she?
I'm
Okay.
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 Councilor Grout, go ahead with your question.
Thank you. Okay, so it says Housing Navigation Center beds for $2 million. So tell me, what are we going to get for $2 million? Somebody.
Mr. President and Councilor Grout, our intent related to this is to, as you all know from our previous working group, we've talked through the multiple phases related to the Navigation Center for sheltering. And we talked about a space that had a different name, and we were planning to use for administrative purposes, and I was unable to discuss at that time numbers because we didn't know them yet. This is the second floor, 50 additional beds. This would begin our funding to be able to move that project forward for that additional 50 beds that was described. And I'll say it was described as the UNM space in our previous discussion. It is not the UNM space. That was just for purposes of what we intended originally was administrative space. We've identified that it can be used for approximately 50 beds. We are working towards funding that next group of beds.
Okay, so thank you for that clarification. We just bought 450 beds for the WEC for $350,000. So for $2 million, we're going to get 50 beds. That's a lot.
President Davis, Councilor Grout, I'm probably going to sound like a broken record, and I don't mean to, but this has to do with the fact that we have to take care of the infrastructure in that facility and make sure that we have taken care of what we all know is the issues related to the age of the building. So we have the renovation costs for each space are what we are making sure we're packaging by each space so that we all understand exactly what we're getting as we're moving through the building now.
Thank you. Can we take some money from that for my domestic violence?
Councilor Grout, I'm sorry, President Davis and Councilor Grout, that is absolutely your all's discretion. We have another solution that we can offer you, but.
Okay. Mr. President?
Mr. President, so in addition to this, so it says Housing Navigation Center / beds. So I'm just wanting to make sure that I'm clear that this is not just to get 50 beds. This is also for renovations? Because otherwise that's $40,000
President Davis,
a
Councilor
bed.
Bassan, it is for the next group of renovation in a space that will hold 50 beds, if that makes sense. So it's moving, and we count by beds because we want to make sure that we are always adding the total capacity at all times, and we all know where that is.
Should we take it from there?
Thank just, Mr. President, for the record, I really wanted to support everything that you all had, but I also am going to stand by what I've been saying for quite some time now. So just know that that's where I'm headed.
So $2 million is going to go, $2 more million, Mr. President, I'm sorry. $2 million more is going to go over there. That's still a lot. So I had written a floor amendment to take that $2 million to the Youth Housing Navigation Center instead. Just because we've got so much money over at that gateway. And I'm really conflicted. So,
I feel like both of these would be under the big scope of Gibson for all the money that's sitting over there that's not currently allocated. I feel like you could do this and your DA program from there, but what do I know? Yes, ma'am.
Mr. President, I also am conflicted because I want to do what we can, but at the same time, when you say this for that floor and all the things, now that we've opened this can of worms, what is the timeline to have that done?
Well, while they're looking, could I just remind folks, we do have a study session on this coming up to look at some of those dollars. And if we're not ready to do these, somebody could always bring these back at the next meeting. There's no reason we only do this time of year, but I bet we can solve it, but if we don't tonight.
President Davis, Councilor Bassan, the timeline on this specific second floor is proposed to be complete by December of 2024.
Councilor Grout, how do you want to
Okay, thank
proceed
you.
on floor amendment
So
number 9?
I'm not going to move floor amendment 8,
Is it 9?
9, whatever it is.
I have to look at the clerk to be sure we're on the right thing.
It is 9, and I'm not going to move it.
Floor number I is going to be withdrawn. That's 9. But we'll leave it on the record as 9 because we had a motion for it. So we're going to move on to 10, which is Councilor Pena.
Thank you, Mr. President. On I move amendment number 10. So on attachment A, change the following: operating 110, increase the amount by 660. Capital fund under police decrease APD vehicles by 340. Operating 110 under parks decrease amount by 400. And then under municipal development, increase the amount on the public safety complex by 1 million. And so what this does is the amendment increases the municipal development department safety, Southwest Safety Complex land acquisition. 260 of this will be from the available general fund balance, 400,000 from Parks Rec and CIP funded employees, and 300 from proposed amount for police vehicles. So this one is still public safety.
I'll second this for the discussion really quickly. So floor amendment number 10. Is there any discussion about police cars? Councilor Sanchez.
So are we pulling more money from police cars?
Mr. President, no, that's what I just said. So it's still under public safety. So.
Okay, so it's still going to public safety?
Yes.
Not defunding, we're refunding. Differently.
And that's what I'm.
All right. Any other discussion on Amendment 10? Dr. Singleton? Anything else? Floor amendment number 10 going once, going twice. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Any opposed? Great. That is unanimous. We are back on that tabled one, or the...
Withdrawn.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll make a motion to withdraw from the table Amendment 4. We have a second from Council Feeblecorn. All those in favor say yes. Just say yes. Great. All right, we are back on amendment number 4. Councilor Grout.
Thank you, Mr. President. Administration has found we can split it and take 110 from, let's see here. We can get 110K out of city clerk's office and the rest out of vehicles for now. Is that okay? It's still public safety.
Okay, so the sponsor is requesting a technical change that would take 110,000 from the office of the city clerk and 110,000 from the vehicle line item already identified. in line item 3, whatever that is. I think the clerk knew about that before I did, but did you get that, Ms. Montoya, just to be sure? You're good? Okay.
And
Counselor Sanchez has
and
a
is
question.
that still pulling from police?
110.
Okay, is there any way that we can do what I said?
President Davis, Counselor Sanchez, that is not currently in the plan, the staffing plan.
Again, I'm just gonna say it, APD is way top-heavy, and something needs to be done over there, because what we need is rank and file. We need police cars. We don't need people that are up there not doing their job and not doing anything. And if you were to do an audit over at the police department, you would find that there's plenty of people not doing their job and only supplementing retirement.
Other discussion on the sponsor's amendment as revised?
I have a question for somebody down here. There are set-aside funds, public safety set-aside funds in our districts. If somebody offered public safety funds, how could we pull from that? Can we, if they were offered?
Council President Davis, Vice President Grout, set aside funds are through the GEO bond program, so we would have to do a capital asset as in a vehicle. So you could pledge some of your set aside funds for vehicles, and then out of this cleanup bill, we would still take the 110 out of their identified vehicles to pay for the district attorney's pilot program.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. President, Vice President Grout, I'm happy to do a $110,000 from my District 7 set-aside funds for public safety to go to APD vehicles so that we can get this full amount for the DA and the project that you're trying to get completed here. So that is next year's set-aside funds, so it's not immediate, but I'm assuming that we can make that work. And the reason I have that extra money is because Chief Medina actually found some additional funding for the thing that I set that money aside for. So I appreciate his, always being very supportive of District 7. So we can do that.
Thank you.
All the math people are nodding. Counselor Pena. It's up to the sponsor how she wants to.
Can we vote on this now?
Council President Davis, Vice President Grout, what are we voting on exactly? So
We're going to vote on 110 from city clerk and 110
from
vehicles.
vehicles. Yes, you'd be voting on that, and then separately tomorrow we
Do
would
something else, yeah.
earmark the set aside.
Mhm.
And if we can come back to the discussion on the next item, we can talk about that.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Very good deal. All right, all those in favor of floor amendment number 4 as revised, say yes and raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. All those opposed? 1, 2. I don't think we have that. And the rules. Councilor Bassan, how do you vote? Yes or no? Yes, ma'am. Well, I don't think we finished voting, so we'll just go back. Yeah. Floor amendment number 4 as revised.
From the city clerk's office and 110,000 from APD vehicles.
And there's a new second for Councilor Pena. Does that clarify, Councilor Lewis?
We're still doing APD vehicles on it.
Yes.
We do all of it from the City First Fund?
You want to do all of it from the city clerk's fund? Or he's asking.
What is this?
Can we do that? City clerk.
Mr. President, sorry, I'm not sure, Councilor
Mr. Davis,
Grout
go
and
ahead.
Councilor Davis. The funds that are related to the city clerk's office is related to our backlog. We are attempting to add some staff related to that. So it will reduce the amount for that, but we will still have funds in that city clerk fund to support the work related to increasing staffing and for the backlog.
Okay.
Well,
We
Mr.
could
President,
just vote
I
on the
think
bill.
we just got to find us another source. $220,000 of another source, if we just need to find it.
So the question's been called, which means we have a motion to call the question. All those in favor of calling the question, say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Do that again. Louis, are you with us or no? Which is to immediate vote in the debate.
We can
Okay.
debate.
So all those opposed to calling the question, Counselor Lewis. So so the motion carries. All those in favor of floor amendment number 4 as revised with the 110 and 110 split, say yes and raise your hand for the clerk to count your name. 1, 2,
Yes.
3, 4. All those opposed? 1, 2, and 3. Floor amendment number 4 carries. That resolves our amendments. We are back on the bill as amended many times. Counselor Bassan.
Mr. President, I was very pleasantly surprised when I got the call from CAO Single about this bill. I'm happy that they have worked very hard to accomplish many, many things for the city, and I am also thankful for our staff for everything that they did to work hard to make it happen with the admin to hopefully accommodate almost everybody's wishes. So with that, I urge your support.
Thank you. All those in favor of R 193 as amended several times, say yes and raise your hand for the clerk. Yes. That carries unanimously as amended. Councilor Bassan, our last item of business is yours, 195.
Mr. President, R 195 is appropriating funds to the Capital Implementation Program for the 2023 GEO Bond Program. I move it to pass.
Second for Councilor Pena. Any discussion? Pretty straightforward.
Mr. President, it's just making sure that we appropriate the funds that was approved by voters. So thank you, voters, for approving these GEO bonds. And I urge your support.
All those in favor of R 195, raise your hand and say yes. That matter carries unanimously. We did it all, Ms. Montoya, just to be sure, because we bounced all over the place. Good job. Thank you for pinch hitting with us this evening. There being no further business for this meeting or this council, we are done. See you next year.